Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. In today's concert, we will be accompanied by Shri Sridharan Shankaran on the Mridangam and Shri H. Sivaramakrishnan on the Ghattam. We will be opening our concert Gajavadana in the Ragam Sri Ranjani, set to Adi Talam, a composition of Shri Papanasam Shivan. Thank you. We will next be playing a composition of Tyagaraja Swami, Ni Dhayarada, in the raga Vasanta Bhairavi, set to Rupakatalam, a composition of Saint Tyagaraja. Namo Narayana, Ragam Karnaranjani, Kantachapatalam, a composition of Srimati Ambujam Krishna.
I thank the virtuoso violinists, Rotarians Lalita and Nandini of the Rotary Club of Madras Heritage for that riveting invocation performance. And now I call upon our beloved DJ Muthu Palniappan for his opening remarks.
Yeah, okay. District Conference Chairman Nadarajan, District Councillor PDG ISAK Nazar, District Trainer PDG Srinivasan, District Governor-elect Sridhar, District Governor nominee Dr. Nandakumar, District Governor nominee designate Ravi Raman, District Secretary Ramesh, Conference Secretary Jagan, Pre-Conference Chairman Mahavir Botra, Galaxy of Past District Governors, DRFC Ambalavanan, DRR Anbarasan, District Anand Representative Manas Reddy, past, present, and future leaders, Rotarians, and guests from other districts in India and from other countries, guest speakers, and musicians who have participated in this event, who are going to participate in this event, AGs, district officers, T20 presidents and secretaries, president-elect, conference team members, Rotractors, and Zanets, fellow Rotarians, distinguished invitees, good morning and vanakkam. I welcome each and every one of you for this second day of this big bash, a conference which has really set a different tone for the virtual conferences around this part of the Rotary world. We had a spectacular show of the district conference on day one. Right from the start to the finish, the program was meticulously planned and executed. It was a show exhibiting the technical skills of our own Rotarians who have joined hands in putting up this flawless event thanks to the technical team, Harish, Balamurugan, Shivaraman, Naresh, Jagan, Shiva, Kripa, and many others. This team has evolved to a thorough professional events team who can take up much bigger programs and events. I'm really proud as district governor to have this efficient in-house team beating many other professional agencies. Once again, special thanks to Harish and Bala for spearheading this. The master of ceremonies have to be told. Master of ceremonies Kritika and Swapna, guided by Ram Prasad, played an important role. Today we will be seeing Radha and Nagalakshmi. They have put in their best effort and the end result has been amazing. Thanks to Paul Jacob and past district governor Ganpa for bringing in a very eminent set of speakers and panelists who have given a wonderful insight in the chosen topic yesterday. Entertainment by the young and dynamic AD and band by Achuda with singers Nivas, Karthik and Sanjana, anchored by Kritika, was simply superb, enthralling the audience virtually for 2 hours with great numbers. Thanks to Rotarian AVM Balu for supporting this entertainment show and for the meticulous planning of the event. The entire event yesterday was very well conceptualized and coordinated by none other than our own Rotary Sabha Secretary Neil, and it was presented delightfully. It was indeed thought-provoking, engaging, entertaining, and also a virtual treat for the eyes. Overall, it was a wholesome experience. We are sure today it will be one notch above. I am only imagining to what level we could have done if it had been a physical conference. Today, we are going to have 4 hours of non-stop sessions on motivation, space, science and technology, celebrity talk, women entrepreneurs panel, recognition of foundation donors, and finally, time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the session, Vanga Sirikalam, by none other than Mohana Sundaram. We are going to start the morning session with a renowned spiritual guru, Sri M, who is going to talk to us on hope. Hope is one thing that can help us get through the darkest of times. I always believe that you cannot swim for new origins until you have courage to lose sight of the shore. I came to Chennai way back in the year 1989, leaving the comforts of my home from Madurai, searching for new horizons in my career. My journey started with a meager investment of 10,000 rupees, that too for my office rental as advance and an initial amount to be paid for buying my bike. Starting with a salary of 800 rupees before that, I started venturing into this business. I slowly but steadily started building my career step by step, but never I lost focus or took my foot a step backward. My good friend Paul is here, who is witness to my career. He has been traveling with me all along whenever I landed up in Chennai. To my knowledge, never I have left any suitable opportunity unattended or unutilized. After gaining experience, I ventured into a business as a first-time entrepreneur in my family, and today I am in a position to manage a large construction company and also contribute my time and effort and talent, and most importantly, my resources in a more meaningful way. Also, I am in a position to take on the leadership of our district and steer the ship to a new shore, new horizon, with the support of T20 presidents and a dedicated team. Today, we are able to deliver a year which will be talked about at least for a few more decades. Yesterday, whatever accolades and achievements showered on me by our Rotary International Director-elect, A.S. Venkatesh, and past district governor, ISAK Nasser, I would only like to rededicate this to the team T20. I also believe that most of the important things in the life would have been accomplished by people who have kept on trying. Similarly, when we talk about New Horizon in Rotary parlance, we always think of membership, TRF, and public image. When we started the year, we had a clear goal to achieve 1,000 plus members with 20 plus new clubs and reach a minimum target of $1.5 million for Rotary Foundation. We never looked back. Whether it is a pandemic or no pandemic, we were sailing even in the rough weathers in the proper direction at the proper speed. And finally, we have reached the destination. We stand number 2 in membership with 1,000 plus members and 20 new clubs already formed. In TRF, our contributions, we have reached $1.55 million and we stand at number 3 in India and number 1 in our zone. We have found the new shore and today we are able to celebrate the success in this conference, Big Bash. Thanks to all the T20 presidents who helped the district achieve and surpass this target. I would also like to thank all the donors for contributing our hard-earned money during this pandemic. I always used to say this is the time whoever is capable of giving should enhance their giving, because we find more value in giving now more than any other point in time. Whatever you give now, however little it may be, it reaches as manyfold in the hands of beneficiary because they are in real need. Giving has no limits, no beginning and no end. Today, we will have the recognition of TRF major givers for this year by our DRFC Ambalawanan. The amount of work the TRFC team headed by Ambalawanan has to be recognized, and the work done by District Secretary Ramesh for achieving all the targets for this year also to be mentioned here. There is also a session on Project Orange where Project Chairman Ganeshan Subbiah is going to present Orange in a very nutshell. Today, I only request all the Rotarians who are present here and on those who are can contribute for Rotary Foundation, please continue your contribution. The next 3-4 days, we can still collect the contributions and then send it to Rotary Foundation so that our year, we end up the year with a sizable contribution to Rotary Foundation, because we need for the project. It is not because of the target or anything that I'm asking money from all of you. There is a real need. There is a real need for a lot of global grants. There is a real need for Project Orange. We have identified 24 vision centers with Shankar Nethralaya in Chennai, and all these needs close to 2.5 crores of investment, which the donors are really keen. They are coming forward. In fact, last couple of days, we have received few donations for Project Orange. I would like to mention that Rotary Club of Korattur has contributed 10 lakhs for a vision center at Coimbatore 2 days back. Similarly, the centers are available at a cost of 10 lakhs. The center costing is around 13 lakhs, out of which 3 lakhs is given by the district through DDF and other contributions. So remaining 10 lakhs will fetch you a permanent name recorded in the center. Center will be run in your name. So such is the opportunity available for individual donors. Corporates are now eagerly coming forward to support Project Orange because it is now in a mature stage. So in a way, if you contribute to Project Orange, that will enhance the Rotary Foundation contribution and it will come back to our district. So please sit back, relax and enjoy the session, which is going to unfold the next 3.5 hours or 4 hours. Thanks to the entire team for putting up this great show. I have visited many a conference in India during my year of governorship, and not because I am the governor of this district, but as a Rotarian of this district, I can proudly say that this is the best conference that I have ever seen on a virtual platform. Way to go, my dear friends. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Thank you. I once again welcome each and every one of you for this conference, Big Bash.
Thank you, DG Muthupaniappan, for reminding us about the joy of giving. Spiritualism, a search for something sacred, is a need of the hour today. Individuals who practice this spirituality do it through various modes: meditation, yoga, religion, or self-reflection. In a recent study conducted, it was found that people who are spiritual in nature or practice spiritualism show 5 positive traits. They are gracious, they are compassionate, they self-actualize, they flourish, and they live life to the maximum. Who better than Shri M to talk about this? Shri M, born as Mumtaz Ali Khan, is a living yogi. Shri M left his home at the tender age of 19 to search for his master, Shri Maheshwar Nath Babaji in the Himalayas. After getting initiated from him and taking his blessings, he moved on to find the purpose of his life. He traveled across the breadth of this country and interacted with a number of illustrious spiritual leaders. In 2015, he took a Padyatra, Walk of Hope, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, in which he covered 7,500 kilometers covering 11 states with only one objective: to restore the innate spirituality of this nation. Today, he owns a Satsang Foundation which takes care of 2 schools in Andhra Pradesh, and he is currently residing in Maganapalle in Andhra Pradesh. He is conferred with the Padma Bhushan Award in 2020. Let's now reflect listening to Shri M.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. Good morning and Sat Shri Akal. First of all, I'm very happy to address the Rotary meet. Before I start, I need to say thanks to Sri AVM Balu, my friends, Sri Ramesh Reddy and Mr. Jacob, for making sure that I attend this Rotary meet. I've addressed many Rotary meets, and I'm very fond of the motto of the Rotarians, service above self, which was coined by none other than the founder, Mr. Paul P. Harris. So I also believe that service above self is also the essence of our spiritual movement in this country, in this ancient land. Having said that, let me start with a mantra from the ancient Vedas, just 4 lines, which kind of states what everyone desires and what everyone should desire if we need to have a beautiful world. And the mantra is Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Shantu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhavet. If I may add, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, which means may everybody be happy. This is the gist, Sarve Bhavantu, may the entire world be happy. Unfortunately, we are passing through, I must also thank Mr. Rotarian Muthu Palaniappan, who addressed the gathering when we started, and Rotarian Natarajan, Rotarian Jagannathan, and Rotarian R. Ramesh. So, coming to the subject, unfortunately, while it's in our hearts to say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, may the whole world be happy, Ma Kaschid Dukkapad Bhavet, let not pain affect anybody. Unfortunately, we are passing through a difficult phase now, where sorrow seems to be everywhere in some way. Now, this is the time when we need to go back to the source and revive our hopes. It's not as, of course, it is bad. There is no question about that. But with hope and faith, we can move forward. By and large, the COVID-19 wave is kind of going down now. We never know where these viruses lurk. So we have to be careful, social distancing and so on and so forth, which the WHO and all our doctors say we should be doing. Having said that, if we don't have a little bit of faith and hope, I've seen this throughout this pandemic. When you have faith, at least in your essential self. Now, according to Vedanta, our essential self is none other than or no other than a spark of the supreme all-pervading divinity, which means in every heart, there is a flame of the divine. And that divinity is not actually different from that supreme reality in some way. And if we can only tune in or zero in on this, I don't like the word zero so much, except zero doesn't mean nothing. Shunya means no thing. It doesn't mean nothing. It means nothing that one can understand with our five senses. That's what it means. Anyway, if we can zero in on our inner being, the essence of our being, which is our own self, in that self, well, depending on how one approaches, because in this country, in India, we have different approaches to divinity. Some would say that when the heart is clear and clean, divinity is reflected in it. Some would say that it is part of the divinity, and some would say that it is divinity itself. There is no difference. It depends on how you look at it. Advaita, Advaita, Vishishta Advaita, Pramanaja, and so on. So, but everybody agrees that deep down in our heart, there is a divine essence. And that divine essence, by its very nature, is Purna, complete. Purnamada, Purnamidam. The whole thing started from that completeness. And this which we are is also complete. Purnamidam, not only Purnamada. Second is, but we always live incomplete lives because nature and the world are such that we come across blocks, we come across things that prevent us from going into this. And therefore, the science of meditation has been taught for so many. I will come back to that when I touch the practical aspect of this. But let me go into this. Now, this treasure that we have in our hearts, it's not as if it was only mentioned in ancient India. If you read the New Testament, I consider Jesus to be a yogi, a parivrajak. Forget the church. I'm not talking about the church. The individual, the great yogi. He said something, some of the things he said are very interesting to note. He said, lay treasures in your heart where thieves do not break in and steal. There's a treasure in us which nothing can steal from us. And according to my understanding, even death cannot steal that from us because the body goes, but that doesn't go anywhere. One. The other is, blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. This is from St. Matthew's. That means if you mourn today, please have patience. One day you will smile. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Now, this is a message for this particular period which we are going through. Whether the comfort is going to come now or comfort is going to come after, but there is comfort, which we should understand in our hearts. And relevantly, every hill shall be brought low and every valley shall be filled. That means when there is a downward thing, it's certainly going to come up again. It's not as if it's going to permanently remain down. Hope is actually life. The young lady who started off this just now, she said that we had a walk of hope. Yes, I went with a lot of people, friends who came with me. In 2015, I think, we walked from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. It was the other way around, not Kashmir to Kanyakumari. And every day we were on foot, walking on the road. We spent 1 year and 3 months fact, in personal life, I thought my wife was going to give me a divorce. 15 months, 1 year and 3 months we spent on the road. Every morning getting up, walking. We saw the whole of this country, even small villages, big cities. And I think today, in this diverse world which we have in this country, caste, creed, religions, we are surviving and getting on because there is hope. Everybody has hope. We've called it the walk of hope. In Hindi, we call it Asha Yatra. It was a walk of hope. And actually, more than giving something to others, we learned many things from others. We learned that this country will survive eternally because it has this hope in it that we will stay together and work out. Differences are there, but still they can be sorted out. Things have to move forward. This requires faith. Now, faith is a kind of, you can say faith is the sister of hope. When I say faith, I mean first intrinsic faith in oneself. It was an interesting talk with Mr. Rotarian Muthu Palaniappan, who said he came here and started with a 10,000 rupees investment. Two things are involved: hope, faith. You have faith in yourself, you can do things. You have hope that this faith will take you across all barriers and all boundaries. And this is exactly the Vedantic message, that deep inside. I'll come down to the situation. I'll touch on it. We need to have a base. In us, there is energy which can be tapped only if we have faith that it exists and it can be tapped. This has to be there. There is a nice little story which Swami Vivekananda was very fond of, about a herd of deer which were attacked by a pride of lions in the forest. So in this melee, one of the little lion cubs got lost among the deer and the rest of the pride went away. Now the poor deers, they looked after this little cub. They thought one more little thing and it grew up and became a lion, full-grown lion. Now, this lion was a vegetarian because it lived with the deer and it behaved like a deer. It was very gentle. It wouldn't hurt anybody. It actually didn't realize that actually it was a lion and not. So one day another pride came to a pride of lions, a group of lions to attack they come only when they're looking for food generally, not like human beings who like to kill even when we are not hungry. They kill only for food. Anyway, they came there and they attacked the deer, and then suddenly they found out that there is one among us living here, making the same kind of noises like a deer, eating the same food. So the head of the pride said, "Hey, don't you know you're a lion?" He said, "No, I'm a deer." He said, "Come." So he pulled him. So there's a story, of course. So he pulled him towards a pond where the water was like clear, like a mirror, and said, "Look." He looked and he looked back and he said, "Hey, I look like you." He said, "Yeah, you're us. You're not belonging to the deer fam. Roar," he said. And then he roared for the first time. The story simply means it's not a comparison between a deer and a lion. The story illustrates, as Swami Vivekananda said, he was very fond of saying, is that somebody asked him, is meditation hypnosis, self-hypnosis? He said, no. Matter of fact, it is dehypnosis. It is waking up from the understanding that you're a limited human being to the understanding that you are a part of the all eternal, all-pervading divine. It's a dehypnosis, he said. So in states when we are in real bad, I have to say you another story how faith helps. Faith and hope. I think I have a little more time, few more minutes. There is a story about the founder of Islam, the Prophet. He had to run away overnight from Medina because he was attacked he knew that he was going to be killed by the Bedouins. So he had to run off at night. He had only one faithful survivor one faithful assistant of his, who was Omar, who was also a good sportsman, a swordsman, and they left at the middle of the night. Halfway through, they got tired, and in the desert, there was a cave. So they went into the cave. Now, inside the cave, they sat and they prayed, no food. While they were praying, they heard the sound of hoops. So the assistant of the Prophet said, "Sir, we are going to be killed." Said, "Why?" "I can hear the sound of the hoofs of the camels and the horses." And from my understanding, I've counted, there are at least 25 people coming. And there is nothing else here except the cave. If they come into the cave, we are finished. And his teacher supposed to have told him, "Listen, you haven't understood me for all these years." And he also said, "And we are alone. We are just the two of us. And there are 22 people coming." He said, "See, have you listened to me ever? Don't you know that there is a third who is more powerful than all the 22 and hundreds and thousands of people? We are connected to that who is mightier than these 22, the third." And Omar said, "Where?" He said, "Okay, you relax, you do your prayer. I'll tell you later." So the story is that the riders came, and when they came to the cave, they said to each other, "There is somebody hiding here, probably." So the leader went to look at the mouth of the cave. In the desert, there are these huge desert spiders. In the interim period, when they went in and these people came, the desert spider had built a huge web around the mouth of the cave. So the leader said, "No, nobody could have gone in. If they have to go in, they have to break the web. So there's nobody there." So they rode off. And the Muhammad said to his assistant, "So see, this is the third one who has helped us, who you couldn't see. Hope, faith." With faith, whether you call that being by any name. In fact, the Rig Veda says, "Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vedanti." The truth is one. The wise call it by many names. Understanding is that there is this truth which is there, and a spark of this is in all of us. And if we can tune into that, I think basically that's what meditation is all about. Dhyana is one pointed attention in the heart. When I say heart, it's not the organ that pumps blood. I'm talking about the hridaya. Please watch. The word hridaya, the last word is daya. Hridaya. So, and it's unique. It's not unique to one person, every human being. In fact, every living being, but other living beings do not have the capacity to consciously recognize it. We do as human beings. And inside, so therefore, basically meditation is to tune into that self. Therefore, faith and hope go together. They're like the rivers that merge into the ocean. And if this much is there, we can fight, we can go against any problem. I have noticed this. I come down to the present time we are passing through. My parampara is Kriya Yoga, but let's not discuss Kriya, but any yoga, any meditation, any faith. You will find that people who had some faith in a divine being, they may not all be yogis and Vedantists who think that the divine being is inside, maybe not, but have been able to pass through this pandemic much better than others. Not only that, faith brings strength, and strength gets rid of fear. I would say that 50% of our problem has been during the panic was fear. Why? Because fear immediately breaks down your immunity. Sorry if there are doctors, I can't argue or discuss with you, but it's a fact that when you're afraid, when you're down in the dumps, your immunity systems also fail. Even if you go any drugs, any medicines, if the immunity system fails, it's very difficult to revive a person. However, if you have that, then I'm not saying that medical treatment is not required. I'm only saying that when this happens, there is more strength, there is more energy, there is more chance of success, there is more chance of coming out of the situation. I have seen this throughout. And of course, there are some immunity boosters, which I can't discuss with you right now. There are some yogic, well, why not? There are some yogic techniques, two simple things which I have taught to so many people, and I have evidence that it helped many people. I have evidence from a very senior doctor in the AIIMS in Rishikesh that a patient who, I'm not saying any names, a patient who was, they thought is not going to come out of the hospital has walked free and is now troubling me to do this, do that. What happened? Basically, in the midst of all the treatment, she continued to do the pranayam and she continued to do, sorry, I shouldn't say he or she, this person continued to do a particular technique, which is a great immunity booster. Now, immunity boosters meaning, first, let me tell you, faith, first, foremost immunity booster, hope that if it is down, it is to come up at some point. We are going to come out of here. We are going to achieve it. We are going to hope. And this is well known to a sadhak. When you start your spiritual journey, you think, oh my God, how am I going to do this? It's a long journey. If you don't have hope, you probably quit. If you have hope, you stick. And you achieve it. And when you have faith and hope, divinity is also by your side, believe me. So, before I go into this, a small 1 minute immunity booster I'm going to show you. Basically, we have forgotten how to breathe. We always breathe. We think that breathing means to take the breath into your lungs, inhale, pull your stomach in. Somehow there is this fear that the tummy might bulge. And then you fill your chest, then you look like an athlete. What we forget is that breathing also involves the lower part of the lungs. Send in some oxygen there. Your tummy is not going to bulge. In fact, your stomach muscles will become stronger. So in yogic breathing, which is an immunity booster, and especially in a situation where you have a virus like COVID-19, which generally attacks the lungs and causes the bronchioles to get blocked and create pneumonia, to keep the lungs irrigated with oxygen is a very important thing. And the exercise is simply to take a deep breath and raise your hands up. Why raise your hands up? Because all this area is then free. So when you inhale, hold, push your air down, take it up again, exhale, bring your hand down. I have, during the COVID, when it was going on at its height, the first wave, I recorded this on YouTube and I've sent many. If you go and check on YouTube to get details, Sri M, just put Sri M on YouTube and you will get these exercises. The other is a simple exercise called Brahmari. Now, Brahmari is basically like making the sound of a bumblebee. Recently, a doctor from the WHO said, hum your way to health. It's like humming. How do you do that? So you just take a breath and as you exhale, make a humming sound like the bumblebee which comes outside your window. So, like this. Spiritually, it awakens the centers in the Sahasrara. Physically, it's an immunity booster because it builds nitric oxide in your system, in your breathing apparatus. And nitric oxide is a great deterrent against virus attacks, infections. Do it for 5 minutes every day, Brahmari. If you combine with closing your ears and doing, you also massage the vagus nerve endings in your ear, and therefore the vagus nerve, which is in charge of the heartbeat as well as the lungs, is also relaxed. What we do is put our thumb in this, close it. This has been demonstrated. So many hundreds of people have tried this and it has been of great use even while they are hospitalized, and sometimes to prevent them from being hospitalized. Of course, again, let me give you the precaution. Be practical, wear masks, social distancing, all this is fine, but people get it in spite of that. So these are two practical exercises that I wanted to give you. Before I conclude, lest we think that this is the first time that the world is going through this situation, I have something to read out. I'll read only excerpts, but please listen carefully. In 1918, there was something called the Spanish flu. I don't know, many of you might have heard this. In 1918, there was this Spanish flu. Why was it called the Spanish flu? It has nothing to do with Spain, really, because those days no news came out of Spain and every other country could control its media. So they said, oh, it came from Spain. Even now people say it came from somewhere, from there, here. Fact is, it is here. How to deal with it, that is more important. Doesn't matter where it came from. So anyway, I'm going to read you something written by a great writer whom I admire, whose name is Professor Gerard de Groot. Maybe you might have read Professor Gerard de Groot. This is about this Spanish flu of 1918. See how many people died. How many people died, what happened, and how we bounce back. So we will bounce back definitely from this also. Like this old song, Hum Honge Kamyab. Yes, we will definitely come out of this. We have to be careful. We have to do what is essential. We need to have faith. We need to have hope. So let me just quickly read this. In April 1918, 20 sumo wrestlers in Taiwan became mysteriously ill. 3 died. Some became so sick that they couldn't again ever do any sumo wrestling. I won't read exactly, but I will. There were diagnoses of colitis, bronchitis, pneumonia. Finally, they found out that it was the real culprit was influenza. Those days, influenza was not known. There was no real treatment. In fact, some people might smile at this. The only treatment available was they were told to drink whiskey. That didn't help, of course. But I'm sure in the evening everybody has a drink. So those who drink will be happy to hear that. But it didn't work as a cure. Maybe it pepped up their faith or made them happy. I don't know. But anyway, so then what happened? This was named the Spanish flu for some strange reason. And there was, it remained, I must tell you how many people died with the Spanish flu. 30 million people died. Spanish flu, no treatment. We are in a better state. At least we know there is vaccination, treatment is possible. We know this. But in those days, it was a mystery. People were dying by the hundreds. 30 million people is the number of death number. If you put 2 world wars together, they died. And what happened? We bounced back. It was an international affair. It was called the Spanish flu. But so all I'm saying is, let's not lose hope. We'll bounce back. Keep in mind that all fear does not help immunity. So have faith, sing bhajans, listen to mantras, do meditation, do breathe, do something, and hold on to the understanding that if we are down, we're going to go up. In fact, things are better now, and I'm sure they will move forward. So have faith, and have faith's elder sister is hope. So stick to hope, and certainly we shall move forward. My time is over. There are 15 minutes are there. I was told that there might be a question answer session. If you,
We have some more time. So
yeah, but I want to wind up. So I think I'll spend the rest of the time. If you have any questions, we can discuss the matter. My concluding statement is, have faith in oneself. If you believe in God, have faith in God. And have hope that we will bounce back from the situation that we are in. Open to discussion. Thank you.
Hello.
Really insightful and illuminating talk by Sri M. Thank you so much. The foundation is
Please,
what
please,
makes
please,
our
Swapna,
gift
please hold. Shivaraman,
sustainable
please
and
hold.
life.
Over to Paul for a question and answer session, please.
Master, we have a few questions from the audience.
Sir,
The first one is during your walk of faith in the interaction with the nation, what are the three top aspirations of the people, and like, no, what was it fringing on hope, or was it fringing on something else? So, what was your feedback? How did you think? What are the three top aspirations of it?
see, uh, aspirations of every citizen of this country, as far as I've seen, whether they are in a rural area or whether they are in the cities, they want to live together and consider this nation as part of their whole psyche. Nobody wants any divisive tendencies to come up. This is what I noticed throughout my walk. I have gone to temples, I have gone to mosques, I have gone to churches, because religion plays a very deep part in our country. It does in other countries, but in India it's special because it has. And I kept stressing on them that, look, we are all human beings. And being human beings, we are part of the same group. We are not different. We may change our labels. We may have other names. We may belong to a religion. As long as I don't think that I am the only person who is right and the other is always wrong, this country has great potential. This is, and the aspirations. Sometimes you walked into little villages. We were walking, okay? Little villages where there was nothing. That we went to a small village in rural Maharashtra where the population was 800 or 500 or something like that. And the word had spread that there's some guy walking for peace and hope. And they were the villages with their, those in Maharashtra, and they wear those white topis, Gandhi caps. They were all waiting outside, including the Sarpanch. And we were welcomed, taken under a peepal tree, made to sit down. The poor guy, somehow they managed to give tea to all the 300 people or so who were walking with us. Somehow they managed. And we sat down and had a chat under the peepal tree, and they had nothing against anybody. They were the wonderful thing. This is India. I walk around the village and I see there's a tomb. It's a dargah because there is some green color on it. So I asked the village Sarpanch, what is this? He said, this is the tomb of a saintly person who lived here, a Muslim guy who used to live here. I said, sir, now who is looking up? He said, his family is dead and gone. There is nobody here now. We are all Hindus. We are looking after the tomb because he was a saintly person that matters. This is something deep in our system because the philosophy and religion of this country is kind of, you can't confine it to any small location or any. Look at the statement, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Does Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu means only I should be happy, or I will be happy, or my happiness is all that is my concern? No, because this is of the recognition that every human being has the divinity in. So this is there, even if people don't know Vedanta, it's deeply there in most people's hearts here. So I think with a little bit of effort, there is great hope for this country. Aspiration, the people, they're not very this thing about making a lot of money or doing that, all that. But they know they want to be happy, they want to be peaceful, they want to live together, and they're proud of the country. This is very important to note. This is what I felt, sir.
Thank you for that answer, Sri M. Another question that has come up is, how do you overcome anxiety?
What is that? How do you overcome? I didn't
Anxiety.
get that. Anxiety. Oh, yes. Now, honestly, it's not so easy to overcome anxiety. Some people think that to get rid of anxiety, when you're about to do something or talk to someone, think of all the good things that will happen and don't worry and so on. I always, before I start something, look at the worst scenario. If this happens, how do I handle it? Then all those little things become irrelevant. And generally it ends up that there is no such calamity coming. But what I mean to say is, uh, anxiety is a fear that comes because we don't have enough faith in ourselves. So if we develop faith in ourselves, if you go back and look at our lives when we were anxious in different situations, and we say, but then everything turned out okay, even though I was anxious. So slowly handle the factor that understand deeply that anxiety is not going to help. That is the first thought that should come. If I'm anxious, it is not going to help me in any way in whatever I'm trying to do. When this thought sinks deep in, the brain will work out ways and means to handle the anxiety. So this thought is essential. Okay. If there are any practical exercises, yes, a little bit of deep breathing with your eyes closed, with your complete attention on your breath helps generally to free oneself from. Suppose you're going for an interview, you're anxious, you're going to meet. Sit down quietly somewhere, close your eyes, go deep within. I mean, in the sense, watch your breath, inhale and exhale. Basically, this is the same thing in a developed form called Vipassana. But just watch your inhalation, watch your exhalation, spend 2 minutes this way, and then go. And say to yourself, I'm going to face this situation. I have faced many such situations. I will come out successful in this. That's all that is required. And believe me, the human mind is like connected to each other. So if I am peaceful and if I mean good, the guy who sits in front of me, however aggressive, slowly begins to sense it. And then they know, oh, this guy doesn't mean any bad thing. So then everything settles down. So, any other question?
Uh, Thank you. Another question, again related to the first one, would be: in the wake of severe severe adversity, both physical and in the professional world, how do you keep your faith at this time?
Keep your faith.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the time when you should keep your faith. When everything is hunky-dory, what is the need of faith? Everything is all right. It's only when you're down in the dumps that we need to have faith. Yes, I'm going to come up from this. So there is no technique for this. You should understand that we have passed through. This is why I wanted to read about, I read about the Spanish flu. 30 million people dead, and we have bounced back to normal. People have forgotten what is the Spanish flu. In the same way, all situations in life, when they are difficult, we should go ahead saying that I have hope, that I'm going to work on this. Let me see what will happen. I'll tell you why. If I sit down and worry about, oh, I won't succeed, what is going to happen? I'm not going to take even the first step. So forget all the negative thoughts in your mind and take your first step. What is the first step? Have faith in yourself. All, let me tell you this. Do you know that you might be knowing Thomas Alva Edison, one of the greatest inventors we had, who didn't even go to school, probably. He worked after 99 failures. The 100th effort was successful. What was that? The electric bulb. Today you switch on, you flick a switch and you have the light. Poor Edison worked so hard on it. He failed 99 times. He didn't give up. That's called hope. And the 100th was successful. So we have the bulb now. We don't know how much effort was put into this today. We just switch it on. So that kind of faith is very, very important to have. If you have that kind of faith, believe me, things will work out. It has happened to me. Well, if they don't work out, move forward. Leave it and move forward. Something else is going to work out. Use your failure as a stepping stone. Relax for some time and figure out why you failed and move forward. And don't ascribe mysterious reasons to failure and mysterious reasons to success. When Einstein was, a faith is required, of course. When Einstein was asked, what is your secret? I'm sorry, Edison was asked, what is his secret? He said, you must be having inspiration all the time. Famous words of Edison. 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So while inspiration is required, perspiration is also required. So we can't say, oh, nothing works for me. I must be ready to work. I must be ready to work against adversities. I must be ready to think that I'm going to succeed. That's where hope comes into play. Thank you.
Thank you. In this hope deficit scenario of today, how does a service organization like Rotary contribute?
I won't call it the hope deficit situation.
Okay.
I refuse to call it a hope deficit situation. It is a time when hope is a little low. Yes, I agree, because of all this that we have gone through. Now, what is the motto of Rotary? What did Paul P. Harris say? Service above self? Service above self. Every Rotarian must be knowing this. Service above self. Now, keep your attention on service above self, and you'll see how things turn out in the other direction. When you understand that this grief is not only for me, but also for hundreds and millions of people around me, then my grief is diminished. It becomes part of the whole, right? And then I say, let me serve the other. I'm okay. Look, at least I have a house, I have food, I have a place to sleep. I'm either not had COVID or I'm free of it and I've taken 2 vaccinations, suppose. Now what do? Sit home? Go and look after the other guy who is still not in the same state as I am. That's called service above the self. I know it needs money. I heard Rotarian Muthu Palaniappan ask for help and so on. Of course, you can't run anything without money. I understand that. But the main thing is the mind. If the mind is clear, everything happens. Especially if you're going to do a good thing. Ramana Maharshi once said that when you run behind things seem to run away from you. You say, I don't want anything. I want to do good. All things come behind you. In fact, Jesus Christ in the New Testament said something similar. He said, seek ye first the kingdom of the God and the rest shall be added unto you. My advice to Rotarians, seek ye first service above self and the rest shall come by itself. I'm telling you, this is honestly from my heart. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. One last question before we call it a session for the day.
Sure.
There are a lot of questions, so I'm trying to get in which are common questions so that most of the people get answers to their questions. One last question is, how do we face challenges?
This is what we've been discussing all along, ma'am. How to face challenges. In fact, I would say that life is really insipid and useless if we don't have challenges. Let's put it that way. There's no challenge. What is life all about? Life itself is a challenge. You know what Darwin said? Survival of the fittest. What does that mean? To survive, you have to be fit. There's no way out. So I think challenges are part of life. The problem is we think that there should be no challenges, then life will be hunky-dory. No, impossible. There is no situation in this life where there is no some challenge or the other. I know people who are very rich, they have other challenges. I know people who are very poor, their challenge is I'm not rich. So challenge is part of life. So instead of running away from it, I know sometimes you have to run away, you have to take some opium and so on. I'm not an advocate of opium, but what I mean. But we need to face challenge in the face. The only way to get rid of fear, for instance, is to face it. You cannot get rid of it out. Suppose somebody is in the dark somewhere, there is someone lurking, there's a devil there, don't go. If you're afraid and if you don't go, you will never go out any day from your house because of the fear. One day, just take it into your hands and say, let the devil attack me, I'm going out. Go out and say, there is no devil out there in the dark, and there you're free. So Take challenges, don't use the word challenge. Take it as a pointer to move my life forward. Say that a challenge is a milestone. I have traveled this way. I said 12 kilometers more, and now I'm going to do it. I think that's the only attitude. If you have faith, either in yourself or in a divinity, or the divinity is in you, it can be anything. Or you have faith in humanitarian efforts also, that you should look after others. If that is also there in your mind, then you can certainly face the challenge. Again, I have to reiterate, faith and hope are very important. Can we call it a day? I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah. Thank you, Shri M, for answering those questions and enlightening us with your experiences and your knowledge.
Thank you very much.
Foundation is what makes our gifts into sustainable and life-changing projects around the world. In fact, it only takes $2 to save a child from polio. I now invite DRFC Ambalavanan to recognize the significant contributors among the donors in our district.
Good morning to one and all. Our 104-year-old Rotary Foundation has been doing good in the world. Started with $26.5, has now grown to an asset base of more than $1.4 billion, receiving annual contribution of more than $400 million and spending over 90% in humanitarian service projects and grants. This was only possible due to our benevolent Rotarians and donors who have enriched the world with their contributions. We have brought peace and goodwill, nearly ending the polio, fighting diseases, improving literacy and alleviating poverty in our communities we serve. Our RI District 3232 has been consistently shown positive growth in contributions of over $1 million. This year, as on date, our giving has crossed 1.5 million and has an All India ranking of 3 in total giving. We have still few days left in this Rotary year. With the support of all our T20 club presidents and donors of our district, we hope to touch $1.75 million. So far, we have 27 donors who have achieved new levels of major donors with 38 major gifts of $10,000. In the days to follow, we hope to surpass the last year's figures of EREY, sustaining and PHS eligible members. Our global grant projects have been spectacularly successful. This year, we saw the highest project value of $2.4 million, bringing in cash contribution of more than $1.3 million in over 23 projects submitted. With the 16 projects submitted that was 100% approved and 7 in submission stage. Of this, 11 are Project Orange, and we have 4 other Project Orange being hosted by other RI districts. As on date, the top 10 clubs are shown, starting from Rotary Club of Madras Coromandel, Madras East, Madras Midtown, and up to Madras Central Aditya have contributed close to $700,000 for this year. The top emerging clubs are as follows. The top 10 TRF contributing emerging clubs, that is, clubs that are chartered in the last 5 years, are ranked here. Thanks to Project Orange, close to $200,000 were the contributions made by them, with Chennai Utsav bringing in $84,000. A gift is never little. A $2 contribution from a piggy bank saving is as valuable as a $10,000 contribution of a major donor. As we recognize the top givers of our Rotary Foundation, we are grateful to all the donors who have contributed during these challenging times, who had honored their commitment, who had contributed now and not postponing their giving, who had cherished by this giving. We are now saluting and recognizing individual Rotarians and donors who have donated more than $10,000 this year and have achieved new levels of Arch Club Society and major donor recognitions, and who have contributed in this Rotary year from 1st July to the current date credited in our RI records. On the top of the list is AK's member Ravi Raman and Ann Shobana Ravi of Rotary Club of Madras Coromandel, who have contributed in this year $108,000 to have reached $358,700. That is close to about 2.5 crores. Second in the list is Mr. Vijay Madiseri and Rotarian Mala Srinivasan of Rotary Club of Chennai Utsav, who have generously contributed $80,000 to Project Orange Vision Centers. Third in the list is myself at a contribution of $68,000 at fourth level of major donor. Next is our past DRFCC of our district, Rotarian S.V. Veeramani and his spouse Radha, who have become AKS members in this year with a contribution of $40,000 to have reached $253,000. Next is Rotarian Pradeep V.S. Cholayil of Rotary Club of Madras Metro at major donor level 3 with a total contribution of $75,000, this year's contribution of $40,000. Next is our own DG, Rotarian S. Muthupalaniappan and Kamala of Rotary Club of Madras Central Aditya, who are Arch Club Society member trustee circle with a total donation of $283,000 and this year's contribution of around $25,000. Next is Rotarian Ananta Sayanan Sheshan of Rotary Club of Gindi at major donor level 2 and this year's contribution of $17,900. Our T20 president, Rotarian Sharda Ramani and Mr. Ramani of Rotary Club of Chennai Thiruvanmiyur at major donor level 2 with this year's contribution of $16,000. Rotarian Asha Marina and Mr. Kumar of Rotary Club of Madras South at major donor level 2, this year's contribution of $15,000. C. Manikavel and Sumati of Rotary Club of Madras West, major donor level 1, this year's contribution of $15,000. Rotarian Aditya Agarkar of Rotary Club of Madras Coromandel, major donor level 1, this year's contribution of $15,000. Rotarian Vinod Sarogi, Rotary Club of Madras Central, major donor third level, total donation of $127,000, this year's contribution of $12,650. M.R.N. Rao, Rotary Club of Chennai, Nolambur, major donor level 1, this year's contribution of $11,800. Rotarian ISAK Nasser, Rotary Club of Anna Nagar Aditya, major donor third level, total donation of $75,500, this year's contribution of $10,550. T20 President Rotarian DK Jain, Rotary Club of Chennai Capital at major donor level 1, this year's contribution of $10,550. Rotarian JB Kamdar and Marlin of Rotary Club of Madras, Arch Club Society members, Chair Circle with a total donation of more than $500,000 and this year's contribution of $10,250. Rotarian Devendran of Rotary Club of Anna Nagar Aditya at major donor level 2, this year's contribution of $10,000. Rotarian R. Srinivasan and Sujata, Rotary Club of Chennai East Arepuram at major donor level 2, this year's contribution of $10,000. Rotarian Jagadish of Rotary Club of Madras at major donor level 2, this year's contribution of $10,000. T20 President Rotarian Ananthakumaran and Aarti, Rotary Club of Madras Downtown at major donor level 1, this year's contribution of $10,000. Rotarian David Deva Sahayam of Rotary Club of Madras Metro, major donor level 1, this year contribution of $10,000. Rotarian Murugesh G, Rotary Club of Madras Industrial City, major donor first level, this year contribution of $10,000. T20 President Rotarian Vidya and Mr. Gopal, Rotary Club of Chennai Sunrise, major donor level 1, this year contribution of $10,000. T20 President Deepak Kumar Sangi, Rotary Club of Chennai ECR, major donor level 1, this year contribution of $9,500. Rotarian Usha Rani Kannan, Rotary Club of Chennai InfoCity, major donor level 1, this year contribution of $9,500. T20 President V. Rajendran of Rotary Club of Alandur, major donor level 1, contribution of $9,020. Rotarian Sriram Durvi, Rotary Club of Chennai Capital, major donor level 1, this year contribution of $8,501. Justice S. Rajeshwaran and T20 President Rotarian Bhuvana Rajeshwaran of Rotary Club of Arch City Madras with a major donor level 1 and this year's contribution of $5,894. Rotarian Satish of Rotary Club of Adyar, first level major donor with this year's contribution of $6,527. T20 President Srikanth and Usha of Rotary Club of Chennai Upscale, first level major donor and this year contribution of $552. Rotarian Bala Murugan of Rotary Club of Madras Central Aditya, major donor level 1 with this year contribution of $4,287. Rotarian J. Venugopal and Janagi of Rotary Club of Guindy, first level major donors with this year's contribution of $3,305. Rotarian K.V. Jai Singh, Rotary Club of Madras West, first level major donor with this year's contribution of $506. Rotarian Vasudha Rajashekar and Mr. Rajashekar, Rotary Club of Madras East, first level major donors with a contribution of $41 for this year. Thank you so much to all the valued donors of our districts who have enriched our lives with their valued contributions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DRFC Ambalavanan, for the recognition of the donors. Before we move on, let's go for a short commercial break.
ಮೊದಲು ಅರುವಂತ
என்ன டாபிக் பாரு
Go work. Go ethnic.
வேற என்ன போட்டது?
Go fun. Go party. Palazzos for every occasion from Go Colors.
Friends, I have an happy announcement to be made here today. When we talk about Rotary Foundation, we have to definitely talk about Arts Club Society members. This year, I have the proud privilege of once again announcing the first Arts Club Society member of our district for the year 2021, our own Rotarian past president, S.V. Veeramani, who has been a DRFC in our district. He has contributed $40,000 this year, and he has cumulatively reached $250,000 to become the first Arts Club Society member of this district for this year 2021. You all know a cumulative contribution of $250,000 to Rotary Foundation will get the recognition of Arts Club Fellow, the coveted presence of your own picture in the gallery at the Evanston headquarters. Past DRFC Ambalawanan is another Arts Club Society member for this year. Before calling Ambalawanan, may I now invite past DRFC Veeramani to say a few words. He has been a source of inspiration for all of us. He has been a mentor and guide for me as far as the TRF activities are concerned. And I'm inspired by his leadership. I'm extremely happy that he has chosen to become AKF member during this particular year. He was very particular in becoming an AKF member this year. Thank you, sir. Over to
Thank you.
Veeramani.
Thank you. I'm very happy to contribute to Rotary Foundation, and also particularly with respect to our Orange project, which is very close to the heart of our DG Rotary Muthu Payaniyappan. I'm happy that this particular money is going for a very good cause, for avoidable blindness. And my contribution to Rotary Foundation will always continue forever. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Rotarian Biramani and spouse Radha for the wonderful contribution. Thank you. Next, may I now invite our own DRFC Rotarian Ambalawanan. Ambalawanan has contributed close to $1 lakh in the beginning of this year. And this year he has added with a substantial contribution of $68,000 to Rotary Foundation. So he has come to the level of $1,68,000. And there is a provision in Rotary Foundation that anyone can choose to become an AKS member by contributing 1/3 of the remaining contribution that will take you to $250,000. So he also chose to become an AKS member during this year, 2021, by contributing $1,68,000. The remaining, he has plans to contribute in the next 2 years. So today, I'm happy to announce that he is the second Arts Club Society member for the year 2021. Ambalawanan, you have led the district by being a DRFC in great style, and we are in the verge of creating history, even in the combined district. Our attempt to reach $1.75 million with the large-hearted Rotarians who are present here, if they all wish, we can definitely do that. It's not because that we want to achieve cross some goals, because we want to scale up the contribution to Rotary Foundation in our district. Thank you, Ambalawanan, for all the support. Congratulations for becoming an AKS member. I congratulate you and your spouse Geeta for becoming an AKS member. Thank you. Over to you for a few words on AKS.
Oh yeah, it has been a great giving experience to the Rotary Foundation because it goes to the needy, number one. Number two, most of the fund, nearly 90% of our funds goes to the projects and services. And third is the 7 focus areas, which is very close to everyone's heart. And these 3 reasons why I chose Rotary Foundation is my choice of giving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambal. And I'm also happy to announce the T20 presidents have chosen to contribute for one Orange Hybrid Vision Center. They have collectively received a contribution of more than 12 lakhs. And I would like to announce here that with the contribution of 12 lakhs coming from the T20 presidents by themselves, we are going to have 2 Orange Vision Centers named under the T20 banner. And as well as our TSP presidents, our district trainer Srini, president of the year 17-18, they are seriously working to get a contribution of more than 10 lakhs for one Orange Vision Center. I really appreciate the effort. Hope it will come very soon. Thank you, PDG Srini, for that excellent effort. Thank you. He himself has donated $10,000 for Project Orange. Thank you.
இப்போ நான் எதை பத்தி பேசுறேன் நீங்க எல்லாரும் யோசிப்பீங்க இல்லையா? Yes, we're talking about Project Orange. Our DG's vision is to eradicate avoidable blindness in our country. So let's watch a video to understand more about Project Orange.
Hey Radha, I've been hearing about the Project Orange everywhere. So are you going to tell me more about it today?
Sure, Nagu. Orange is a mega project to reach affordable and quality primary eye care to underprivileged people in India. This is to combat avoidable blindness in India, you know.
Oh, that's interesting, Radha.
Just take a look at this video now. You will understand better.
ஏப்பா இவரை மட்டும் விட்டுட்டு எல்லாரும் திருவிழா போயிட்டாங்க?
அவருக்கு கண்ணு சரியா தெரியாதுப்பா. யாரோட துணை இல்லாம எப்படி போவாரு?
பாவம் பெருசு, திருவிழா பார்க்க முடியுமா தனியா உட்காந்துருக்கு.
ஹே, என்ன இவ பையன் ஸ்கூலுக்கு போகாம விளையாடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கான்? நல்லா படிப்பானே அவன்.
இப்பெல்லாம் அவனால சரியா புத்தகத்தை பார்த்து படிக்க முடியலையா?
முதல்ல கண்டக்டர் கிட்ட காமிக்க சொல்லணும்.
ஏண்டா
செல்வம் இப்போ எப்படா குடும்பத்தை ஓட்டுறான்?
அவன்டா அவன் எப்போ அவன் கண் பார்வை போச்சோ அப்போவே எல்லாம் போச்சுடா. இப்போ ரொம்ப கஷ்டம்டா. ஏதோ எல்லாரும் உதவி செஞ்சு தான் குடும்பத்தை காப்பாற்றுறாங்க.
முன்னாலே கண்ணை டாக்டர்கிட்ட பார்த்துக்கணும்டா.
பார்த்தீங்களா, இந்த சில நொடிகளே நம்மளால் இருட்டில் இருக்க முடியல. எப்படி இவங்கெல்லாம் காலம் பூராவும் இருட்டில் நினைக்கவே கஷ்டமாக இருக்குல்ல.
Orange, a ray of sight, Avoidable Blindness Free India, an initiative supported by Rotary District 3232.
80% of the blindness or avoidable blindness in India. Out of this, only 20% get proper access to medical facility. Our aim through Orange is to establish vision centers across all villages and ensure that everyone gets proper medical care.
Orange is a hybrid vision center set up for every 60,000 population in all the location. They are partnered with all the leading eye care hospitals, and we are right now tied up with 15 eye care hospitals which manages all these centers, you know, Nagu. Take a look at the video, Nagu. They have narrated it so very well, even the needy poor will understand.
கேளுங்கய்யா கேளுங்கய்யா முத்து முத்தா மூணு சேதி. அட கேளுங்கய்யா கேளுங்கய்யா முத்து முத்தா மூணு சேதி. கண்ண காக்க வந்த ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர், இது ஹைபிரிட் விஷன் சென்டர். கேளுங்கய்யா கேளுங்கய்யா முத்து முத்தா மூணு சேதி. வீடு தேடி வந்திடும் பைக்கு தம்பி, ஆரஞ்சு பைக்கு தம்பி. சின்ன சின்ன செக்கப் செஞ்சு கண்ணோட குறை நிறைய சொல்லிடும் பைக்கு தம்பி, ஆரஞ்சு பைக்கு தம்பி. கேளுங்கய்யா நல்லா கேளுங்கய்யா கேளுங்கய்யா முத்து முத்தா மூணு சேதி. கண்ண காக்க வந்த ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர், இது ஹைபிரிட் விஷன் சென்டர். கேளுங்கய்யா கேளுங்கய்யா முத்து முத்தா மூணு சேதி. கண்ணுல ஏதேனும் குறை இருந்தா, நம்ம கண்ணுல ஏதேனும் குறை இருந்தா, ஊருக்குள்ள இருக்குது ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர், இது ஹைபிரிட் விஷன் சென்டர். ஆமா நல்லா செக்கப்பு செய்வாங்க, மருந்து கொடுப்பாங்க குறைஞ்ச விலையில. கண்ணாடி கிடைக்கும் கண்ணாடி, கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாடி. கேளுங்கய்யா வந்து கேளுங்கய்யா கேளுங்கய்யா முத்து முத்தா மூணு சேதி. முத்தான சேதியில மூணாவது சேதி. அதற்கும் மேல தேவை என்றால் கண்ணோட உயர் சிகிச்சைக்கு பெரிய கண் மருத்துவமனை இருக்கு. இதை வழங்கிடும் ஆரஞ்சு ஓர் உயரிய திட்டம், இதை வழங்கிடும் ஆரஞ்சு ஓர் உயரிய திட்டம்.
Orange Vision Center, an initiative of Rotary District 3232.
It's a very good idea to provide them eye care support because that's going to help them economically also, right?
You're right, Nagu. That's why our DG Muthu gave a thrust to this idea, and he's raising funds through global grants, individual donors, CSR, even during this challenging time, you know. Totally 189 hybrid vision centers are added till now, and they keep adding constantly. And even during the pandemic, they have inaugurated 12 centers, do you know, Nagu?
So, can I ask my driver to go and check his eyes?
Orange hybrid vision centers are available in all the districts in Tamil Nadu: Greater Chennai, Tiruvallur, Chengalpet, Tiruvannamalai, Kanjipuram, Vellore, Salem, Erode, Karur, Trichy, Karaikudi, Sivagangai, and in Andhra Pradesh, Nellore and Sri City, and also in Jammu and Kashmir.
Wow, that's a very good coverage. So, how are they getting footfalls?
Lot of celebrities are endorsing this, Nagu, and this familiarization videos are aired in all the cable TVs, you know, and you should check out the one with Chef Damu.
வணக்கங்க. இன்னைக்கு தாமு என்ன சமையல் குறிப்பு சொல்ல போறாருன்னு பாக்குறீங்களா? என்னதான் நல்லா சமைக்க தெரிஞ்சாலும் கண்ணு நல்லா தெரிஞ்சாதானே சமைக்க முடியும். ஆமாங்க, நம்ம கண்ணோட ஆரோக்கியத்துக்கு தேவையான குறிப்பு தான் இப்போ நான் உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல போறேன். நல்ல காரத்துக்கு குண்டூர் மிளகாய், தக்காளினா ஊட்டி, வெங்காயத்துக்கு பெல்லாரின்னு எப்படி நம்ம தேடி தேடி அலையாம நம்ம வீட்டு பக்கத்திலேயே கிடைக்குதோ அதே மாதிரி நம்ம கண்ணை பார்த்துக்கிறதுக்கும் ரொம்ப தூரம் போக வேண்டியது இல்லைங்க. உங்க ஊர்லயே இருக்கிற ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டருக்கு போனா போதும். நீங்க கூட போகலாம். ஆரஞ்சு பைக் தம்பி உங்க வீட்டுக்கு வந்து கண்ணை பரிசோதனை செய்வாங்க. கண்ணில் ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சுன்னா பக்கத்திலேயே இருக்கிற ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர்ல நல்ல முறையில கண் பரிசோதனை செய்வாங்க. அங்கேயே கண்ணுக்கு மருந்து, கண்ணாடி எல்லாம் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஒருவேளை கண்ணுக்கு உயர் சிகிச்சை தேவைப்பட்டா பெரிய கண் மருத்துவமனையில ஆபரேஷனுக்கு தேவையான எல்லா ஏற்பாட்டையும் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர் இது ரோட்டரியின் கண் மருத்துவத்துக்கான விரிவான திட்டம்.
Orange Vision Center, an initiative of Rotary, District 3232.
Good one. So, how much it will cost?
The Hybrid Vision Center costs 13 lakhs. Oh, sorry, you're asking about the consultation fees, is it? It's just 20 rupees per patient. Take a look at this video.
கொடுத்ததெல்லாம் கொடுத்தான்.
டேய் வா, நான் எவ்வளோ கொடுத்தேன்?
20 ரூபா.
எதுக்கு கொடுத்தேன்?
ஆரஞ்சுக்கு.
எங்கடா ஆரஞ்சு?
அதோ.
ஏய், அது ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர்ரா. நான் உன்கிட்ட எவ்வளோ கொடுத்தேன்?
20 ரூபா.
எதுக்கு கொடுத்தேன்?
ஆரஞ்சுக்கு.
கொடுத்தனா?
ஆமா.
ஆரஞ்சுக்கு தானே?
ஆமா.
எங்கடா ஆரஞ்சு?
அதோ.
டேய், 20 ரூபாய்க்கு ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டருக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம் இருக்கு?
சம்பந்தம் இருக்குங்க.
அண்ணே, இந்த பைக் தம்பி தான் என்ன ஆரஞ்சுக்கு கூட்டிட்டு போனாரு.
ரோட்டரி சங்கத்தோட கண் மருத்துவத்துக்கான விரிவான திட்டம் தான் ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டர். உங்க வீட்டுக்கே தேடி வந்து கண் பரிசோதனை செய்வாங்க. உங்க கண்ணுல ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருந்தா பக்கத்திலே இருக்கிற ஆரஞ்சு விஷன் சென்டருக்கு கூட்டிட்டு போவாங்க. அது மட்டும் இல்ல, அங்க வெறும் 20 ரூபாய்க்கு கண் பரிசோதனை செய்வாங்க. அதோட கண்ணுக்கு மருந்து, குறைஞ்ச விலையில கண்ணாடி இதெல்லாம் கிடைக்கும். ஒருவேளை கண்ணுக்கு உயர் சிகிச்சை தேவைப்பட்டா பெரிய கண் மருத்துவமனையில ஆபரேஷனுக்கு தேவையான ஏற்பாட்டையும் பண்ணுவாங்க.
அருமையான திட்டமா இருக்கே. வாடா நம்மளும் போவோம்.
போலாம்.
Orange Vision Center, an initiative of Rotary, District 3232, supported by Aravind Eye Hospital, Shankara Eye Hospital, LV Prasad Eye Institute, Shankara Eye Foundation, MNI Hospital, Kanal Kovilur Eye Hospital, Rangarajan Vision Foundation, BHS Eye Hospital.
Very impressed, Radha. This is a brilliant project.
Wait, Nagu. We'll give you the highlights of this project. This self-sustainable and scalable Orange project will support 1 crore beneficiaries from 2,500 villages, and it supports 25 lakhs spectacles and 5 lakhs surgeries. This will also provide 700 plus direct employment and 1,500 indirect employment. Excellent, is it?
Mind-blowing, Radha. Excellent. So, Orange is a mega project spreading centers all over India with more and more partnering hospitals. Totally agree with you. Orange is a commendable project to combat avoidable blindness.
Orange Vision Center, an initiative of Rotary, District 3232.
We now
Talking about Project Orange, I would like to announce that our past District Governor Rekha Shetty has contributed $10,000 for Project Orange, and she has been through Temple City Club. She has been allotted a location in Avadi. I would like to congratulate past District Governor Rekha Shetty and Jay Shetty for contributing $10,000 to Rotary Foundation for Project Orange and becoming a level 2 major donor for Rotary Foundation. Thank you, Rekha ji. Thank you.
We now have a very interesting guest. Have you ever thought what kind of life we would be leading, particularly in this pandemic world, without the use of space technology? What about navigation? What about communication? Here is the man behind all that. Let us put our hands together to welcome Dr. Shivadanu Pillai. He has had the good fortune of working with some of the greatest minds in space technology in India, including former President APJ Abdul Kalam. He is also worked on many areas of space technology and communication. And today, he is going to speak to us about the impact of space technology on society. Dr. Shivadanu Pillai, he has received several recognitions and has been awarded the Padma Shri and the Padma Bhushan. Let us put our hands together to welcome Dr. Shivadanu Pillai.
எல்லோருக்கும் என் வணக்கம். Good morning to all of you. Rotarian Mr. Muthu Palaniyappan, Governor of the Rotary District 3232, Mr. Natarajan, Chairman of the conference, Mr. Neelakantan, all Rotarians and their families who have assembled here through virtual means, children, students, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed delighted and honored to be part of this great event, Big Bosh conference being arranged by the Noble Rotarians. I'm saying noble because just now I watched the Orange program. I am aware of your kind-hearted missions because I was associated with a number of Rotary clubs in Coimbatore and Chennai, and you are doing a fantastic work. You are concerned for the society, and the help you go and give is really marvelous. Your program, eye program, Orange program, jointly with the eye hospitals in Tamil Nadu and then in Andhra Pradesh, spreading to 2,500 villages is really commendable. I congratulate the Rotary 3232 for this fantastic work. You also helped people during the pandemic. You arranged people who can't walk, you arranged them vehicles to go to the different centers, 15 centers to get vaccinated. You provided rations for them. So all these things are really good. Your kind-heartedness is very well explained. There are many things you have done, many programs you have done, all for the society. And you have gone out of the way to see the society is helped. That's why I'm saying again, you are all noble-hearted people. When you are noble-hearted, God will be with you. So you are blessed people. Now, I was fortunate to work with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for more than 40 years. We traveled together from 1969 from Toronto, worked in the SLV-3 satellite launch vehicle, designed the PSLV configuration. Then he moved to missile. He has taken me there for the missile program at Hyderabad. When he became the scientific advisor to Defense Minister, he put me at Delhi as Chief Controller, R&D for the DRDO. And also I was CEO and MD of the BrahMos program, which is a very unique program, made our country proud to be number one in the world. So this is a long journey with him. And when he was president, he was taking me to all places, all the countries he visited. So I was almost meeting him every day when he was president of India. So it's a big association and I have learned a lot from him. So now I thought I will, because he is worried about saving the earth. His last speech at the place where he died, the speech was on saving the earth. So I thought I should talk about that. And also he was very much concerned with children. So I am trying to combine space technology, children, and saving the earth. So that's why I chose the title, the Space and Future of Humanity. Let me share my slides with you, and you will see my presentations. Share the slides. I hope you are able to see that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, right. In slide mode.
Yes, sir. No, it's okay.
So Space and Future of Humanity, presentation to Rotary 3232 on the Big Bash conference. See, we are all on the earth, we are all there. We are happy with the earth. We are doing a lot of things, good work you are doing, Rotary. Earth is a part of the solar system. Solar system is part of the galaxy Milky Way, and Milky Way is part of the universe. Just to see the universe, if you see the universe, it started 13.77 billion years before with a big glow. Suddenly a glow came and then it spread. This is the first cosmos which got formed. Then there was a dark age, and after 400 million years, some stars started coming in. Many stars came. Then they joined together as a group. They are the galaxies. Then they started moving. Number increased. Trillions of stars came, and they traveled so much, and many new things came. That is how the sun and the solar system got formed. And now it's again going, diverging. Trillions of stars are there in the universe. So the universe is 13.77 years old. Milky Way is 13.2 billion years. Solar system is 4.5 billion years, but the sun came before 4.6 billion years. And the whole universe, we see, there is controlled by a dark energy, which we can't see that, but that is the one which is going to control us. If you look at this universe, this blue line, 69% of the universe is dark energy. 26% is dark matter. That means 95% you can't see what it is. 5% constitutes these following things: hydrogen and helium 4%, stars 0.5%. Then you have got neutrinos, the particles, 0.3%. The Earth-like planets, which are also there, trillions of planets, all put together is only 0.03% of the universe. If you ask me what is the Earth percentage, it is not like that it goes. So we are small part of a small dot, but we think we are big people. People think they are very big. They do all things, but you are very small part of the dot. And the universe is expanding. They thought originally, Einstein thought that the expanded universe will shrink one day. But, to our surprise, what we see the universe is it's expanding. That means not 13.77 billion years universe is going to be there for you. It's very big, has got a big life. Universe has got a big life. It is expanding now. So we are, our children are safe in the universe. So Milky Way came, and the solar system came, and Earth. How the Earth came? It was a disk, just a disk 4.5 billion years before, hot disk with 2,500 degrees centigrade throughout, and the disk over a period of time formed as a globe. That was the time another planet called Theia. The size is like Mars. Where it hit the Earth. To our fortune, it hit it. Because of the hit, the Earth got tilted to 23.5 degrees. And then because it is tilted, we have got the seasons. And you see, if you speak, it is not only tilted, it has given the debris because of the hit. And this debris slowly going around the Earth got formed the moon. So we have got a moon, we have got Earth, and then water came, then land came, life came. So this is the Earth, is a beautiful Earth. The whole of the universe is the only beautiful place. Earth-Moon system. You see Earth to the moon, if you take the distance and divided by the diameter of the moon, it is 108. If you take the sun and the distance divided by the sun's diameter, it is 108. That is why when it is a solar eclipse, the moon would completely cover the sun. So it's almost, we look, the size is same, but the distance is different. Sun is 150 million kilometers away. So how the life started? So Earth, hot disk, finally it became proper Earth. Moon came, and then started slowly, the things got consolidated, and then water came, oxygen came, life came, small life came. Over years, finally that dinosaur came. This is 250 million years before the dinosaur was there. Then over a period of time, the monkeys, gorillas got transferred to the human being. This is what has happened. And our life now 200,000 years old, our human being. So such a great life for the human being, which is quite different from animals. And we see that the people who got settled the early days in India, they were, highly knowledgeable people. Great scientific thoughts and knowledge to the world was given by India. You take anything, astronomy, algebra, atomic theory, aviation, cosmology, medical, anything you take, then finally civilization, agriculture, all these things, if you see, the stamp of the Indian people is very, very marvelous. And that is the one which has spread to the world. World thought there is a place where we should occupy, highly prosperous place. So that period of successive invasions came. Alexander the Great onwards, people came and occupied, and they reduced our prosperity. We didn't participate in the Industrial Revolution. Our economy crashed. We increased our population. We were not able to feed to them. So finally, we got into a big problem of very low prosperity. Then economic growth started, but the real revival of economy came in 1991 when we globalized Indian economy. Then industry growth slowly started. That was the time the information age came, which helped our people to get into the services. So agriculture reduced, in manufacturing started, and then the services component improved. So that's how the economy started growing. But we thought that was the time we should give a vision, 2020 vision to develop India. So we gave a vision document. Dr. Kalam led the team. We were 500 people in the team. So we gave a vision document. Government approved that. But we did not reach the vision what we wanted, developed India, but instead we reached the COVID in 2020. So now in another 5 to 10 years, definitely with the knowledge age coming up, Indian population is very good because we have got 700 million youth with us. So it will be possible to go the prosperity faster. If we look at India, we have done many things, science and technology, we have done many missions. You see the agriculture, we were looking for the PL 480 feed ships to come to Madras for feeding the people earlier in 60s. So we launched the Green Revolution and we are very successful. We are producing now 300 million tons of food grains, and we are now targeting another 5 years time to reach 400 million tons of food grains. Milk is a cooperative movement program started at Anand, Gujarat by Varghese Kurian. Today we are the largest producer of milk in the world. Power, wind energy, we are tapping to the maximum, but it has to further increase. Our next target is to reach 100,000 megawatt using solar. Power generation by nuclear energy is very low, 6,780 megawatt we are producing. We are going for another 12 reactors, but it will not be a big component. But if you look at the computer, we were refused computer in the early stage, but we have made supercomputers and we are working on petaflop computers. IT and ITS, we are doing very well. We crossed $260 billion last year, 2019, we crossed it. And the communication, we have got more than 1 billion connections, land connections and wireless. Then we have pharma, we are doing very well. We are generating $30 billion per year. So if you look at the defense, we have got our nuclear submarine, we have got our combat aircraft, we have got our missiles, strategic missiles, having the nuclear payload going for long distance. Then space program, we have done very well. We have got starting from the Aryabhata, SLV3, now we have come now we are looking at Moon and Mars. And we have got big programs like hyperplane, the hypersonic area we are entering into. So the coming years, 25 to 30, we are going to have a very interesting development in the science and technology, biotechnology, we are doing very well. So many things are happening in India, but we are trying to see that we reach a stage where our contribution is in a big way. So the space program, initially the rockets. Who invented rockets? So So we were the first to use metallic casing for charging with gunpowder, 2 kilogram gunpowder. First time a proper rocket with the nozzle igniter and with the payload of the warhead. Warhead is the sword, was made in India, in Mysore, Srirangapatna. And Tipu used more than 6,000 of these rockets against the British cavalries and defeated them. So you just now you saw a video of the British where they are acknowledging that is the first time it was used in a war and British were defeated. After 1799, killing Tipu, they smuggled 10,000 rockets from our place to the arsenal in London and then re-engineered that and used it against Napoleon, the war, 1806, and used against the Americans in 1812. So that's how the rocket technology went, and we were slaves at that time. So after many years, Sarabhai came. Vikram Sarabhai started the space program in the 60s and identifying a place called Tumba, that is near Trivandrum, which is the only place in India where the magnetic equator is passing through. So that's a place where you can do very perfectly the measurement of the upper atmosphere. So sounding rocket program was started, and that station was dedicated to the world. So the world people come and do research, and that station is called Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station. Then he introduced satellite applications to the people. First time people saw television in the country in 70s, and then he gave a 10-year profile. This is the area where I worked with him. They all the 10-year profile for space program, and SLV was Abdul Kalam's project where I joined as a member. So this is how the India progressed in space. And you see, this is our first rocket. So this is the SLV-3 satellite launch vehicle, the first rocket developed, which hit the in the world, saying that India has become a space club member. So I was a core team member in this team, and we did that in 79-80. July 1980, India orbited the Rohini satellites. Now we have bigger rockets like the PSLV. So you've seen PSLV, Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, which orbits, puts the satellite like this, pole to pole. And this is a GSLV, Geosynchronous Launch Vehicle, which puts the satellite in a geostationary orbit, 36,000 kilometers above the equator, the satellite is put, which beams all the time, 24 hours. That's how we are having the TV, phone, everything, all 24 hours. So today we are self-sufficient in space technology. We don't have to depend on any other countries for our program, except some cooperation. So we have launched many remote sensing satellites and communication satellites, and we have launched many, more than 350 foreign satellites we launched. So we are a big we have a big program. ISRO has demonstrated the capability to go to the moon and Mars. We are not fully successful in landing on on the moon, but we will do it later. And then Mars, we went around Mars and then we put the satellite. So this program is going to continue, and you will see many things coming up. This is the remote sensing satellite, which has got a big application. Its main application is in agriculture, soil analysis, and then wasteland development. All these things are happening. Each of the states have got their separate centers which take pictures, and then they want to develop that, the state using the satellite technology. Forest, we don't want to deplete our trees, so forest and environment protection, biodiversity is another area. Then water zones, identifying the water zones. Then disaster support, satellite is giving land management, weather and climate management, fishing, all these things are happening. This is satellite is monitoring from the space to the earth. Other application is the communication. You see, we have got the television and broadcasting, direct to home, TV, radio, networking, all these are happening 24 hours. Telemedicine, so the hospitals, your Orange program, you can use telemedicine. You can connect all the 1,200 villages where you have got the Orange program. You can link with the satellite and you can use it. This is one possibility. So super specialty hospitals are now linked with remote hospitals where the only one doctor is there, but no facility. But now the doctor can do telesurgery. The surgery can be done in city, whereas the patient is not in the city. You can do that operation. It's called robotic surgery through satellites. Then tele-education, 56,000 classrooms are connected to the satellite. So telehealth, tele-education, emergency communication, then mobile satellite service, that the clinic, you have got the mobile service, you can link with the satellite, all the mobile clinics will be connected. Satellite navigation, then communication, speech, circuits, VSAT connectivity, then village resource center. This is one important thing where the people have not gone to school, but they can operate the computers, and they are taught how to use, how to see their market position, everything they will come to know through the satellite system. Then you know the meteorological warning you are getting from the warning status about the rain and cyclone, all these things are coming from the satellite. So satellite has become part of our life. And what we do next is the moon program. So this is what we wanted to do, the Chandrayaan 2, but we'll do it in Chandrayaan 3. And we have launched a program called Gaganyaan, where the Indians will go to space. Finally land on the moon. We are expecting that by 2030, our Indians will land on the moon. Why moon? Moon has got big advantage. Moon has got a big resource called helium-3, which is the non-radioactive material, but it will generate more than 100 times the uranium. Uranium is radioactive. We are having reactors with uranium. using fission technology. So with using fusion technology, we are going to use helium-3, which will produce huge energy for our use. This material, millions of tons of this helium-3 is lying, without any taker. So that is why we are interested to have a factory on the moon, which will lead to the mining of the helium-3 material, process it, package it, and then bring it on the earth and using it in our new reactor, which is called fusion reactor. Also, moon is the right place for our launching pad. Instead of Sriharikota, we want to do it from the moon. So because you would have crossed many distance for 4 lakh kilometers. Secondly, the gravity is only 1/6 of the earth. So we need only small rocket to do a big job. So the moon is going to be the launch pad. Moon is going to be a factory to mine helium-3, and moon is also giving a message: human race cannot be there, the earth for a long time. Like the child gets out of its cradle, we have to get out of our cradle one day. So not only we have the space program, we have also integrated all the core competencies of space, nuclear, and defense. And so we have got 5,000 kilometer Agni. You can see 5,000 kilometer means we are covering most of our place. It has got a nuclear warhead, so nobody can wag the tail in this region as far as our project is concerned. We are, it is fully ready. And many versions are there in the Agni, so we are safe. It is not only making the war theater strong, you have to help the people like you are doing, like Rotary Club is doing. Dr. Kalam also said that we have to use the technology to the people. So one small technology, I will tell you where we jointly with Rotary Club, we have done many projects. This is called flow reaction orthosis. What you see is a caliper, lightweight caliper, which is only 300 grams compared to normal 3 kilograms. And the cost is almost 50%. So 52,000 children we have given this type of flow reaction orthosis. Earlier they were dragging their leg, they were crawling, but now they walk. This is one program we have done. We can do it now with your Rotary Club also. We can do this project, and our project headquarters is Nizam Institute at Hyderabad. I can organize that to come for your help. This child from Belgaum, he lost both the legs. A truck ran over him. And then he wrote a letter to the president, Dr. Kalam, saying that you wanted every child to go to school. But how will I go to school? So he sent his photograph. So Dr. Kalam told me that do something. So then I went to Belgaum and met this boy. Finally, we made him to walk and go to school. So he, on his birthday, 15th October, Dr. Abdul Kalam went all the way to Belgaum to see this boy working. So like this, we have done a lot of projects. We have got software which can give 3-dimensional view of the tumor, which is in the brain, liver operations, and then atmospheric magnifier. Semi-blind people can see full. You are also doing a lot of work in the Orange program. We'll see whether we can tie up on the magnifiers. Orbital implants, here this also completely blind people, how do we help them to look at that? Then critical care ventilators, that which now it has spread all over, but we did it some 25, 30 years before we did that. Pacemakers, cardiac stent, 3,000 people we operated and put this stent for them, for their heart to work better. This is a Sanjeevani, is a very novel unit which is used to detect the submarine movement under the sea. But the same thing we used in the Gujarat earthquake and saved many people under the debris. Then there are many other things like this, and the cytoscan is early detection of cancer. TRESTI is an India laser, the eye laser for eye treatment. This is also related to I. So we are having nearly 200 types of projects of spin-off from defense technology. So if your Rotary is very keen, we can have a discussion with DRDO to identify what are the technologies you can take, and then you can use help the people. Dr. Abdul Kalam launched a program called Society for Biomedical Technology. So, but that is not operational now, but because he is not there and I'm also not there in that this one. So now, but we have got the technologies available with us. So with this time, this is 1991, the Gulf War took place. We have reached a stage in the missile technology, space technology. World came to know India is very strong. Though they introduced MTCR, Missile Technology Control Regime, put India on hold, no technology, everything, nothing was given from other countries, but we developed all the technologies. So seeing that, everybody thought that we should cooperate with India because the Indians are having good brains. So when at that time I was at Harvard Business School, so I was watching the war, Iraq war, and being in Boston in the place, the Tomahawk is being produced there. So I had the opportunity to discuss with the Tomahawk people and see how a war, when Saddam Hussein has spread all the air defense system. If a warplane goes, he can finish up the warplane. That was the thing, he spread everywhere. But what the Americans did, they spent quietly, they sent Tomahawk missiles. These are cruise missiles flying at very low altitude, quietly, and it finished up all the radars which he has put. So more than 500 Tomahawk missiles was launched on that day to start the war. That's how they won the war, finished the Iraq. So then we thought we also should have a cruise missile. In our integrated guided missile program, we have got ballistic missiles, anti-tank missile, surface-to-air missiles, but cruise missiles we didn't have. So this message I got, and then we started working on that. And we needed technology because all the people, the Americans today, they have got only subsonic cruise missiles. The missiles go at a speed less than the speed of sound. When we started, we don't want to be number 2. So we thought we should do supersonic cruise missile. And this technology was available. I went to Russia, I identified an engine which can give supersonic speed. So negotiated with them, and Dr. Abdul Kalam came, and then we finalized an agreement. And that is how the BrahMos came. BrahMos is Brahmaputra and Moskva, the name of 2 rivers connected. And we made a joint venture and designed a missile which can be launched from aircraft, from silos, from submarines, underwater, and then from mobile platforms, ships, can go up and vertical, all in supersonic speed. The only supersonic missile in the whole world, even today, is BrahMos. And multi-trajectory, multiple targets, and multiple any place. So it's a very universal system, and the whole world astonished to see a supersonic missile developed by India. 2001, June 12th was the first launch. Till then it was a top secret program. Then we announced that we have got a missile. Today it has been inducted in the Indian Army, Indian Navy, and Air Force. This is you can see the missile flying from a ship to another ship. And see, within 4 minutes, the enemy ship is not there. A big ship, even without warhead, we can burn the big ship because of the speed. So this is what happened in this one. So it is in all our naval ships have got BrahMos today. Our Navy is the most powerful Navy today. Launched from Andaman Sea to Nicobar Islands, 300 kilometers it's flying, and it has located a small target and hit it. That is the precision. And then the underwater, you can see underwater launch, comes from water. It has been inducted in the Air Force in Sukhoi aircraft. So the missile is launched from the aircraft. Missile goes, it negotiates, it goes to long distance. It has to hit between the two centers here. So you see exactly it hit. And there's no warhead and there's no target here. So if there's a warhead and target, the whole place will not be there. So this is the precision, speed, and power. We have overtaken the whole world. So if you compare America, who just got Tomahawk, we are faster 3 times. We are power-wise, we are V square, that is 9 times, and reach the target in 1/3 time. And we can launch every 3 seconds a missile. So a ship, if you take INS Chennai, if you take, it has got 16 missiles. Each one can take 3 seconds interval and 2 different targets. 16 targets can be attacked at a time. We don't have such an enemy for us now today. So we are number 1 in the world and pushed the Americans behind. With all these things, if you look at the earth, humans degraded our natural capital. All these things, it was like this, now it is barren, shrinking forest, decreased wildlife habits, species extinction, soil erosion, air pollution, climate change. All these things are happening, declining ocean fisheries, water pollution, all these things are happening, which we are seeing today. And also population steadily increasing. And we are now 7.8 billion and we will be reaching 8 billion very soon, 2025, and 9 billion by 2043, and 10 billion by 2065 will be reaching. So that is the population growth. When you have got population growth, the problems associated is also more. China has decided to go for 3 children now. So this curve was drawn before that. So I have to add that also. So you see, there is going to be a big problem in the population, and the carbon dioxide concentration and the pollution, carbon dioxide pollution is also steadily increasing, and the concentrate has crossed the limit of 400 ppm. So we are in the danger zone. And at this rate, Earth will look like this. You can see Earth. So green, blue will become like this, like a cancerous person. So humans generate 51 billion tons of carbon dioxide every year. Please remember, 51 billion tons. And if you have a tree, it generates 22 kilogram of absorbs carbon dioxide and releases oxygen. If you have got some 40 billion trees planted, our earth will be safe. So tree plantation is very important. I think Rotary Club can start started some program on tree plantation, but you can do it in a massive way. All Rotary Clubs together make things better, whole world. Temperature steadily increasing. You have already crossed 2 degrees increase. And not only temperature, because of the temperature, sea water level has increased. And the low ozone depletion. You see this, all this man-planet conflict. We are responsible for spoiling the earth. Pollution, everywhere pollution, all these things are happening, and the world is becoming red. So this is the ozone zone. Ozone is here, ozone layer. Now the ozone layer is in trouble now. You see the hole over Antarctica, there's a big hole has come. That means direct sunlight without the ozone, it hits the Antarctica. That means all UV radiation directly comes. If it comes on us, we will be having, all of us will be having skin diseases. No, we can't escape from that. So ozone depletion is a big thing, but what's happening is the ice, all ice have been melting, and it is all raising the water level. Today, 23 centimeter, the sea water has increased, but it is going to be more than 2 to 3 meters very soon. So they say in another 50 years, the cities which are there on the coast, including Chennai, will be underwater in 50 years. At this rate, because of the ozone depletion as well as the increased temperature. You see, you have to go, your cars will not be there, only boats will be there. Okay, so that will be our life after 50 years. This is the situation. So how do you come out of that? You have to protect the natural capital. Air should be purified, water should be good, regenerate, renewable energy we should use. First, you remove all petrol and diesel. Anyway, price is going up. You please remove it. No cars should be with batteries. Change it. So non-renewable energy, fossil fuels, and non-renewable minerals should be thrown out. Soil should be good. Then land should be good, and we should encourage biodiversity, and population control is also very important. So things have to change in our way we are working. We should go for solar power, wind power, use hydrogen, use helium-3, which I told, that's a very, all are non-pollutants. And then ocean, big ocean is that it can give not only water, it can give electricity also. The tidal waves can give electricity, thermal difference between the surface to the down and give, power. You can also put a satellite over, and the solar energy can be transmitted to the earth. So you can produce solar energy through satellite, and the satellite can directly get into the ocean, generate floating from the floating station. You can convert into good drinking water and give to our people. So there are many things which can be done without the problem. So now what do we do if all problems are not solved? We have to find another earth. So already actions are on to find another earth. So there are beautiful earths available, but without very long distance. So some of the things like this is the same size of earth, and is very beautiful place, and it has been surveyed. It is an alternate earth. There are many other places have been located to settle down to go from the earth, but earth should be protected still. So the next 100 years, we will look at it. You've got very interesting missions are going to be there. Mars is being analyzed. That Perseverance is now has identified how Mars was 1 billion years ago. It was a beautiful place, Mars, better than Earth 1 billion years before, and but it has gone, no water, nothing. So our Earth also will reach that stage in 1 million years. Then Moon is a resource giver. Then you've got asteroids. So many other new programs are coming, remote, the reusable systems, and which can take us very fast. Today it takes 9 months to reach Mars, but we want to reach Mars in 29 days. So then new propulsion has come now. So many things are. This solar power satellite, space colony. You can, if you don't like Earth, you can go to the space colony and live. This design is for 1 billion people. Design has come on the, which will be floating at the Lagrangian point CL4. So there are places where there's a balance. It will not go up here and there. At like Trisangu Surka, it is there. So space tourism is going to be very interesting. It is already, people are now putting their names for space tourism. Then interplanetary travel will increase, and then new solar system will identify, all going to be in the next 100 years. So whether we can do that, yes. The ignited minds of the youth is the most powerful resource on the earth, above the earth, and under the earth. What Abdul Kalam said. So that means our youth is the resource for us. They can do really wonders. We have seen in our missile program, though MTCR was there, we could get everything we could overcome because of the youth. The youth power is a great power. So the Rotary Club must use youth in a big way. So our mind should blossom like this rose, and this Rotary 3232 to make earth safe to live for our children for the future. This is the job of the Rotary Club. Thank you very much. This is the space. You see that we are able to see the, this is called image is called Crab Nebula. Our Indian telescope has found out that, and space makes impossible looking things possible. We can definitely land and settle down in another year. That is also possible in the years to come. And our children should be happy. So that means our primary job is to make Earth safe. That is our primary job. So we have to work for it. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to me, and especially Rotarian Muthu Palaniappan for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts, how our children are going to be for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Anybody wants to ask question also, you can ask.
Swapna, can you take one of the question, please? One or two questions from the question.
Yeah, sure.
One or two questions, Swapna.
Shall we put in the speaker mode? That is, remove that. Shall I stop sharing?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That was a very exciting session, Dr. Pillai. It was a very wide scope, and so the questions are also coming from a variety of different areas. I'm just taking it as it comes. I have from Devendran Damodaran. In spite of so many satellites growth and remote monitoring of the Earth, why is the Bermuda Triangle still a mystery?
See, that is because of the nature. You see, you have got a problem there, which is, Earth is not, you can't control the Earth. You can't control the core of the Earth. You can't control the volcanoes. We can only identify. We cannot solve that type of problem, nature problem. So it's like that. It's a nature.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Dr. Pillai, a very interesting question here from Rotarian Atharayan of downtown. Sir, is it possible to have a planned visit to the ISRO Center so that ANETs and also students from government schools in our district, Rotary 3232, can be motivated and understand the future of India?
Yes, the ISRO is encouraging students to come and see. They have got a very good exhibition. They show their centers, they show the launch pad. It is going to be very interesting to children to see Sriharikota or the satellite center at Bangalore or at Mahendragiri or VSSC Trivandrum. All places are open for students. You have to only write to the director, they will arrange.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, sir. I'm sure that the relevant officers of the district will take that up. A lot of appreciation from the audience as well. This has been a very invigorating.
One more question.
I'm not sure, sir. I can take, yes. So how do you attract young students to join the ISRO? This is from Rotarian Venkatesh, KV.
The ISRO has got a program. After you complete the 12th standard, they conduct the written examination. Nearly 1 lakh people write every year in April. Not this year, I'm not saying, this is a usual thing. And then they select 150 people out of that. And these 150 people are trained in their space university. They have created a university in Trivandrum, where these people will go through 5 years of, they will get a master's degree in engineering and space technology. They will be taught every aspect of this space technology, and they will be given job in ISRO. This is a program which is there. Apart from that, advertisements also come for the people. You cannot enter directly. You have to go through the government, so you have to go through a proper way to get in. Anybody can become a space scientist, no problem. I became a space scientist because that opportunity was given by Sarabhai.
Yes, sir. That was a very, very comprehensive answer. I'm sure that students and young people who are interested can reach out to you for guidance. Thank you very much for being part of this forum. We appreciate your presence, sir. Thank you.
Our Rotarian Muthu Palaniappan, I want to say something. Sir, please say something, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you so much, sir. It is indeed a great pleasure listening to you. This has been our long time dream, I would say. எப்போ சிவதான பிள்ளை எங்க டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் வருவார் பேசுவார்னு எதிர்பார்த்தே இருந்தோம். a term in our 4 days, June 30th, complete.
Okay.
Before that, you are able to come and address our conference. The conference usually February, because of pandemic, that has been pushed to June month now.
Okay.
Fortunately, we are.
So I must thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts.
I know yesterday and today you have got a big conference, international conference. In spite of it, you found time to be with us. We really appreciate and thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all, and all the best for the Rotarians. You are doing a fantastic work. Very impressive. Very impressive. You are kind-hearted people. I said noble people. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiv Thanu Pillai, for sharing your experiences with us. Women are everywhere, from outer space to business, from fashion to Rotary. Whenever there's a decision being made, you will find women. In this section, we will interact with such powerful women who've been able to carve a niche for themselves, not only on this earth, but also in outer space. I would now like to invite Rotarian Prabha to interact with these powerful women and share their journeys with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can all hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion on the future of business in the post-pandemic world. I'm Rotarian Prabha Srinivasan from the Rotary Club of Madras. And it gives me great pleasure to be introducing the panelists for today's program. They are Namrata Joshipura, a fashion designer, Sushmita Mohanty, a space entrepreneur, and Basri Bharatram from the educational space. And as I introduce them, I will be drawing on conversations I've had with them to make for a more engaging discussion. I start with Namrata, who's a fashion designer who divides her time between Vancouver and New Delhi. A NIFT graduate, she launched her label in 1996. She truly has divided her 3-decade-long entrepreneurial journey between geographies, having started in New York, spent close to a decade in New Delhi, and more recently shuttles between Vancouver and India. She was named the Elle Designer of the Year in 2013 and on the Femina Power List of Women Achievers in 2017. When she is not setting runways on fire with her designs, she is climbing a high mountain or running a major marathon somewhere in the world. She has scaled mountains extensively in Nepal and Africa and has run 3 major world marathons and is looking forward to running the Boston Marathon. Namrata is a classic example of a mother who manages a remarkable career that straddles 2 countries, whose work takes her across several nations, and who follows a passion for life with a ruthless fervor. Some other interesting aspects about her life: she's an army child, fearless, trained with boys all the time, played hockey at a state level, and never looked at herself any differently from members of the opposite gender, which probably explains how she has come to make a mark in an industry which is otherwise dominated. On being asked what has been her single biggest inspiration, Namrata answers quite casually, it is not any one person, but the way of being that she has drawn from different people along the way that she's integrated into her way of life. Thank you, Namrata, for being with us. Thank you. I now shift to Sushmita. Ladies and gentlemen, if you thought straddling a career across 2 countries was hard enough, wait until we introduce our next panelist, who juggles interests across several worlds. She seamlessly straddles the worlds of technology, business, design, architecture, and art, and she plans to integrate all of this even closer as she releases version 2.0 of herself in the post-pandemic era. Do not let this casual college-going girl look deceive you. This lady has 20 years of entrepreneurship under her belt. Sushmita is a spaceship designer and the only space entrepreneur in the world to have started companies in 3 different continents. She's the CEO of Earth to Orbit, India's first private startup that played a pivotal role in opening up the US launch market for India. She has also co-founded 2 companies, Moonfront in San Francisco and Liquefier in Vienna. She has worked for both Boeing and NASA. In 2019, Sushmita was selected as one of BBC's 100 Women Most Inspiring and Influencing Women. And in 2017, she was featured on the cover of Fortune magazine. She is a daughter of ISRO herself, given the last talk we had, growing up in the early 70s with a father who was deputy director of ISRO's Space Application Center. It is therefore no surprise where her inspiration came from. Her education spans India, France, and Sweden, and she's an alum of the exclusive International Space University. She's an ardent traveler and explorer, causes that are very close to her heart, promises to nurture as she heads into the next decade. She is a very strong advocate of promoting female leadership in organization and promises to nurture her role as a climate ambassador. Thank you, Sushmita, for being here. I move on to our third participant. I must point out that Vaspi Bharatram has a flight to catch, but she's been so gracious to be with us. So thank you, Vaspi. And do feel free to tell us when that clock ticks and you have to leave. So Vaspi is at the helm of where all of these great academic accomplishments are rooted, and that's education. She is the joint chairperson of prestigious Sri Ram schools. She has been instrumental in setting up many of the group schools. She's on the governing board of the nationally acclaimed Lady Sri Ram College, New Delhi, and the Welland Girls School, a prestigious boarding school in Dehradun. She's also on the boards of numerous charities, including the SRF Foundation, Charities Aid Foundation, and Save the Children India. Mother of 2 daughters, her greatest strength and source of inspiration has been a mother-in-law, Manju Bharatram, from whom she has learned that if one has a passion and cause and pursues it with relentless enthusiasm, success is bound to follow. And the other being a father who she admits to being a great communicator who put everyone at ease from the moment one met him. She tries to infuse this into her life every day. Her love for learning has kept her going. She started with a bachelor's in sociology, then went on to do fashion in London, and then attended executive programs at Harvard University. Welcome, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
So off we go into the program. I would like to dive into it right away. And we start our first talk or segment on how the pandemic has changed each of your businesses. So I want to pose the first question to Namrata, given that you're in the space of design, Namrata, and we talked earlier, and you said your need to operate between 2 countries actually prepared you to some degree. And then you had to set up a web presence in a matter of days. But given how personalized the nature of what you do, can you tell us a little more about the challenges you've had to overcome in this last year, and it still seems to be ongoing, and what lies ahead?
So Prabha, the supply chains are all broken now, and there's a massive shift in how we are operating, and we are now working more on the online space. As opposed to before, and it's a new format, and everything, the processing time is longer, given the supply chains are broken. Establishing the online platform and using our entire spend on the social media platform and the online channel. And interestingly, also, our client base was not used to an online sort of format. So, pivoting our customer into that space has also been a huge challenge. And so the narrative has changed. It's, it's more technology driven as opposed to, which was more production driven format to a more technology-driven format. We are educating ourselves in this space as well as our customer to make their online experience more, smoother, and it sort of should work out effectively for both of us.
Thank you. I will come back to touch upon some other points as we go further down the segment. I now point my question to Sushmita. You are in the space that involves being together as a team, building, prototyping, habitat experimentation, flying complex systems, something that is difficult to do against the backdrop of the pandemic. How do you see the pandemic having affected what you do, which is at the root of aerospace engineering, versus something that's further downstream? What has changed and what does the future hold?
So Prabha, I think space is pretty vast. I mean, there are people who design and build satellites. There are those who do rocket launches. Personally, I've been involved in space exploration. So I've been involved in the design and prototyping of habitats, of rovers, of spacesuits. So I think the biggest disruption that's happened because of the pandemic is the fact that travel has evaporated. And working digitally is not new to me entirely, because I have companies in other countries as well. But it's very important for us to get together, say in my Vienna office, at least once a year for a month, and work together as well. So I think there has been a lot of disruption, especially for projects which involve prototyping and testing. Not so much the ones which require detailed architectural design or systems engineering. So yes, there has been a disruption. I think what's fascinating for someone like me is the pandemic has brought new words to our vocabulary. You know, for the common man, words like quarantine or protocols, these are not new to me at all. Because in the world of space exploration, we've been doing that forever. You know, astronauts, before they go into outer space, they are quarantined for 2 weeks. Right? And we as designers not only design hardware, but also protocols. You know, what kind of protocols need to be followed between, say, a robot and an astronaut when they are out doing a spacewalk, for example. So I think the pandemic in some ways reflects some of the things that we deal with as spaceship designers, as space architects. And that I mean, for us, it is, we design within constraints, and now we live because of the pandemic, we live with those constraints. So I think there are similarities, there are reciprocities now, if you think about it, between living in outer space and living on Earth in some ways.
Great, great. Thank you for that. Vasvi, I turn to you now. You're in the education service space, and you have multiple stakeholders who are watching you all the time. Those running the education institutions alongside you, your teachers, the children who attend your many schools, the parents of the students. How do you provide for all their needs, and how did you do it during the pandemic? I'm sure there are many new things you implemented, several here to stay potentially. So can you talk to us about it?
Thank you, Prabha, and thank you all for inviting me here today. I'm so happy to be here with you today. April 2020, life as we knew it completely got disrupted. And at the Shri Ram School, we feel it is a joint partnership between the parents, the students, and the teachers. And we realized that each one of those stakeholders needed a lot of support with this sudden disruption. So for the students, I mean, as you know, the world has gone online and education everywhere has gone online. For the students, we needed to make sure that all our infrastructure was in place, the teachers were trained, we could start the classes immediately. Thanks to the pollution holidays in Delhi, we already had tried this, but not at all in the way that we thought it would last for the next 15 months. Children had to be reassured that they could still connect. We started doing classes online. We also ensured that there are other opportunities for them to connect, which was beyond academics. So we did everything from assemblies to inter-house competitions to all kinds of things online. So they felt that they had other opportunities. For the parents who instantly got turned into educators, we provided them all the support that we could give so that they could handle their children at home. They had the resources they needed. The teachers were available for them almost 24/7. For the teaching staff, we had to assure them that their jobs were in place. We provided all the additional training that was required for them. And we provided them every resource possible so that they could take on this big challenge. And I'm happy to say that the teaching community has really come through very well by learning, adapting, and taking this forward.
Would you say that some of those practices are here to stay, Vasvi? I mean, even if we go back to normalcy?
Absolutely. I think the way forward is definitely hybrid. Just to give you a small example, some things that we have learned to do online, which is like something like a parent-teacher meeting. We used to have long lines of cars outside, lots of parents waiting in queues. And now the online model works beautifully because parents from all over the world can log in. There is no waiting time. And so certain things like this, we plan to do going forward also in the same way. There have been a lot of learnings for us.
That's great, great. Thank you. Thank you for those insights. Because of the paucity of time, I'm going to switch to our next segment, and I'm going to stay with you, Vasvi, because you're also running short on time, so I want to get as much as we can from you. So we move on to women in the workforce. So before we talk about women who have been recently brought into the wing because of COVID, let us talk to you, because you seem to have a large concentration of women in your workforce. You run an organization, if I remember right, with over 650 employees, 85% of them women, and almost 100% in the lower classes, and your leadership team has a lot of women in them. So you must have a lot of insights on how this pandemic has impacted women. So tell us about it, and I think this could apply universally.
So, education is slightly different from other industries, and it does employ a lot of women, even traditionally. As you said, in junior classes, and especially in play school, it's almost 100% women. Even in senior classes, the majority are women. So in our school, we have a leadership, which is all women, making policies for women, ensuring that all their needs are met. So I would say that we are quite unique in that way. But certain things remain same across the board. Women are expected to do everything as well, if not better than men, but they are still expected to take care of their homes, their children, and their families are always expected to come first, which is fair enough, though I feel everyone should contribute to that. So with the pandemic, everything shifted to the home. So our staff also, who was out of their homes from 8 o'clock to 2 o'clock, had that little bit of a chance to just focus on themselves and their careers. That suddenly changed overnight. They were at home, they had to attend to their students, they had to take care of their own children and attend to their learning. They still had to take care of their homes. And as we all know, part-time staff was not available. So they were keeping their homes running, they were cooking, they were taking care of the needs of their in-laws. Everything that they were expected to do, they were still doing, along with doing a full day of school. So it was very, very challenging for them. And but they really did make the most of it, and they rose up to the challenge. And it hasn't been easy at all. It hasn't been easy at all. In fact, we had some teachers calling up and say, when are you opening school? It feels like a holiday for us. And I mean, we are really trying our best to open, but every time we do, something happens and we go like, we really thought that by April we would have everybody in school. But, with the last crash that happened, we literally have gone a few steps back.
Got it. I know, and I don't think it's over yet. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Namrata, yours was a revelation. Yes. You indicated the reverse, that 85% to 90% of your team were actually men. And you said it was not only in leadership, management, it was the artisans, which I assumed would have a lot of women too, but I saw the reasons. So tell us what your take on this question is. Has it, I don't know how it's impacting the women or women in the workforce, but maybe generally you could just speak of what it's meant for the workforce in your industry.
So, the pandemic, how it's worked out for us is we're in the production facility. We run a production facility, right? So that's just not possible to do online. It has to be, it's hands-on. And there have been families, majority of the workers are migrant workers. They've come from small villages to work with us. And, they have had it very difficult in terms of returning back to their homes and us convincing them to come back when we started to operate again. So this has been a different sort of a challenge. It's not a work from home challenge. It's been a challenge bringing them back, convincing them that it is, and their families are back home. So to convince them to come back to safety and to ensure them that they'll be in a safe environment. So I, as a team, with my team, I took it on myself, even when they returned back to, something as a vaccination camp, or ensuring them getting vaccinated or convincing them to get vaccinated, because most of them are not educated and they have, their view on being vaccinated is, they don't understand the need for it currently. So convincing them and also working within the shifting narrative of the business environment. So it's been challenging. We have a very small women force. We have women who are in my immediate team. So, the workforce, the staff essentially remains men because this is their, it's like an employment for them. This is skilled labor that we employ. Whereas women who are in my team, my core team, which is my merchandisers, my designers, my production assistants, they're all women, and I actually enjoy working with them because I find them extremely dedicated, hardworking, someone who, I understand their physical challenges as well. So bringing them back to work has been not so challenging as opposed to working with the men force to bringing them back from their villages to start operating in the factory, if that sort of answers your question.
It does, it does. I move on to Sushmita. You've grown up knowing that stereotypes are meant to be broken. From growing up and watching leading women scientists at ISRO, you've made promoting leadership in hitherto male-dominated organizations one of your goals. So can you speak to why this has been the case and what might make room for it, Sushmita?
So you're right, Prabha. I grew up in a very gender-neutral environment, and I find it quite obnoxious when now we live in a place where pink is for girls and blue is for boys. I mean, it's absurd as can be. So around me, my dad's contemporaries also had women scientists, and we are talking about the early 70s. So when my dad was the deputy director of one of the major ISRO centers, the co-deputy director was Dr. Rastogi auntie. So she was my neighbor, Dipti Rastogi. So for me, seeing women not only in science and technology, but also having leadership positions was not extraordinary, it was normal. I also had amazing role models in my family because all of my aunts either had a master's or a PhD and were working, and their brothers, as in my dad and his brothers, were all taught to cook and clean. So it was really a very, very gender neutral scenario for me. Having said that, when I started off in the late 90s, professionally, when I started working in the aerospace sector, my first job was with Boeing in Southern California. And it was a bit of a cultural shock for me to see that all of the secretaries abroad were women. Because in India, I also grew up with male secretaries, right? So in that sense, I was like, why are all the secretaries in big aerospace companies, NASA and so on, why are they just women? Having said that, I should also give you a sort of an overview of how the gender ratios have improved in aerospace in the last 20 plus years. NASA and ISRO always had very good gender ratios. Those are the two agencies which have the best gender ratios, if you ask me. Europe was very weak on that front, and it has improved significantly. In fact, the German Space Agency had a woman heading the German Space Agency, and she happens to be an Austrian astrobiologist. So how that happens, I mean, it's amazing. She's a good friend of mine. Currently, the person heading the United Nations Outer Space Affairs Office, she's a woman. We had the NASA Deputy Administrator was Professor Deva Newman. She's an MIT professor. She was in the Obama administration, the Deputy Administrator. So I am very keen on seeing ISRO, which has always had a fantastic gender ratio, have a woman chairperson, right? ISRO chairman for the last 50 years, have always been men. And we have had amazing women scientists who have gone on to head the rocket, the Launch Vehicle Program Office, which is the rocket program. We have had women head major satellite programs. It's just that they haven't been heads of any major ISRO centers yet. And of course, the chairpersonship. So I think that's something I've been pushing for, and I'm hoping in the next decade, we will see a woman chairperson lead ISRO. I mean, there's no reason for them not to. There are amazing women scientists in ISRO.
And there continues to be a flow of people who are coming into the organization.
Absolutely. When I'm abroad, I've lived in 4 different countries and I continue to travel. They often think, see, in India, growing up, we didn't have to push women to go into science and technology, to be honest. I find women in India, or girls, you could say, in the university years, they readily take on science and technology as their majors. Because when you go abroad, they stereotype everything. You know, they put everything into a silo called STEM. And lately they added an A and call it STEAM. So I think this kind of siloing of things should stop. And even this, at least in India, I've never seen a problem with women embracing science and technology. So I always tell them that the kind of notions they have, oh, by the way, I should add a very interesting thing that went viral on social media. So when India arrived on Mars with its orbiter, MOM, in 2014, there was this amazing photograph of ISRO scientists in silk saris and with flowers in their hair, celebrating in mission control. And it went, that image went viral because in the aerospace world, you know, women are still not that big in number. So people suddenly woke up to the fact that India has amazing women working in ISRO. And that actually gave a boost to women in aerospace across the world, not just India. Right? I mean, imagine silk saris and flowers in your hair. Where does that happen? In mission control. That's one of my favorite photographs. So I think as far as secretaries are concerned, we can't change that. But I think the number of women in the workforce has grown significantly, including, I'm a member of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council for Space. We have several women, including a woman citizen astronaut, Anusha Ansari, who paid her way to fly to the space station. She's an Iranian entrepreneur living in California. So I think we have no doubt of women, to be honest. We just need to put them in leadership positions. And they need to also come forward, you know, throw their hat in the ring when those positions open up. So it has to be both ways, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. I've seen you give interviews speaking up a lot, but it'll be nice to see others follow through. So we switch to our next segment, which is panelists asking one another questions. I think Vasvi had to leave, but I do have some insights from a pretty long conversation from her. Oh, there she is. So I think she'll be able to take a question. So this is our era today. So, you know, of meetings on the go. So Sushmita, I want to turn it over to you so you can pose your question to both the other panelists.
Okay, my first question is for Namrata.
Yes.
One of the latest sort of buzzwords is circular economies, right? So how has the fashion industry, I wouldn't say adapted. I think there was always a bit of the circular economy. So tell us a bit about how it was before and how it looks, how it's transforming over time.
So, you know, what happens in fashion, specifically, there are two parts to it, right? One is the fast fashion and one is the high fashion. And a lot of this disposable fashion that we see is the fast fashion, which has become more prevalent. You know, it's, you know, buy cheaper product, change your wardrobe continuously. You know, it's so driven by social media. It's driven by a need to own many more options. So therefore, this whole fast fashion, which is the high street fashion, which has come in, which are the mass producers, the mass production companies and brands across the world. So that is one aspect. And the other one is the high fashion, which is slightly more, you know, high value, a lot of high input going in, which lasts, the durability is longer, there's more thought process in it. So within the scope of circular economy in fashion, it's all about reuse, recycle, and it's a little challenging because within India, especially right now, there are in the developing countries, like for example, Sweden and in Europe, this is a very, you know, it's like responsible fashion where you are concerned not just about what you consume, but how it's made and where does it go after you don't require it anymore. That option is very limited within our country. So there are lots of sustainable fashion brands that are coming up in India, but we need an entire infrastructure. We need an infrastructure where we're able to produce. We need renewable energy. We need sourcing. For example, a product, a fabric, which in the circular economy, in circular fashion, goes back to becoming a fiber. But technically, it's not possible. We don't have those plants. We have very limited options of that in India. So I think we need a government mandate. Otherwise, these clothes just land up in the landfill, which is a disgrace, right? Because we don't have options. We don't have the infrastructure to sort of processing that sort of the entire circuit, the entire option. So where we are at today is there is a lot being around the fashion space, where there is packaging, where there is whatever can be recycled and reused and repurposed is being done. But clothing per se in India is not being subjected to, we don't have that option right now. What we have is organic clothing, sustainable fashion, but this whole concept is almost non-existent, it's negligible. So there is a lot of work to be done, but I also want to bring to, it's not this whole circular economy or circular fashion, but I want to talk about human resource. So even if we have like a lot of these large companies like Inditex, which is Zara and other brands under the umbrella, those guys have sort of committed to recycling their clothing, etc. But what happens is a lot of that is manufactured in sweatshops. So what about that? To me personally, that's a very huge piece in this, which is, it's the missing link in this whole piece. There are not minimum wages. There are no, the infrastructure is so weak. You may be using sustainably produced fiber, fabric, you may be using organic threads or dyes. But what about the working environment? Correct? So to me, that's also a big piece, specifically to production base like India, or I don't know about other countries, but India specifically. So I think this is the time. We need to wake up. We need to I personally feel extremely motivated to do something in this area. And, that's where we're at. In India, particularly, it's not being addressed as far as my knowledge goes. But internationally, especially Europe, Sweden, they're at the forefront of this. It's an extremely responsible, the industry, fashion industry is handling it extremely responsibly there.
So I think what I hear is when it comes to sort of high-tech ways of recycling and reuse, we are not yet ready.
Yes.
After I moved back to India, Namrata, in 2008, I don't buy retail anymore. I go to my seamstress, I buy handloom essentially. What I'm wearing here is a Kota sari, which has been cut up and in a Western template and stitched. So I do think India has the other advantage. Like growing up, of course, we didn't have retail, so everything was made by mom at home. So when my friends visit me, including friends from Sweden, I actually take them to the Mysore silk board that we have here, and take them to my seamstress, and they get custom made clothes from a seamstress, as opposed to walking into an H&M or a Zara. So
I agree with you. You're at least reducing the carbon footprint. This whole packaging, transportation, it's all adding to it, right?
Right.
But then again, we're talking about, it's a lot of it is social media driven. A lot of it is the marketing spiel around it. So this has to be a conscious sort of effort, and I strongly feel it has to be a government mandate around it.
Sushmita, you could ask your question to Varsity before she boards the flight. So
hi, Varsity, my question to you is something that's very close to my heart. How do you educate children, or how do you create climate awareness in your kids, in your students? How is that taught to them, or how are they exposed to the problems around anthropogenic climate change?
We can't hear you, Vasvi. I think you're on mute.
Hi, sorry. Hi, so was the question around climate change? Sorry, I didn't hear it very clearly.
Yes, yes. So how do you educate kids about climate and how human activities are impacting climate in dramatic ways?
So that is a very, very big part of our philosophy and our mandate. Even when we started 33 years ago, when climate change and sustainability were not like buzzwords, we had something called the environment education. So every child from nursery, what we call Pravesh Vatika, nursery to class 12, we have a environment program that runs across classes. Our children are actually our very best ambassadors. And through them, we are actually educating their families and their communities to be more sensitive to the environment, to its needs, to sustainable practices. Just to give you a couple of examples, they talk about water and how it can you guys hear me? Okay, so they are our best ambassadors. They talk about how to save water. They don't use crackers around Diwali. They make their own eco-friendly, sustainable holy colors. We've also been trying to say that, you should have more mindful and less wasteful birthday parties. They are fully involved in the, protecting the elephants and the elephant corridor, the Kids for Tiger project. We invite fabulous speakers who come and talk about what's happening around the world. And that is actually one of the advantages of the pandemic, where the world has become a very small place. And you can actually bring in the best speakers from all over the world now who come and inspire our students. We've done a TEDx kind program on the environment to bring in these short speakers. We have kids who are so passionate that they've got the Global Children's Environment Prize in Oslo. They have done internships at the UN. So it's a very, very big part of the Shri Ram School program.
Great. Thank you. Over to you, Namrata. What question do you have for Vasvi?
Vasvi, with this whole online virtual school, I have a question. How, the kids are subjected to sitting in front of the monitor the entire time, as opposed to being in classrooms where they go in and out and they have breaks. It definitely has affected their mental well-being. So as educators, what is it that you're doing to sort of ensure that the kids are not affected by that?
It has been very, very difficult the last 15 months. It's been difficult for us adults. So you can imagine how difficult it has been for kids. And,
I'm a mother.
Yeah, that's right. So going from meeting your friends, so school is not just about academics. It's a place where you go to explore your social. There's so many different things. And now everybody is just reduced to small little boxes on the screen. And it's been very difficult for the children. I must say they have been resilient. They have tried their best to cope. So as a school, what we have tried to do is that, we have made ourselves available to them. The teachers are acting like their mentors. In fact, they are even mentoring their families. Our counselors are available all the time for anybody who would want to avail of their services. We have trained our teachers in practices like circle time to bring out what's happening in the children, to help them express themselves. We have created a well-being manual for them, which is very simple do's and don'ts for kids, how to do self-care, just generally how to look out for themselves. So it's a very, very big focus area for them, and it is going to be a big problem. So when you come back, when things get back to normal, lack of knowledge and loss of learning is one issue, but the mental health concerns is going to be a very, very big issue. And there are other things that kids are going through because they're seeing their family stress. They're seeing many of them going through economic problems. They're seeing death. So we are also doing grief counseling for the kids, for the parents. So in every which way, we are trying to reach out, but it has been a difficult time. And I think this is going to take years for it to settle down. The effects of this are going to be very long lasting.
Right. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you. I'm really sorry. I'm going to have to leave again because
that's okay.
My deepest apologies. And thank you
No
all
worries.
for this opportunity. And take
Thank
care.
you.
Stay safe.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Bye-bye.
So I don't know if this timer on the wall is for us ladies. So I want to hasten asking a couple of questions. So Sushmita, I'll go to you first and then to Namrata. Thank you for sharing your manifesto with me. It gave me tremendous insight into your vision for the future. In it, you talked about the think tank. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about what you have planned.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm planning to move out of mainstream entrepreneurship this year. And I do think the pandemic gave me the opportunity to sort of sit back and think and figure out what I want to do in the coming decade, which is what the manifesto is about. And one of the things I'm going to do is I'll be launching a space think tank later this year. The reason I want to launch a space think tank here in India is, I mean, there are very many reasons, but let me give you 3 good reasons. One is that I found that our space agency has been fairly introverted when it comes to talking about policy and law in the international sphere. So I'm often attending workshops and seminars. We invite people to YSRO, but often the government mandate is such that they're not able to speak freely out there, you know. They do attend meetings that the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Use of Outer Space has. But there's a lot happening outside of these international.
Oops. Okay. So it was her connection. I was thinking it was mine and I was looking at mine. So while she comes back, Namrata, I want to touch upon your story a little bit. And when she comes back, I'll pick up right there. You're a COVID survivor yourself. You know, you talked about being really sick, driving yourself to the hospital, when the carnage on the ground was beyond belief. Tell me what got you through.
I would say, you know, just the survival instinct, you know, everyone wants to live, you know. I don't know people. Oh, there she's back, if you want to take her back on. But no, I mean, like, you know, you just have to do what you have to do to get through. You know, you have to learn to deal with adversities in life. And I guess running, you know, your life experiences of running a business, being a mother, living across continents, it just gives you that required resilience to just get through difficult times. And you know that difficult times don't last. So I guess it was just a little bit of all.
Was it your rigorous training and training this?
Yeah, well, a little bit of that. Being a distance runner, you have that resilience. You know, you have the capacity to deal with you know, discomfort. So yeah, a little bit of that.
It's great that you're here with us and you seem to be bouncing back. You need all the energy for the next marathon. So we hope that dream will come through. I don't see you.
She did come briefly. Okay, we can continue.
Okay. Well, we're almost at the end of the program. You know, so I was looking forward to hearing about Sushmita's think tank. So if you had some closing words, you know, for what we should do now, you know, because I don't think the pandemic is over yet. I think in our conversation, you talked about just try to get through this patch and you'll come out stronger. But I'd like you to surmise what you had in mind, since we have.
Specifically to our industry, we need to continue to be relevant at a time where there are losses, there are you know, every family has been affected by it, and selling fashion sometimes seems inappropriate. So you have to do it in a mindful manner. You also have to understand, not, a consumer needs to understand that we're not doing this to sort of propel our business forward. We also have to provide employment to our people, right? They depend on us. Those are families that live on, that's all that they can do. They're only, their skill is limited to making clothes. So we need to provide employment. So you have to be, it's going to be a challenging time ahead, but if you have to do it mindfully and you have to continue to be relevant, we have to leverage technology, and we have that understanding that going further, we need to leverage technology. We need to, pivot our customer to an online experience. And so, yeah, that's what's going to keep you. And if you can survive these next couple of years, you're good to go.
Great. I would agree. And Namrata, Sushmita, we do want to hear the last bit that you had to say, because I think it's interesting, and I'd like to.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped off. So I think three broad things. One is I've over the last couple of years I've been taking a lot of interest also in space environmentalism, because near Earth orbit, low Earth orbit is very, very cluttered now. We have the space debris problem is becoming worse. And then we have billionaires like Elon Musk who are launching mega constellations. Elon is planning to launch about 42,000 satellites in low Earth orbit. Not only, to me, that is sort of, in some, space is a shared resource after all. And someone launching 42,000 satellites is the equivalent of a land grab in space, if you ask me. And we don't have any enforceable international laws to prevent those actions. We need that. So there is this ongoing conversation in the international community about enforceable laws in the 21st century, because the Outer Space Treaty was signed back in the 60s, and the reality has changed quite dramatically. We also need to keep in mind that countries like the United States are passing unilateral legislation which allows American companies to go to other celestial bodies and bring back material, and they can technically own them. So ownership rights, being unilaterally legislated. Luxembourg, which is like a thimble of a country, which doesn't even have a space program, is trying to be the Bahamas for space resource mining. So if you want a legal or financial haven, you want to go out and mine or extract resources in outer space, Luxembourg is the place where you should set up your office. They are going to be the Bahamas for space mining. So I think those kind of environmental concerns are also things that I want to address through my think tank. And the third thing that I want to focus on is changing the narrative. The last 50 odd years, 60 odd years, the narrative has been driven by Hollywood and NASA. You go and meet a kid in any country in the world, they know about NASA, they might not know about their own space program. And besides, in recent years, the kind of things that, let's say, China has done. China landed on the moon 3 times in the last 10 years. And the United States last landed in 72. So the kind of accomplishments you're seeing by Eastern space powers is amazing. I mean, China just landed on Mars, first attempt. That is huge. So I think we need to shift the fulcrum of this narrative more towards the Eastern Hemisphere now, because we have been in a blind spot for a very long time for obvious reasons, right? So I think that's the other thing, shifting the narrative's fulcrum more towards the Eastern Hemisphere. Japan, India, China, even Australia now has a Fletch Lake program. So how do we do that? So those are the kind of things I want to do with my new think tank, Prabha.
Great, great. I think you both closed this so beautifully. I couldn't have done a better job at summarizing and bringing the meeting to an end. So that does bring us to the close. I want to thank you both for being here, and Vasti, for all of you taking time out of your busy schedules. And again, good luck with the year to come. And I want to thank Rotarians Rinku Macheri, Paul Jacob, and Vikram Chesetti for helping us put this together, and the Rotary Club of Madras, and specifically District 3232 for giving us this opportunity. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What a wonderful discussion that was on women's empowerment. I thank the ladies for their enthusiastic participation. I'm sure that we all have something to think about. Before we move on, let's go for a short commercial break.
Bello aroma
make it rain. Survive, they are there. Now spark all the flames. We're back again.
Go work. Go ethnic. Go fun. Go party. Palazzos for every occasion from Go Colors.
Farms Group. Available chicken varieties கருங்கோழி, வான்கோழி, நாட்டுக்கோழி, முயல், காடை மற்றும் முட்டை வகைகள் இன்னும் பல. சுவையா சத்தா புரதமா சாப்பிட Chitty Farms Chickens starts from 15th August. For more details contact 80560-22710 9444075959 for email chittyfarms@gmail.com.
Alvin Toffler said that the illiterate of the 21st century is a person who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. The pandemic has taught us a lot of things, and it is time for us to change. We've changed the way we live. We've changed the way we do business. It is a time to adapt. It's a time to learn and unlearn. What makes you a better leader? What traits do you need to have to be projected as a futuristic leader? What do you need to do to ensure that you reach your potential? Let's listen to the man who has been at the helm of transforming businesses in corporate India, Mr. Shiv Kumar. Shiv Kumar, or Shiv as he is popularly known as, is the Executive Vice President of the Aditya Birla Group for Strategy and Business Development. Shiv has worked with over 50 brands in his career and has seen various business transformations. He has been the CEO of Nokia India and PepsiCo, to name a few. In fact, 50% of his life he has been a CEO and has been recognized as one of the youngest CEOs in the country. Shiv writes and teaches regularly at B schools across the world. An avid sports person, he believes in giving back to society. He is in the board of governor for IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Udaipur, XLRI, Godrej, IMA, to name a few. Shiv has been awarded many awards. Best CEO, Best Brand Builder, Best for Leadership, for Transformation. The two that he holds dear to him are the ones that he got from his alumni college, IIT Madras and IIM Calcutta. In fact, he is one of the only 22 people who has been awarded by such prestigious institutes, both IIT and IIM. Shiv has authored a best-selling book, Right Choice, to take care of career dilemmas of individuals. Let's hear it from Mr. Shiv Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you, Rotary, for inviting me to do this session. It's a pleasure always to do it for my classmate Balaraman, who we've been friends for more than 30 years. Balaraman asked me to speak about the demands of a business leader in a future world. So Jagan, can I move to the next slide, please? So the first thing is, as and when the pandemic started, and one would say it's about 14 months now, there was absolutely no textbook or syllabus to deal with COVID. I think every leader learned on the job over the last 14 or 15 months. Let me go back. When we started in April of last year, first people said this surface transmits compared to that surface. So aluminum companies were saying that aluminum is fine, plastic is not fine, cotton is not fine, things like that. Then we said you need to wash your hands as regularly as possible. So people started washing their hands. Then we said you must wear a mask. And then finally we said we must maintain social distance. If you look at the chronology of events, nobody knew anything. We were all flying together and we are all learning together as this thing unfolded. So I would say there was no textbook and absolutely no syllabus in the way one had to handle COVID. Next slide, please. Let's look at, in any situation, there is the good, there's the bad, and sometimes the ugly. Let's look at what was the bad from COVID. Number one, we've had many job losses across the world. I think in a normal year, unemployment is about 7% across the world. At the peak of COVID, it went to 15%. In India right now, last month, unemployment in urban India is 15%, rural India is about 10.5%, and overall unemployment is about 11% right now as we speak. So unemployment has been high. Second, women lost more jobs than men, virtually on a factor of 2.5 to 1. We saw a lot more domestic violence. Not many people write about that or talk about it. We saw a lot of mental health issues, and I believe this will continue in the future. And I'll come back to it when I talk about employees. I think a lot of parents were worried about the quality of kids' education. I think kids' education, especially people finishing school, entering college, key years, whether it's the 8th standard, the 10th standard, the pre-university, etc., I think was seriously challenged for their studies. And finally, I think we had a death by webinar. There were just too many webinars. And I think over the last 1 year, I think the average employee in a company must have attended at least 100 webinars. And that was very draining on the person's attention. Next slide, please. On the other hand, if we look at what good came out of COVID, it's always good to recognize what good came out of COVID, because while the bad is a challenge, there's also a lot of good. I think the vaccine got developed in less than a year. Normally, a vaccine takes something like 10 years to do. So we shortened the whole vaccine cycle development dramatically. I think the global internet and digital systems all worked exceedingly well. You could get onto a Zoom call, you could talk to anybody, you could search anything, everything went online. Imagine if the same pandemic had happened 10 years ago, we would have been in serious trouble. We would have been in a physical world, we wouldn't have known how to handle it, we wouldn't have been in touch with each other. I think everything would have been absolutely chaotic. I think the digital infrastructure across the world, from India to US to everywhere, held up brilliantly, and they had the capacity for it. The third I would say is what I call FOFSOS, which is Friends of Friends Network. The Friends of Friends Network worked really well. In many cases, the institutions failed us, but Friends of Friends never failed us. For example, one of my friends, Kirtika Reddy, wanted her mother vaccinated in Chennai. One of my friends, Aarti Kelshika, wanted her mother vaccinated in Bombay. And it was the Friends of Friends Network, which was Balaraman in the case in Chennai and Gautam Khanna, who is the CEO of Hinduja Hospitals in Bombay, who got it done. So while institutions failed, I think the Friends of Friends Network worked exceedingly well in COVID. I think remote working took shape. A lot of people said that remote working will take many years, but thanks to the pandemic, in a very short span of 6 months, I think all of us learned to go remote. I think productivity went up. Everybody gave it their best. If you actually look at company results today, company results of last year, 2020, were outstanding. That's because everybody put their shoulder to the wheel and did a fabulous job of moving the company forward. I think we saw the rise of contactless services. Service has always been a face-to-face entity, and we wanted people to come and serve us. But thanks to COVID and thanks to digital services, every service which could go contactless has gone contactless. And I think that will actually bring down costs in many cases, and it will also enhance the viability of many a company. And finally, we saw dramatic stimulus packages. I think governments across the world recognize that this is a once-in-a-century item, and hence they need to really support it. Japan had a 20% stimulus. They put $1 trillion on a $5 trillion economy. America's finished already, close to $2 trillion. President Biden has just signed another $970 billion. So they're already at $3.5 trillion support package on an economy of 22 trillion. That's close to 15%. India had its own stimulus package. I think by and large, the world recognized that there was a role for government to step in and stimulate the economy. And as a result of the American stimulus, overall growth for next year, which is FY21, is expected to be 5.5%. Earlier, it was expected to be about 3.5 to 4.5. Thanks to the stimulus package, 100 basis points have been added. Next slide, please. Employees. The first group I start with is what employees want. I think employees have been the most impacted. There was a recent Gallup survey which was done, and the results were out last week, and I quote from that. Overall engagement of employees in 2020 dropped 200 basis points. In the year 2009, engagement in companies was 12%. In the year 2019, engagement in companies was 22%. In the year 2020, engagement dropped to 20, which means a 200 basis points decline, number one. Number two, when employees were asked, how do you feel about yesterday? I think the number of people who said, I worry right now, is 41%. So 1 in 2 employees is worried. Second, about 43% of employees said, I'm stressed. So 1 in 2 employees are saying, I'm stressed right now. And 1 in 4 employees are saying, I'm angry and I'm sad. So the impact on employees has been absolutely dramatic. So one of the things we have never worried about as CEOs or as boards is we never worried about employees and their health. We said we give them a decent salary, as long as they're healthy, they're fine. But I think the pandemic has taught us that we need much more focus on employee well-being. Almost all employees across the world, and I quote from Gallup again, 3 days out of 5 or 3 days out of 6 employees want to work from home or remote. That's significantly high compared to any other stat that you've seen. So 50% of the time they don't want to come to office is one way of looking at it. Third, employees want purpose of a company now to be built around employees. I think people have recognized that it's the employees who deliver either customer service or shareholder value or whatever it is. So they're saying, build your purpose around us. What do we mean to you in your purpose statement? Next, onboarding challenges. Whenever we had onboarding of new employees learned through rituals, like a town hall meeting, like an induction welcome, through jokes of the organization, through stories and things like that. Today, all that is a challenge. A new employee who joins is onboarded on the web, and he does not get to see these elements of how one would be onboarded in the past. I think most employees are saying we want a clear post-pandemic vision statement communicating what we will do as a company. So I think there was a pre-pandemic vision statement. Now people want a post-pandemic vision statement. And finally, most people want improved workplace conditions. If you look at the Middle East, etc., a lot of employees came home. You look at the Philippines, a lot of employees from the Middle East went back to the Philippines. Now they will not go back to the Middle East if terms and conditions do not improve significantly. I think this is what employees are going through. I think employees have been hit the hardest. I think there are two things which I believe people have really recognized now. One, family matters. Two, employees matter. In that order. That is what the pandemic has taught us. Next slide, please. Let's look at what consumers want post the pandemic. Number one, needs have changed dramatically. There is significantly less enthusiasm to go to a physical outlet. People are saying, if I can get it at home, I can order it on the line, it can come delivered at home, contactless service, I'd rather prefer that. So people are not in a hurry to go out and start shopping in the physical world. I think most consumers craved for social contact. They wanted person-to-person conversation in some way or the other. And that's why we have always said, a phone call is worth 1,000 emails or 2,000 WhatsApps. A phone call talking to each other is very good. I think consumers saved more. They saved for a rainy day. Payments to EMI dropped, but people saved saying, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's better for me to save for myself, for my family, for my kids' education, etc. I think consumers adapted to new business models far more than anybody else. Consumers went the DIY route, the do-it-yourself route far more than anybody else. I think all these have become huge trigger points. India, people said, will take many years to be a do-it-yourself market. But I think the pandemic has made it, start on the journey. I think people got into what I call health and hygiene conscious. Insurance products sold much more. I think every home, every society, every building complex adopted health and hygiene practices. I think as people went more and more digital, people got concerned about the privacy of their data. How is my data being used is a big concern that consumers have right now. I mentioned to you before that contactless services have been huge. I think as people went through the pandemic, they recognized that new skills are necessary, new capabilities are necessary. So they invested in self-improvement. The number of people who've gone through training programs, free and paid in this period, is absolutely amazing. So people are reskilling themselves for jobs in a post-pandemic world. Next slide, please. So what's happened in society? If you look at society, I think we've come to a fusion of what I call socialism plus capitalism. All you have to do is look at America itself. Look at America. There's a big debate on whether this whole stimulus package is necessary. And I think most people recognize that capitalism is good, but at this point of time, you need to take care of society. You need to take care of people. When you look at people, they want a combination of two things. Job security, wherever they are. People who are employed have significantly less worries and they're happy. And they also want job growth. Both are necessary. So job security and job growth has become important for society. Every society which is not able to add jobs will be in challenge. Third, I think society is valuing health as a sector. The amount of money being spent on health at one end of the spectrum is America, which spends 18% of its GDP on health. At the other end is a country like India, which spends about 4% of its GDP on health. I think a lot of people have recognized that we need to spend significantly more on health if we have to face another such pandemic. And finally, society has said, we want basic commitment from companies. What are companies willing to do to keep us safe and on the parameters of job security, on the parameters of health, etc. And that's the reason you've had a number of companies in India coming forward and saying, we'll gift, the concentrators, we'll gift the cylinders, we'll gift oxygen. Okay, we'll do this camp, etc. That's what they've done. Hello. Can you move to the next slide, Jagan? Yeah. What leaders can learn? I look at it at 3 levels. Imagine a philosophical question. If you were to have a conversation with Socrates, what would he ask you to do? He would tell you, do you recognize reality? And what I have painted over the last 5-6 slides is reality. And I would really like every leader on this call to recognize that reality. Second, Socrates would ask you, what has changed in you as a result of this pandemic? A lot has changed in a lot of us over the last 14 months. I, for one, I think I'm eternally grateful to a number of my friends who have stood by me. I'm eternally grateful to the place where I stay and the people who've taken care of me. I'm eternally grateful for having the facilities in order to have a healthy balance. I've begun to run every day, and hence my health is in far better shape. So what has changed in you, and do I recognize reality, is the first question at a philosophical level. Next, if you were to ask a Peter Drucker type of a question, the strategist question, okay, which is, how has the competitive landscape changed? I think almost everything which was physical has now become digital. So the physical set of competition is no longer the set that you will fight with tomorrow. You will fight with the set of physical and digital competition. Next is, why is this business valuable? Whether to the employees, to the ecosystem, and to the customers, is another strategic question that we need to ask. What makes it valuable is what we really need to build on as we come out of the pandemic. Next, in terms of execution, if you're a pure execution man at this point of time and you want to think about execution, you must ask, what's the opportunity to maximize execution? Remember, risk and opportunity are 2 sides of the same coin. While there's a lot of risk which has come out as a result of the pandemic, the opportunity is also immense. So what's the opportunity and how do we execute to that opportunity is a question every leader must ask. And the last question a leader must ask in terms of execution is, what business models will work in the future? The business models which worked in the past are unlikely to work at the same level in the future. So how can we adapt to new business models, and how can we succeed in a future world? Next slide, please. So what capabilities are needed for leaders? I think the first capability which is required is communicating digitally. Now, when you sit in a meeting room, you're able to guess the mood, you're able to guess the attention, you're able to guess the interest just by looking at people's faces. Now look at this. There are less than 400 people on this call. Now, I'm not able to see any of them. I'm not able to judge anything that's going on in their mind. Okay, I'm virtually in a monologue situation right now. Now, when you are in front of a screen which is just 5 feet away, there are just 2 emotions which work when you're that close. Either you love it or you're in a fight, one of the 2. Next, when we are on screens like this, most people tend to speak much louder. They tend to shout. Okay, you need to moderate your voice much better. So I think communicating digitally is a completely new skill that leaders have to develop. Second, in the physical world, when we went to work, we would walk around the corridor, or I would walk around the corridor, go to the coffee place, and there'd be normal chit chat. Hey, are you looking smart today? That's a fresh tie. Or you're looking smart today? That's a lovely sari. Okay, what are you drinking? You're drinking tea, you're drinking coffee, you're drinking a juice. What movie did you see last? Or no, what did you do over the weekend? We had a lot of physical chit chat. I think we need to learn what to do in terms of a digital chit chat. That is a skill which I think all leaders need to pick up. I think we need to rethink the concept of risk. Nobody ever thought that the whole world would be temporarily or permanently shut down over periods of time of 14 months. Nobody ever guessed that. So I think risk needs to be rethought significantly. I think we need to pick body language, digitally. And we need to learn how to ensure that we get agreement and disagreement on video calls and our ability to suss it out. Asking people to go onto the screen, to make themselves visible, and to see their interest and to see whether they agree or disagree with you. I think the other thing is we need to decide in the gray zone, but with speed. As leaders, we've always been very successful in the past deciding between white and black and saying, give me more data, I will take a month and decide it. Today, we do not have that luxury of either being in the black zone or in the white zone. We are for the last 14 months in the gray zone, and I suspect we will be there in the gray zone for another year or so. So we need to learn how to decide in the gray zone and how to act with speed in the gray zone. And finally, we need to build what I call bridges into new ecosystems. When the pandemic started, no CEO ever thought that he would ever need the help of a hospital ecosystem or a health ecosystem. No CEO ever thought that he would need the help of an education ecosystem. No CEO ever thought that he'd need the help of a digital payment ecosystem. But the pandemic has taught us that all these are interconnected and we have to have contacts. We have to have leeway into each of these ecosystems. Next slide. If I were to look ahead as a leader, I think one needs to be ready for dramatic change. Incremental change is no longer the order of the day. I think we need to prepare for dramatic change. Next, I think you need to divide the work you have. One of the things I have done in a digital world is I used to have from day one in April, a daily update meeting across all the 5 continents for the global textiles business. And I'd ask people to give us an update. The meeting would last 30 minutes. The 5 CEOs would just give us an update. And after a month or two, I recognized that I was running it. And I said, look, I should not run it. After that, I devised it that almost every day, one CEO ran the meeting. And similarly, most things which we do digitally, team meetings, socials, etc., I give it away to other people for them to run it. And so no leader can do everything on his or her own. So divide and share the work and let them also step up and let them guide the discussions or whatever you need to do. I think one needs to communicate early and communicate frequently. That's the other lesson which I think will hold us in good stead at the end of the pandemic. I think active listening has become even more important in the pandemic period, even more important in a digital world. So we need to listen actively. And finally, be a trusted leader. A trusted leader is one who looks at the science, who looks at the data hard, and who actually follows that. If you look across the world, in every single country, whether it was New Zealand or Germany or Taiwan or Finland or Denmark, wherever you see, all leaders who relied on data, who relied on good advice, were the people who really did well. They really contained the pandemic very well. Next slide, please. The young lady who introduced me said that I've just written a book. This is the book. It's called The Right Choice. It's about resolving 10 career dilemmas for outstanding success. So that's the book we released on Jan 15th. It was in the market by Feb 15th. So do grab a copy if this topic interests you. So in summary, what would I say? I would say that there are many lessons which we've learned from the pandemic, from COVID. I don't think there was a textbook or there was a syllabus when we started. There were many bad things from COVID which we learned how to handle, job losses being one. Okay, women losing more jobs. I think domestic violence, mental health, too many webinars were the bad things. In terms of the good, the vaccine got developed very early. I think Friends of Friends network worked very well. Remote working took shape. Productivity went up in almost every company in every country. The results of FY20 were the best ever for a long time. We saw the rise of contactless services, and almost every government had huge stimulus package. We have Japan at one end at 20% stimulus, and we have America, which is between 15 and 20% stimulus. Employees, there's been a 200 basis points drop in engagement score last year, and employees are worried. Nearly 1 in 2 employees are worried. 1 in 2 employees are stressed out, and 1 in 4 employees are either sad or unhappy as of yesterday. I think employees want purpose built around them. For years, no CEO or company has bothered about employees' health. We had the annual health checkup, we had the annual insurance, etc. But on a day-to-day basis, how should office be organized? How should cubicles be organized, etc.? I think we're learning some new lessons in terms of what it means to be responsible for employees' health. In terms of consumers, the needs have changed significantly. Consumers don't want to go to a physical outlet. They're craving for social contact. They've saved more, and they've adopted to new business models faster than anybody else. They've chosen do-it-yourself mode in many a case. I think health and hygiene has been prioritized. They're worried about the privacy of their data. They have taken to contactless services, and they've invested in themselves, in the new skills required for a post-pandemic world. Society has become a mix of capitalism and socialism. I think people want jobs and job security, but they also want job growth. And I think most societies are looking for basic commitment from companies in terms of what are you doing in my society. Leaders can take a leaf out of a Socrates philosophical playbook to say, do I recognize reality and what does it mean to me? Or a Drucker strategist approach, which is what's the competitive advantage and why is my company or my business valuable? Or an execution philosophy, which says what's the opportunity here and what business models will really come through. I think new capabilities are required. Like I mentioned, digital chit chat as one. I think the ability to sense agreement and disagreement on the call, the ability to build new ecosystems well beyond your traditional ecosystem. And looking ahead as a leader, one must be ready for dramatic change. One must be an active listener, and we must divide the work that the leader has amongst the people who can share the load. Rather than run the meeting yourself, can you get many other people to do it? So that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've taken about 23 minutes. Okay, it's been an absolute pleasure to do this session for you, Rotarians. And I'm more than happy and open for any questions that you might have at the end of the session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Balraman, for inviting me to do this session for you.
Thank you, Shiv. Appreciate it. So we do have a couple of questions. I don't know who will take it.
Yeah, so I will start with the first question. That was an extremely lucid session. Brilliant points, very, very doable. So the first question that we have is, how are companies at top level executives looking at the human touch to support employees to social surrounding vis-a-vis EBIT, which is in this COVID period? So both are there. How do you balance the two is the question.
I would say each leader has to adapt to the situation and follow his own style, whatever he wants to do. I can tell you what I am doing, and if what I'm doing helps you, by all means, please, try and copy that or steal the idea, etc. At the end of last year, end of December, the last fortnight of December, I did video calls with families, 50 families, my direct reports and their one drops. With all the families saying, do you have any questions for me? This is how the pandemic has played out. This is how the person, your son, your wife, your husband, your daughter has done a fabulous job over the last year, etc. Do you have any questions of me? I'm doing the same next week now for the same 50 families. So I did it in December, I'm doing it now. So I think being visible, not just on a one-on-one basis, just to the employee, but to his larger family is very important. Let me give you one more. In one of the meetings, I was a little unhappy with the quality of work. So I pulled up my team to say, hey, this is shoddy work, etc. One of the boys, a young boy, Ekansh, called me back and said, sir, next time, please don't fire us on the video call. I said, what happened? He said, my parents were listening on the call and I felt very bad. So now I ask people, do you have your earplugs on or is anybody else in the room? So there are many things that we've come to recognize as a result of this. I think communicating regularly, whether it's on WhatsApp, whether it's on email, whether it's via phone call, I think these are all simple things. And lastly, respecting the individual. Like our office is open from June 9th. Last year, it was open from August 17th. We have made it voluntary. So I don't ask any of my team members to say it's compulsory for you to come. I tell them it's voluntary. If you're happy to come, please do by all means. But if there's anything holding you back, aged parents, children, anybody, do take care of your family. Okay. So I think you have to play it by the ear, depending on your team and the context. And that's what's important.
Very interesting points there. Another question which is quite interesting is about the three approaches that you spoke about, the philosopher, the strategist, and the execution approach. Does the mental makeup of an individual determine which approach and how you would go about it, or how do you, balance, or how do you work on the three approaches?
Absolutely. See, a once in a lifetime or a once in a career challenge makes you think at all three levels. That's the thing. If you didn't have the pandemic, you'd look at last year and say, okay, I achieved this, that against last year, and then you'd automatically look ahead, right? Okay, well, all of us have been told, look through the windshield, don't look at the rear view mirror. There's so much more opportunity out there. But with the pandemic, I think fundamental questions around yourself, around the business, around society, and what a job means to an employee, I think the fundamental questions have been tested. And that's the reason I say, at one level, you need to think like the philosopher as to what it means to you, what have you learned. At one level, you need to think like the strategist. And at one level, you need to say, hey, how do I get on with it? How do I get it done? So even if I take at a country level, we need to get vaccinated, right? So that's the execution job. How quickly can we get vaccinated? America has got quickly vaccinated. California has taken out masks. Everybody is fine there. UK has done the same. So without getting to a certain level of vaccination, there is no way you can open up the economy or the services part of it. So I think all three, philosophies are important at this point of time because it's a once in a lifetime challenge. Can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Another question is, do management schools need to change their syllabus and their concepts of teaching based on what has happened recently?
I think that's a great question. Absolutely right. See, management schools over time have taken to talking about ethical leadership, have taken to talking about sustainability, have taken to talking about ecology, etc. I think empathy has always been inbuilt as a leadership topic, but not really has it come to the fore. I think this pandemic will force a lot of management schools to talk a lot more about empathy. I think I can almost certainly sense that. I think this whole concept of, what is an unforeseen event and what do you do to handle an unforeseen event, which is what management theory has always called a left field approach, something which you're not able to see. I think that will also get some more attention. These two aspects, I certainly think, will have more attention. Management schools, by definition, are capitalist in nature. Okay, but with what has happened, we've had a gentle mix of capitalism and socialism, and I would think that management schools will adapt to that.
That was insightful. Another question which is asked is, because of this prolonged online or way of working, would this lead to employees sticking to organizations, or will it lead to ultimately employees leaving organizations or not being comfortable with this new way of working?
So, normal attrition in India has been about 10%, and I would believe it would continue to be so, maybe more. Every economy which grows, every economy which has new sectors opening up will always see that. I think at this point of time, the advice I've given people over the last year is, if you have a job, hold on to it, okay, stay there and really rethink, when you want to, switch to wherever you want to go. I think new skills will be required. And I think there will be an emphasis on skills as opposed to degrees in a future world. And as the World Economic Forum said, the three skills that we really need for a future world are creativity, complex problem solving ability, and critical thinking skills. I think anybody who displays those three will be in the job market and will be a hot candidate, he or her, in the job market.
Awesome. One last question. The SME segment has been worst affected by this pandemic due to a lot of regulations, they're not able to sustain during this. What is your one-word advice or a one-sentence advice to them?
That's a great question. I won't be able to do it in one word because I have to give you the context. Okay, here's it. Yeah. Now go back to 1984. 1984 is when color television started in India. Television started in India in 1959. 1984 is when color television started. The first wave of color television. The second wave of color television was 1991 with LPT networks. And then we had state-wise, local language television. As television developed, what we saw was the birth of many a state brand. Local brands mushroomed a lot. Now, over the last 3-4 years, MSMEs have been challenged on various dimensions. and the biggest one being cash flow. Now, thanks to the pandemic, their cash flow has dried out. They're not able to service the market, and hence there's been a significant shift from unorganized market to organized market, unbranded to branded, small company products or brands to big company brands and products. That's the reason why the big companies have done exceedingly well. Now, I mentioned to you that the world has gone digital. Now, that's the opportunity for MSMEs. Just like television got in the concept of local state brands, with digital, you can have what I call the local street brand. You can have a brand in Mylapore, as an example. You can have a brand in Pondi Bazaar. And the skills for these, whether it is cooking, whether it is embroidery, whether anything, I think a wide range of skills can be now deployed to actually serve new consumers. So I personally believe with the rise of digital, we will see many, many more hundreds and thousands of brands across the country, and they will serve street by street, not state by state.
Awesome. Thank you so much for those insightful tips, lessons, and your personal experience. I'm sure the people listening in would have definitely benefited from this. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your words of wisdom with us.
Thank you. All the very best, and hope you guys do very well and have a fantastic session. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Sapna for the next session.
I am now extremely happy to introduce to you Andrea Jeremiah. I'm sure we all know Andrea as a film actress in Tamil, Malayalam, and in Kannada. And we also know her as a playback singer, a composer, and a stage theatre artist. She first began her career with Evam and Madras Players, and today she is known for her roles in notable films like Vishwarupam, Annayum Rasulum, and Ayirathil Oruvan. I now hand over to Rotarian Neelu to take the discussion forward.
Let's begin with the little girl. Where did the little girl, Andrea, start from?
My birth certificate says I was born in Chennai, but I actually spent the first 7 or 8 years of my life in this little town called Arakonam.
Okay, how come Arakonam? A lot of railway
Yeah,
background?
so both my mom and dad are from there. And I guess, I mean, right now I don't have anyone there because the whole family has moved. But when we were kids, it used to be really nice, you know. Arakonam, like you rightly said, was a railway hub and because of that, it was an Anglo-Indian hub. So, you know, there used to be a railway institute, and we used to have all these. Christmas week was the best week of the year because you would have all these amazing little things, and at that point of time, there was quite a large Anglo-Indian community, and even people who had gone away would come back for the holidays. Nobody ever wanted to miss Christmas, and I think for quite a while after that, even after we moved to Chennai, I would long to go back to Arakonam for the holidays because my grandparents were there. And up until my grandparents were alive, I would always want to keep going back there, you know. I have so many happy memories associated with it.
You were saying during Christmas time there are a lot of these little things. What do you mean by little things? Things that happen, or the food, or?
Everything. I mean, you can't take food out of the Anglo-Indian equation. It just goes hand in hand. And so during the Christmas week, there would be a Christmas related event or function, you know, and these little games and prizes for the kids, and there'll be one jolly Santa Claus coming, and then there would be a Christmas dance, and then on New Year there would be a bonfire. Oh. Yes, there would be a bonfire and all of that. So now, you know, like I think like a year or two ago, I saw the Burning Man. It's a music festival that happens in America, and they have this big bonfire. And I was like, hey, we've done this as a kid. So yeah, I mean, I don't remember the exact things, but I do remember the dance, the bonfire. We used to play housey, all of those little things, all happening in the Railway Institute.
Not to forget the kalkals.
Oh yes.
Rose cookies.
Oh, that was in the house. Everybody was cooking their hearts out.
Is that still a big part of your life?
My mom still makes rose cookies.
Yeah?
Yes, she does. And she makes, I think, the best rose cookies I've ever had.
Okay. Shall I tell you something? I'm probably the only Hindu you will find who can make kalkals.
What are you
telling
saying?
you.
That's quite impressive.
telling you, I learned from my
Even
mom.
I wouldn't do it. It's too much effort.
Yeah, with that fork.
I like
and
rose
stuff.
cookies. You dip them in and out, it's done. But that thing, you have to put it on the fork, you have to roll it. It's a lot of effort.
It's good fun.
It
I
is.
love eating them, of course.
Of course,
As you can
everybody
see.
loves eating them.
As you can see. So you left Arakonam when you were approximately 7 years old.
7, yeah, around
8 years
7,
old?
yeah.
Came to
Chennai.
Madras then.
Yeah, Madras
Still
then.
Madras.
Exactly.
Makes us feel very old. No, but how was it, the difference for you from a small town, having lived there, and then coming this shock of big city?
Well, it wasn't that, in the sense, we did have some family here, so we would keep coming and going, and my mom would take us to what was those big grounds where they used to have these, these fairs, these big trade fairs.
Exhibition.
Yes, my mother would bring us for those things. I remember eating these giant cotton candies and those big papads with masala. Yes, I remember all of those things. So, I mean, it wasn't that much of a culture shock in that sense. I think what I did miss was the space, the greenery, because back then Arakonam was still a very green place. Now I wouldn't say so, not so much. But when we were kids, I remember when we used to stay over with my grandmother, we would cut across through the paddy fields as a shortcut to get to church in the morning. I mean, you don't get to do those, I don't know, those are things you can't do in Chennai, right? So those are the things and my grandmother had this big garden with these bougainvillea trees, and there was a mulberry tree, and as kids we used to pluck the mulberries, and you don't get to do those things in Chennai.
No, that is something I miss a great deal too, because these gardens, the trees, the climbing, falling from the trees.
That's what I miss.
All that sort of thing.
Yes, and my mom's mom also had this wood apple tree. You rarely even find those things, and my male cousins had this big tire, and they tied 2 ropes to the branches and made a swing.
It used to be such fun.
It used to be such, and all the wood apples that would fall, we would crack them open and eat it with jaggery and all those things.
Let's get into the turbulence of
The
teenagers.
So
பசங்க எல்லாம் காத்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க அதை பத்தி கேக்குறது.
It's not so exciting. I mean, so soon after, I think those magical years of mine ended when Brian and Christine left to Australia. I suddenly found myself maybe with a lot of time on my hands. And I am quite lame during my turbulent teens. I mean, I was not doing anything exciting. I wrote poetry. That's what I did.
We'll get to that a little later. There's an entire book
I
of
used to
poetry.
go up to the terrace and just be up there for hours and just, blank out or write poetry and just sing to myself, and all that angst of, oh, nobody understands me and all that. And then much later I realized, writing poetry is pointless. Nobody reads poetry. So then I think that channeled into writing songs, which is a far more useful thing to do. But I do still write poetry sometimes, even now. It's a great emotional outlet for me. I wrote my first poem, I think, when I was a little kid. It was for my mom's birthday. The title of the poem was, "May you always wake up like the beautiful sun."
So
I must have been 6 or 7, I don't remember.
I can still remember, I can still probably picture the way your mother was. Oh.
I don't think she was so impressed,
No,
actually.
she wasn't? I'm sure she wasn't. Anyway. So, music, very, very important part of your life, right? So, when did that start? Did you begin that in Arakonam itself?
In Arakonam. It happened in Arakonam. Funny story. So, when we were kids, my younger sister had a bad case of jaundice. So, my parents were really worried, and for 6 months, she was really young. So, a lot of time went into her recovery, and so I think at some point they bought her a really big doll. And as it is, I was kind of being sidelined, I think. So just like a consolation prize, they bought me this little toy keyboard. And my grandmom, my mom's mom, maternal grandmother, she used to play piano as a young girl. So she would sit and teach me Mary Had a Little Lamb and all of that on the little toy keyboard. And then
You would have been how
apparently,
old?
this is before we even moved to Chennai. So
Oh.
I must have been,
5 or
really
6.
young. Yeah, nothing older than that. So at that age. And apparently I seemed to show some flair for it. And soon after that, that was one of the reasons I think my mom felt that, my dad was anyway, he's an advocate and he used to come to the High Court, for work. So I think my mom felt that Chennai would offer us better opportunities for the children and also more convenience for my father, less commute. So that's one of the reasons we moved to Chennai.
Okay. Do you still play the piano actively?
I do have the piano. Sadly, I don't play as much as I used to. For sure, I really don't. And just yesterday when I was sitting at the piano and playing it, I was really feeling so bad about it. But I do still play. It occupies pride of place in my house. And when I say I don't play as much, I mean back then when you had nothing to do and everything is taken care of, you can sit and play for like hours every day. Now I play for a few hours a week.
Okay, no, that's not bad.
I'm still,
Huh?
I can still play my Bach with some mistakes, but I can still do it.
That's nice. I've never heard you play the piano.
Really?
Never.
I did all those grade exams.
Up to what?
I did up to grade 5 and I was preparing for the grade 8. No, I did up to grade 6, I'm sorry. And I was preparing for that grade 8 exam when I started getting into theatre. And it was, grade 8 is not easy. So you have to really put in solid hours. So it was like a toss-up between the two.
Were you learning from Christine Lal?
I did, and then I moved to Mrs. Jones Horace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I think it's the right time for me to prod you.
To sing a song.
To sing a song.
But of course, Andrea the jukebox.
Andrea's not just a Jew. Andrea's a damn good singer. I've known that since Andrea was 11 years old.
Since we went
11 years old. That's how I know.
Yeah, wasn't that? I remember this was the Sound of Music,
Sound of
right?
Music.
I was 11 and they wanted me to play 16 going on 17. Right? I remember it was like this may sound completely inappropriate, but I hadn't even I wasn't wearing a bra. I hadn't even had my period yet. So I didn't even understand how to be a 16, 17-year-old grown-up woman. It was a very traumatic experience.
I know, I can imagine. I can imagine. Fortunately, she didn't come to me. I was playing the father.
I was really traumatized.
To help, yeah.
Because I had to romance a boy and I was such a sweet, innocent girl. I didn't even talk to boys then. It was quite strange.
She wouldn't allow anyone to come and watch her at the rehearsals. I remember that.
I used to feel I was mortified that I was cast to play that role. I could not understand why they chose me.
I saw photographs of that about a month ago.
Really?
Yeah, of you and that guy on
I think it's because I was
stool.
tall. I was a tall kid.
Not just that, maybe because you were a good singer.
That's also
And probably nobody else could have carried off that song. Does that
Fine,
make sense?
whatever.
No, but you were such a talented singer when you began. You've taken that into a completely different level now. We'll talk about the graduation, but how about a song just to ease us into it?
Yeah. Midnight, not a sound from the pavement. Has the moon lost her memory? She is smiling alone. In the lamplight, the withered leaves collect at my feet, and the wind begins to moan. Memories all alone in the moonlight. I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then. I remember the time I knew what happiness was. Let the memories live again. Every street lamp seems to beat a fatalistic warning. Someone mutters and the street lamp gutters, and soon it will be morning. Daylight, I must wait for the sunlight. I must wait for a new light, and I mustn't give in. When the dawn comes, tonight will be a memory too, and a new day will begin. I think it's so apt for the times we live in, actually.
So, Andrea, English music, Western origins, அங்கேருந்து தமிழ் playback, and the graduation எப்படி நடந்தது? How did that happen?
I was minding my own business, doing my own thing. And then, this actor called Nakul. So we all used to meet at school culturals.
Nakul was the boy who was in Boys?
Boys, exactly. So he was in a different school. And all the boys used to have a crush on me in school because I used to sing. Like, oh my God, this girl sings so well.
Well, unfortunately, that's not the only reason.
Yeah, anyway.
You have seen yourself in the mirror.
Yes, all right. But anyway, I think that was the thing I was very famous for in school, the girl who could sing. So Nakul happened to be cast in Boys soon after we all passed out of school. And I think he was with Harris Jairaj in his studio, and Harris was looking for a new voice. So he said, oh, this girl in my, she's so good, you should try her out. So he called me and said, hey, will you please come? So I went and did a vocal test, and Harris liked it, and so he kept my voice, and that was my first song in Onion. And then, since then, one thing just led to another. That's about it.
So effectively, you began with playback before the acting happened?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't want to act for the longest time in films, and then eventually ended up doing it anyway.
No, when the calling is there, sometimes you just...
But now I think I have more films than songs.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's done. It's a complete U-turn now.
Why would you think that's the case?
It is the case. In the sense, I have more films coming out than film songs coming out in the next year, for instance. Yeah, but that also, it doesn't mean that I've stopped singing. It just means that my focus has shifted from playback to my own music, and we're coming out with an album in a few months.
We as in?
Me and the band. We're called the Jeremiah Project.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, strangely, I have the lockdown to thank for it, because everyone in my band is so busy, it is impossible to get them in the studio. But thanks to the lockdown, each person worked in their own home studios and finished their tracks. And once things opened up, I went to the studio, recorded my vocals, and it's been in the mix and master stage, and we just got done with it.
Awesome. So these are songs written by you?
Songs written by me.
Composed as well?
Yes, but I mean, I write the melody for it, and then my boys take over and add their magic, because they're all so fantastic.
Okay, so that means you're saying, would you consider and state yourself to be first a singer, then an actress? And the joy, which gives you more joy?
That's a tricky question. I mean, singing is instant gratification.
Right.
Instant gratification, and just the thrill and joy of being on stage and people really enjoying the music, and the energy that comes back to you is nothing compares to that. But at the same time, lately I've realized that films, and I'm not even talking about going and watching a film in a theater. For me, the day I'm done with my last day of shoot, I'm done with the film. It's over.
Right.
It's out of my hands. So I detach from it. You know, everything else is a byproduct. I have nothing to do with it. But the process of making the film, you know, the process of getting into character for a role, I find that to be very spiritual and healing, and you know, that's the magic for me when it comes to acting. And it doesn't happen every film. It happens in a few films. It happened in a film called Annayum Rasulum, Taramani, and Vadachennai, and now in Miskin's film Pisasattu. So some roles really, you know, make me go deep within myself and either discover something about me that I didn't know, or you know, come to terms with something or heal something. It's like it's like leading parallel lives, right? It's very metaphysical when you think of it.
So are you saying then, say, if you're taking a role like what the ones you say Pisasattu,
like for example, let's say Pisasattu. Let's take Pisasattu for example. Pisasattu came after a long lockdown, and I mean this lockdown we were kind of geared up for it because we were kind of prepared for it. Last lockdown it was all new for us.
Sudden.
It took a lot of, and it was a much longer, stricter, nationwide lockdown, far more consequences and implications, right? The sense of, you know, the sense of isolation that people felt during that, I found an outlet for all of that through this film. So in that way is what I mean.
Okay, now let's go further and find out. Let's find out what more she does. Okay, poetry is the last thing I'm going to talk about. But before that, Andrea is now a very generous philanthropist. She has set up a trust, which I'm going to ask her to talk to you about, so that you get to understand the idea of this whole thing that I'm having with Andrea is to give you a chance to get to know her, not as the actress that all of you know, not as the singer that you all know, as to the person that she is, the person that she has been and what she's becoming, right? So let's talk about this trust of yours, Sophia Trust, right?
The
or is
Sophia.
it Sophia?
Sophia Trust,
Sophia
yeah.
Trust. Give us a sense of what it is about and why it happened.
Yes. So when I was in high school, moving on to college, and I really wanted to, my parents wanted me to study medicine, and I was a really studious student, so I had the marks, and then at the last minute I said, no, I don't want to study medicine, I want to study music. And I wanted to go to this college called the Berklee College of Music in Boston. And at that point of time, there was a whole bunch of factors that just did not allow it to happen. The RBI guidelines were changing, so they weren't giving out student loans, and you know, we were not in such a great place financially that, you know, how do I say? My dad will cry about it till date. He had given away a whole bunch of money to someone, and they weren't giving it back. So he couldn't afford to pay for my education, and you know, no bank loans, and I ended up not going. And I mean, of course, maybe that was life's way of saying you are meant to do this instead, and you know, I started working instead. But the idea of someone wanting to, you know, educate themselves and it not happening because of financial constraints really bothered me, and I thought I should never let that happen to people as far as it's in my control. And also I started doing this when I was in college. My mom's maid's daughter, suddenly started showing up at home and sweeping the house. So I said, what is she doing? She's supposed to be in, you know, she's supposed to be in school. What is she doing here? So she said, no, her mother said she can't afford to pay the fees anymore, so she's going to start working. And I said, that's rubbish. you know. So when I was in college, I used to make my own pocket money because I used to give piano lessons to kids and sing here and there, like little jingles, and I used to have my own little bank account, which I was very proud of. So I was like, I will pay for her education. So I did it, and I put her through college, and she now works as an accountant or something. And you know, it's not like she has some great job. I'm sure she's earning.
No, it's way better than what you earn.
No, money-wise, maybe she makes just a wee bit more than her sister who's a maid. But she makes it with a pen and not a broom, and at least she has the choice. And more importantly, educating her child is a no-brainer. She will 100% put her kid through it, you know, school.
Correct.
And that child will have even more opportunities.
That's propagation. So, yeah, so that being the case, and let's get to a little bit of your poetry.
Why not?
So you said you've been writing poetry since you were a kid.
Since,
yeah. Andrea's actually published a book of her poetry called...
This is also linked to the trust, because every copy of the book that's sold, the money goes directly to the trust.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the poems, how long, where, when, what they were,
so well, I was always
maybe read or sing one of them?
I will, why not? I was always a closet poet, and then a few years ago, I think it was 2018 or 2019, the Bangalore Poetry Festival, for some random reason, decided to invite me as a guest. And one of my college mates is a published author. She writes this Hindu mythology-based novels. Her name is Anuja. So she said, Andy, why don't you read some of your poems? So I was like, God, really, do I have to? And then I was like, okay, fine. So we decided to put them all together. It is a very handmade, homemade production. And one of my cousins is, she's a nurse by profession, but she likes to paint. So she made these really, I think it's visible.
You can see it, right? Yeah.
These really cute little watercolored paintings, you know, to go with some of the poems. And we decided to make a little handmade book. And I didn't want to sell it at all, you know. I was like, this book is not for sale. I don't want to sell it. But there were a lot of people asking for copies. And then eventually last year what happened was, because of the lockdown, I wanted to think of ways of raising money for my trust. So I thought, you know, this would be a good thing to do. It's an ongoing thing. Maybe some months we don't sell books, some months we sell a few books. But the point is money keeps going to the trust, you know. And I hope to turn this into a performance package as well. 45 minutes of spoken and music, because I'm a singer, hey.
Yeah.
And I can sing my poems. So the point is to convert this into a performance package.
Please
with
do call
Keba,
me. Please do call me.
Guitar, music, and some visual arts in the background. So, you know.
Nice. Andrea, it's been beautiful. It's really been beautiful. But I think audience would love for you to sing them something in Tamil as well. You know?
Why not?
But and what about you doing one of these as well in song?
Yeah. I mean, some of these poems are put to music, a few of them. I could do one of those. This one is called Last Dance of the Leaves. It's really pretty. Though I miss the guitar right now, but I can manage. Watch as I'm falling into the night, slow waking dance to the ground. Tears run like rivers across your face. You want me to stay around. Ricochet, strip away all the fears you've ever had. Dancing is all I can do for you. So watch me, watch as I fall. Dancing is all I can do for you. Remember me as I fall.
Lovely.
It's about a leaf falling from a tree.
Lovely, lovely. Ethereal. That's the word I'd use. Completely ethereal. Now let's follow that up with a nice Tamil one. Right?
I don't remember what I sang for you guys the last time. Was it Iduvarai? Was it Malaniyanam? I don't know. I might be repeating myself.
Satyama, I don't know.
Even I. And it's not like there's an audience which you can say, what song would you guys like to hear? I don't know. Which one would you like to hear? Let him decide.
Any song that you can think of hers?
Google பண்ணி பார்த்தேன் உலகத்தில் இவன் போல ஒரு கிறுக்கனும் பிறந்ததில்ல யாஹூ பண்ணி பார்த்தேன் இவனை போல எந்த கிரகத்திலும் இன்னொருத்தன் கிடைக்கவில்லை நான் டேட்டிங் கேட்டா வாட்ஸ்அப் பார்த்து ஓகே சொன்னானே ஷாப்பிங் கேட்டா email.com கூட்டி போனானே மூவி கேட்டேன் யூடியூப் போட்டு பக்கம் தந்தானே பாவமா நிக்கிறான் ஊரையே விக்கிறான் meet my boyfriend. This cracks me up. My smart and sexy boyfriend. நீங்க விஜய் fan தானே?
Lovely, that was nice. See,
the kids love this song. When I sing this on stage, people go crazy because it's like a really foot tapping song.
No, I must say something though. That is, it's not everyone who can sing all these kind of songs a cappella. Without instrumentation and still make it sound nice. Very few singers of these days can do it, in my opinion. I mean, you have to be trained from the classical era to learn to be able to do that. You know, you have to be. Yeah, that's right. So, what next for Andrea? Andrea writes poetry. Andrea's philanthropy. Andrea's an actress. She's a singer. Is Andrea going to write a story?
Yeah, I mean,
oh wow!
It's on the itinerary. Honestly, I've been really bad. I thought this lockdown, I got a laptop and I'm like, I'm going to write. I'm going to use this time wisely. All I did was play with my dog and bake cake. I have nothing to show for this lockdown except a lot of cake and a happy dog.
No, what I haven't mentioned to you is all these questions that I'm asking you have come from our Rotarians.
Oh, really? Well, I do
know. So the Rotarians are asking this.
I do intend to write a book. I do intend to write a couple of them actually. I just haven't gotten around to doing it.
No, I'm not talking about a book.
Then?
The question was, will Andrea write a movie?
You never know. I mean, honestly, I have written a couple of scripts already.
Really? Wonderful.
I find writing a script easier than writing a book for some reason. So I have written a script. It's under review, and you never know. It could be. It's a story about two single women, and it's called "All the Men I Almost Married."
Another question from our Rotarian there goes further on this, which is, if you write a movie, will Andrea direct it as well?
No. No, there'll be a lot of dead bodies if I decide to. I don't have patience.
No patience?
No patience.
Okay.
No.
I am surprised and...
Flummoxed.
Yes, flummoxed is the word. And impressed. I'm sure all of you, our idea here was to talk to you, to get Andrea to talk about herself, about everything that you didn't know about her. So I'm happy that we've got so much of information out of you about yourself. People know you so much better now. You'll probably find people giving you very different kind of looks now when you're walking on the street. Okay, so I have to say thank you very much on behalf of the Rotary Club of Madras and indeed the entire Rotary fraternity for being here with us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My pleasure as always.
Thank you all for being there to watch us.
Thank you, Andrea, for sharing with us your journey from a fun-loving girl in Arakonam to the actress, singer, poetess that you are. We really look forward for your scripts being converted into movies, and all the best to you. Thank you so much for sharing with us your amazing journey. I know we are running a little late, and before we announce the next ad break, I want to share something with you. Humor is something that adds attractiveness and adds to your leadership skills. Post the break, we have somebody who is going to humor us and ensure that our attractiveness and our leadership skills increase. Don't go away after the break. Grab a plate of food, sit across and listen to the next session. We'll now announce a short commercial break for you to grab your plates. Thank you.
Better Aruma Masa.
Like a plane, we're about to make it rain. Survive, they are there. Now let's spark all the flames. We're back again.
Go work. Go ethnic. Go fun. Go party. Palazzos for every occasion from Go Colors.
Farms Group. Available chicken varieties கருங்கோழி, வான்கோழி, நாட்டுக்கோழி, முயல், காடை மற்றும் முட்டை வகைகள் இன்னும் பல. சுவையா சத்தா புரதமா சாப்பிட Chitty Farms Chickens starts from 15th August. For more details, contact 80560-22710 9444075959 for email chittyfarms@gmail.com.
ஆமா, சிரிக்க வைக்கிறது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் என்ன பார்த்தாலே உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். ஆனா இப்போ அடுத்த வரவர் எஃபர்ட்லெஸ்ஸா சிரிக்க வச்சிருவாரு. அவர் வந்தாலே போதும். ஆனா அவர் கல்யாணத்தை பத்தி பேச ஆரம்பிச்சானா அவ்வளவுதான், நீங்க உங்களையே மறந்துடுவீங்க. Let us put our hands together to welcome பட்டிமன்றம் மோகன சுந்தரம்.
ரோட்டரி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கவர்னர் திரு முத்து பழனியப்பன் அவர்களுக்கும், இந்த டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் தலைவர் சகோதரர் நடராஜன் உள்ளிட்ட அனைத்து ரொட்டேரியன்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ரோட்டரி 32 மாவட்டத்தின் 143 சங்கங்களிலே இருந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட 6000 உறுப்பினர்களை கொண்டு மிகப்பெரிய அளவிலே இந்த சிறப்பு கூட்டம் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இதிலே எனக்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நான் தனி அறையில் இருப்பதால் மாஸ்க் போடாமல் பேசுகிறேன். உடனே நீங்கள் நினைப்பீங்க, அப்போ கேமராமேன்லாம் எங்கே இருக்காங்கன்னு. ஏன்னா மீதி இடத்துலலாம் அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லும்போது நீங்கள் நம்புறீங்க, அதனால் இதையும் நீங்கள் நம்பிடுங்க. திரு நடராஜன் அவர்கள் இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸை ரொம்ப உற்சாகமாக பெரிய அளவில் நடத்தணும்னு ஒரு 2 மாதம் முன்னால், இந்த 2வது அலைக்கு முன்னால் பேசினார். ஆனாலும் கூட இவ்வளோ நெருக்கடியிலையும் ஒரு இணையம் வழியாவது இது நடத்தணுமேன்ற அவருடைய பங்கு, அவருடைய அரும்பாடு இதில் தெரியுது. ரொம்ப அவர்களுக்கு நான் நன்றி கடன் பட்டிருக்கிறேன். ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். இந்த பதவியை பற்றி நினைக்கும் போது நிறைய பேருக்குல்ல, பதவி இருக்கிறவங்கள பார்த்து பொறாமப்படுவாங்க. அது தப்பு. பதவியில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு தான் பெரிய பிரச்சனை இருக்குது. எனக்கு அது நேரடியாகவே தெரியும் சார். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு எனக்கே பதவிகள் தேடி வந்திருக்கு. நான் ஸ்கூல் படிக்கும் பொழுதே 6வதுலேருந்து 7ஆம் கிளாஸ் போனவுடனே புது ஸ்கூலில் போய் சேர்ந்தேன். கிளாஸ் வாத்தியார் என்னை கேட்டார், உனக்கு சைக்கிள் ஓட்ட தெரியுமான்னாரு. அப்போ தெரியும் சார்ண்ணே. அப்போ நீ தான் கிளாஸ் லீடருன்னாரு. எனக்கு என்னென்னா, கிளாஸ் லீடர் ஆகிறதுக்கு ஒரே குவாலிஃபிகேஷன் சைக்கிள் ஓட்டுறது தானா? ரொம்ப பெருமையாக இருந்தது. அந்த பதவி தானாக தேடி வந்ததா? ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, ஒரு பேட்ஜ் கொடுப்பானுங்க, அவ்வளோதான் கிளாஸ் லீடர்னு. நம்ப மாட்டீங்க சார், அன்றைக்கி ஆரம்பிச்சது பிரச்சனை. மீதி பேருக்கெல்லாம் ஸ்கூல் 9:30 மணிக்குன்னா எனக்கு மட்டும் 9 மணிக்கே போகணும். ஏன்னா போய் பிளாக் போர்டெல்லாம் அழிச்சிட்டு, பிளாக் போர்டில் இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் க்ளீன் பண்ணிவிட்டு, அப்போல்லாம் தண்ணி எப்படின்னா ரூமுக்கு உள்ளேயே ஒரு ஓரத்தில் பானையில் வச்சுருப்பான். அந்த பானையை கழுவி புது தண்ணி எடுத்துகிட்டு வைக்கணும். இவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் இருந்தது. ஏண்டாப்பா அந்த பதவிக்கு வந்தோன்னு ஆச்சு. இதெல்லாம் பெரிய விஷயம் என்னென்னா, மத்தியானம் 1 மணிக்கு லஞ்ச் டைமில் பில் அடிக்கும், வாத்தியார் கூப்பிடுவார். அவரோட வீடு 3வது தெருவில் இருந்தது. வீட்டுக்கு போய் சாப்பாடு எடுத்துன்னு வா, சைக்கிள் இருந்தா சைக்கிள் சாவினார். அந்த சாப்பாடு எடுத்துன்னு வர்றதுக்காக தான் சைக்கிள் ஓட்ட தெரியுமான்னு கேட்டு எனக்கு அந்த பதவியை கொடுத்துருக்காரு. அவங்க வீட்டுக்கு போய் சாப்பாடு எடுத்துன்னு வரும்போது அந்த அம்மா என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, உங்கள் சாருக்கு பக்கோடா பிடிக்கும், போகும்போது ஒரு 100 கிராம் பக்கோடா வாங்கிட்டு போகணுவாங்க. அதை வேறு வாங்கிட்டு வரணும். நம்ப மாட்டீங்க, எல்லாருக்கும் 1 ஹவர் தான் லஞ்ச் டைம் சார். வாதியாருக்கும் சரி, பசங்களுக்கும் சரி. 1 ஹவர் லஞ்ச் டைமில் பாதி ஹவர் இவருக்கே பணி செய்கிறதுக்கு போயிடும். அவசரமாக சாப்பிடுவேன். கஷ்டப்பட்டேன். 7ஆம் கிளாஸ்லேருந்து 8ஆம் கிளாஸ் போனேன். அங்கே புது வாத்தியார். இந்த பழைய வாத்தியார் என்ன பண்ணார், புது வாத்தியார்கிட்ட என்னை பற்றி சொல்லிட்டுக்கிறார் போல இருக்குது. அவர் நீ தான் கிளாஸ் லீடர்னாரு. நான் சொன்னேன் டிசி கொடுத்துருங்கன்னு. ஏன்னா முடியாது, ஏன்னா இதுக்குள்ளேயே பசங்க எனக்கு எடுப்பு சோறுன்னு பேர் வச்சுட்டாங்க. அதனால் முடியாதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டான். பதவி உண்மையிலேயே கஷ்டம். இப்போ சமீபத்தில் ஒரு ஃப்ளாட் வாங்கினேன். என் கூட ஃப்ளாட்டில் 16 பேர் ஃப்ளாட்டு. மீதி பேர்லாம் என்கிட்ட சார் உங்களை பார்த்துருக்கோம் எல்லாம் புகழ்ந்தாங்க, ரொம்ப நல்லதுங்க என்ன. சார் ஒன்றும் இல்லை சார், நாங்கள் எப்போவுமே பிஸியாக இருப்போம், இந்த ஃப்ளாட் அசோசியேஷன் தலைவராக நீங்களே இருந்துருங்கண்ணா. அதாவது என்ன அர்த்தம், அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் வேலை இருக்குது, நமக்கு வேலை இல்லைன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டான். நீங்களே இருந்துருங்கண்ணா. சரிங்க என்ன. ஒரு பதவி தேர்தலே இல்லாமல் ஒரு தலைவர் பதவி வருதுன்னு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருந்தது சார். அன்றைக்கி பிடிச்சது சார் சனி. எனக்கு வெறும் அந்த 16 ஃப்ளாட்டுக்கு தலைவர், அவ்வளோதான். திடீர்னு பார்க்குறேன் மேல் ஃப்ளாட்லேருந்து ஒருத்தர் இறங்குறான். காலங்காலம் என் வீட்டு வாசலில் போட்ட பால் பாக்கெட்டை காணும், கண்டுபிடிச்சி கொடுன்றான். திடீர்னு ஒருத்தவனா வாட்ச்மேனை மாற்றுனா. என்ன நானும் மெயின்டெனன்ஸு காசு கட்டுறேன். அந்த வாட்ச்மேன் நான் உள்ளே நுழையும் போது குட் மார்னிங்கே சொல்ல மாட்டேறான்னு. அப்புறம் அந்த வாட்ச்மேனை கூப்பிட்டேன். டே குட் மார்னிங் சொல்லிட்டு அந்த ஆளுக்கு. அவன் இப்போ கவலைப்படுறதில்லை, திருடனே வந்தாலும் சரி குட் மார்னிங் சொல்லினுக்கிறான். அது வேற. ஒரு நாள் 6 மணி சார், காலிங் பெல் அடிச்சு திறக்கிறேன். ஒரு அம்மா கையில் குழந்தையோட அழுதுன்னு நிற்கிது. என்னம்மான்னு, எனக்கு ஒரு வழி சொல்லுங்கன்னுச்சு. பயந்துட்டேன். அந்த அம்மாவை நான் முன்ன பின்ன பார்த்ததே இல்லை. எனக்கு ஒரு வழி சொல்லுங்கன்னுச்சு. அழுவுது. உள்ளவாமான்னு குழந்தைய வச்சுருக்குது, விக்கி அழுவுது, ஒன்றும் பேச மாட்டேது. எனக்கு ஒரு வழி சொல்லுங்கன்னு. திரும்பி பார்க்குறேன், என் ஒய்ஃபு அவ்வளோ உக்கிரமாக பார்க்குறா. என்னம்மான்றேன். நேராக உள்ளே போயிட்டா ஒய்ஃபு. உள்ளே போய் கதவை சாத்திட்டா. கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழிச்சுது, என்னம்மான்னு. இல்லைங்க, நான் வாட்ச்மேன் பொண்ணு ஒய்ஃபு, அவர் சம்பள பணத்தை என்கிட்ட கொடுக்க மாட்டுறாரு, குடிச்சிடுறாரு, நீங்களே இனிமேல் அவர் சம்பளத்தை என்கிட்ட கொடுங்கன்னுச்சு. இது சொல்கிறதுக்காக எனக்கு ஒரு வழி சொல்லுங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நான் சொன்னேம்மா, இதை என் ஒய்ஃப் இருக்கும்போது சொல்லக்கூடாதுன்னு போயிடுச்சுங்க. திரும்பி பார்க்குறேன், என் ஒய்ஃபு பையனை பிடிச்சின்னு வரா, எனக்கு ஒரு வழி சொல்லுங்கன்னு. அன்னைக்கு விட்ட அந்த பதவின்றது உண்மையிலே கஷ்டமானது. அந்த பதவியில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு தான் அதனுடைய இது தெரியும். சார், ரோட்டரி சங்கத்துடைய சேவைகளை பற்றி நான் சொல்ல வேணாம், அவங்க எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும். இந்த பிரச்சனைகள், இந்த இடர்பாடு, இந்த கொரோனா சூழ்நிலையில் கூட எத்தனையோ சேவைகளை செய்கிறீர்கள். எனக்கெல்லாம் அது என்னோட நண்பர்கள் கூட சொல்லுவாங்க, நீங்கள் ஏன் ரோட்டரி சங்கத்தில் சேரக்கூடாது, நீங்களும் சேவை செய்யலாமேனு. எனக்கு சேவை செய்யணும்னு ஆசை இருந்ததுங்க, நடுவில் அதை விட்டுடுச்சு. ஏன்னா முடியல, அந்த மாதிரி மாட்டிக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன் சேவை செய்யறதுலையே. ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, சேவை செய்கிறது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம்னு எனக்கு தான் தெரியும். நானும் வந்து மாதத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமையும் வெளியூர்னு பேசிட்டு ஏதாவது ஒரு ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை ஃப்ரீயாக இருந்தேன்னா மாமண்டூர் பக்கத்தில் இந்த சீனியர் சிட்டிசனுக்குன்னு ஒரு ஹோம் இருக்குது, அங்கே போய் பேசுவேன். அங்கே போய் பேசுவேன்னா பேமெண்ட் இல்லாமல் பேசுவேன். ஏன்னா என்னால் முடிஞ்ச சேவை அவ்வளோதான். சிரிப்பாக அவங்களுக்கு பேசி மனசு மகிழ்ச்சியாக. நம்ப மாட்டீங்க, அன்றைக்கி ஒரு நாள் ஒருத்தர் சொல்கிறாரு, சார் 2 மாதத்துக்கு ஒரு வாட்டி வந்து நீங்கள் பேசிட்டு போகிறீங்க, பேசாமல் நீங்களும் எங்களுடைய ஸ்டே பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா வாரம் பேசலாமேனாரு. அதாவது சீனியர் சிட்டிசனில் என்னை அட்மிட் பண்ண சொல்கிறாரு. அன்னிலேருந்து அந்த சேவை மனப்பான்மையும் போயிடுச்சு. மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கணும். நம்ம நடராஜன் சார் சொன்னார், சார் வாங்க சிரிக்கலான்ற, சிரிப்பாக பேசுங்க. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கணும். எப்படி மகிழ்ச்சியாக? நிறைய பேர் மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்க தெரியல சார். உண்மையிலே சொல்லிடல, முகத்திலேயே சிரிப்போடு இருங்களேன், உங்களை எல்லாருக்கும் பிடிக்கும். சிரித்த மூஞ்சோடு இருந்தீங்கன்னா ஒன்றும் இல்லை. ஒரு ஆஃபீஸ்க்குள்ளே போகிறோம், சிரித்த மாதிரி ஒரு கவுண்டரில் ஒருத்தர் இருந்தால் அவங்ககிட்ட தான் போவோம். ஆக்சுவலாக அவன் திருடனாக இருப்பான், அது வேறு விஷயம். ஆனால் சிரித்த முகன்றது நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய ப்ளஸ் பாயிண்ட்டு. சிரித்தவனை நல்லவன் நினச்சின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க சார். ஒரு டாக்டர் கூட பாருங்கள், சிரித்த மாதிரி பேஷண்ட்டை பார்க்கணும். நிறைய டாக்டர் அப்படி தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. இல்லை, சிரிக்காமல் பேஷண்ட்டை உம்முன்னு பார்த்தீங்க வச்சுங்க, பேஷண்ட் பயப்படுவான், டாக்டர் கிட்னிக்கு பிளான் போடுறாருன்னு. அதனால் அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கக்கூடாது, சிரித்த மாதிரியே இருக்கணும். சிரித்த மாதிரியும் நகைச்சுவை மாதிரியும் பேசினாலே மக்களுக்கு உங்களை பிடிக்கும். ஒரு நகைச்சுவை உணர்வு இருக்கணும். நிறைய பேருக்கு அது இல்லை, எப்பவுமே டென்ஷனாக இருக்கான். நீங்கள் நகைச்சுவை உணர்வு இருந்தால் யாரை வேணாலும் ஜெயிக்கலாங்க. ஒன்றும் இல்லை சார், ஒரு கல்யாணம் ஆகி மாப்பிள்ளை வீட்டுக்குள்ளே இருக்கார், மாமனார் வாசப்படியில் உட்காந்துருக்கிறாரு, பிச்சைக்காரன் வரான். அவர் கேட்குறான், ஐயா சாமி அப்படின்னு. மாமனார் சொல்கிறாரு, இப்போ தான் இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் ஒருத்தனுக்கு போட்டேன்னு. மாப்பிள்ளை காதில் அது விழுந்துச்சு, ஆனால் சிரிக்கிறாரு மாப்பிள்ளை. ஏன்? நகைச்சுவை. ஒரு கேஸு, ஒரு அதிகாரி ஒரே ஒரு வருஷம் ஒரு பதவியில் இருந்து 20 கோடி ரூபாய் சம்பாதிச்சு மாட்டிக்கினான். 20 கோடி கேஸ் கோர்ட்டுக்கு வருது. நீதிபதி பார்த்து கேட்குறாரு, ஒரே விஷயத்தில் எப்படியா 20 கோடி பண்ண அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கு அந்த அதிகாரி சொன்னானா, ஐயா நீங்கள் ஆச்சரியத்தில் கேட்குறீங்களா இல்லை ஆதங்கத்தில் கேட்குறீங்களாண்ணா? நீதிபதி சிரிச்சிட்டாரு. அப்படி தான் இருக்கணும். எப்போ வேணாலும் நகைச்சுவை உணர்வு இருந்தாலே போதுங்க. ஆனால் அதே சமயத்தில் நிறைய பேர் இருப்பாங்க, சிரிப்புனா மனநலம் உடல் நலம் ரெண்டுமே சிரிப்பு தான். மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கணுமா, உடல் நலமும் நல்லா வைக்கணும். நிறைய பேர் டாக்டர் சொல்கிறத கேட்கறதில்ல. அதுக்காக டாக்டர் சொல்கிறதெல்லாம் கேட்கணும்னு ஒன்றும் இல்லை. ஏன்னா சிலது ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக முடியாது சார். ஒரு டாக்டர் ஒரு ஆராய்ச்சியில் சொன்னார், சார் உங்களை யாராவது காயப்படுத்தினால் அவர்களை மன்னிப்பதற்காக 6 மாதத்திலிருந்து 8 மாதம் வரை உங்களுடைய மூளை எடுத்துக்கொள்கிறதுன்னு. யாராவது நம்மளை வந்து ஹர்ட் பண்ணிட்டா அவங்கள மன்னிக்கிறதுக்கு 6 மாதத்துலேருந்து 8 மாதம் வரையும் உங்கள் மூளை எடுத்துக்கொள்கிறது. அது சும்மா முடியாது. 20 வருஷம் ஆச்சு, இன்னும் என்னால் மன்னிக்க முடியல எங்கள் மாமனாரை. ஆமாங்க, தம் பொண்ணை பற்றி நல்லா தெரிஞ்சு நம்மளுக்கு கல்யாணம் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்காரு பாருங்க, இன்னும் மன்னிக்க முடியல. அதனால் டாக்டர் சொல்கிறதெல்லாம் எதுவுமே எடுத்துக்க முடியாது. எப்பவுமே சில பேர் பாருங்களேன், ஜாதகம் ஜோசியம் எல்லாத்துலையும் கவலைப்படுவோம். நானும் அப்படி கிடையாது. காலைல இருந்து பார்ப்பேன் கேலண்டரில், இன்று யோக நாள், வெற்றி வீடு தேடி வரும், சூப்பர் அப்படின்னு போயிடுவேன். வேற ஒரு நாள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வீண் அலைச்சல் அப்படின்னு இருக்கும். உடனே என்ன நினைப்பேன், ஜாதகன்றது ஜோசியன்றது பொய்ன்னு நினச்சின்னு வெளில போயிடணும். அப்போ தான் மகிழ்ச்சியை வந்து கண்டினியூ பண்ண முடியும். அதே மாதிரி நிறைய பேர் வந்து மற்றவங்க என்ன பேசுகிறாங்கன்றதுக்காக கவலைப்படக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா நிறைய பேர் இதுக்குன்னே சுற்றுறான், கேள்வி கேட்டு நம்மளை சாவடிச்சிருவான். பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? கிரகப்பிரவேசத்துக்கு கூப்பிட்றேன் சார், வந்தோமா, நம்மளை வாழ்த்தணுமா, டிஃபன் காஃபி சாப்பிட்டோமா, போனோமான்னு இருக்கணும். அதை விட்டுட்டான். எவ்வளோ ஆச்சு? அதாவது எது கேட்கக்கூடாதோ அதுதான். எவ்வளோ ஆனால் என்ன, நீயா கொடுக்க போகிற? இல்லை. எவ்வளோ ஆச்சு? ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது திருப்பி கேட்பான், ஆமாம் கம்பிலாம் முறுக்கு கம்பி தானே? வேணாம். ஏண்டா உனக்கு என்ன அந்த கவலை? எல்லாத்தையும் விட்டான் சார். படிக்கட்டை பார்த்துட்டு சொல்கிறான், வாஸ்து படி படிக்கட்டு சரியில்லைன்னா. ஏண்டாண்ணே, எப்பவுமே படிக்கட்டு வந்து லாபம் நஷ்டம் லாபம், லாபத்தில் தான் கால் வைக்கிறோம் பண்ணா. உன் படிக்கட்டு வந்து லாபம் நஷ்டம்னு வந்துடுச்சு, அதனால் ராசி இல்லைண்ணா. நான் சொன்னேன் கவலைப்படாத போனேன். கிரகப்பிரவேசத்துக்கு வந்து எது பேசக்கூடாதோ அதான். என் ஒய்ஃப் உடனே படிக்கட்டு இடிச்சிடலாமாங்கண்ணா, நீ வேறு கம்முன்னு அப்படின்னா. இப்போ என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு, அதை பற்றி கவலைப்படுறதில்ல. நேராக வீட்டுக்குள்ளே போவேன். இது வாஸ்துவம் நம்ம மனசுலேயே இருக்கா, அதனால் ஒன்றும் இல்லை, கங்காரு மாதிரி ஒரே தாவிடுவேன். வாஸ்துக்கு வாஸ்துவம் ஆச்சு, எக்ஸசைஸும் ஆச்சு சார். எல்லாத்துக்குமே சார் தடுப்பூசி போட்டு, கொரோனா தடுப்பூசி போட்டுன்னு வரேன். பக்கத்து வீட்டுக்காரன், என்ன ஊசி போட்டிங்களா? பண்ணலாம். போட்டேன் சார். சரின்னு விடுவான்னு பார்த்தேன். ஆமாம் ஃபீவர் வந்துதா அப்படின்னா. இல்லை சார்ண்ணே. ஐயோ வரலையா அப்படின்னா. இல்லைங்க வரலைங்கன்னு. வரணும். அவன் யார், பெரிய டாக்டர் மாதிரி அவன் சொல்கிறான் வரணும். எல்லா இடத்துலையும் சொல்கிறாங்க தடுப்பூசி போட்டால் ஜுரம் வரணும். நான் சொன்னேன் எனக்கு வரலையே என்னையா பண்ணுறதுன்னு. அப்போ தடுப்பூசியில் ஏதோ ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குது. நான் கூட வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் பார்த்தேன், எங்கேயோ பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறான். என்னாச்சுங்க, அவன் சொல்லி மனசு கஷ்டப்பட்டு தடுப்பூசி போட்டுக்கின்னு ஜுரம் வராதான்னு வேண்டிக்கினேன். அந்த அளவு நம்மளை குழப்பி விட்டுருவானுங்க. நம்ம எதுக்குமே கவலைப்படாது சார். சந்தோஷன்றது அப்பப்போ வரும், ஆனால் அதையே தெளிவாக்கிடக்கூடாது. திடீர்னு ஒய்ஃப் வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க, உங்ககிட்ட நான் இனிமேல் பேச மாட்டேன், எங்கள் அம்மா வீட்டுக்கு போகிறேன்னு. சந்தோஷம் வரும், அதை உடனே அதை வந்து நிலையான சந்தோஷமாக நினச்சிக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா 1 ஹவரில் அவங்களே மனசு மாதிரி வந்து நம்மக்கிட்ட வாங்க ஷாப்பிங் போகலாம் வண்டி எடுங்கன்னுவா. அதனால் அதுவும் கஷ்டம். எதுவுமே சில விஷயங்களை வந்து புரிஞ்சிக்கவும் கூடாது, புரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னு முயற்சி பண்ணவே கூடாது, விட்டுட்டோம். பார்த்தா அப்படியே ஒன்று சார். ஆணும் பெண்ணும் சமம், சரி ஒத்துக்கிறோம். ஆனால் எல்லா விஷயத்துலையும் ஆணும் பெண்ணும் சமமாக பாருங்க. உண்மையிலே சொல்கிறேங்க, சில விஷயம் ஆண்கள் பெஸ்ட்டு, சில விஷயம் பெண்கள் பெஸ்ட்டு. இப்போ பரதநாட்டியம் பார்த்துக்கிருக்கீங்க, பெண்கள் ஆடிச்சு வச்சிங்களேன், அழகு அருமை. அவங்க ஆடும்பொழுது அந்த நளினம் மென்மை, பரதநாட்டியம். ஆண்கள் பரதநாட்டியம் ஆடி பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? நல்லா தான் ஆடுவாங்க, ஆனால் பார்க்க ஒரு மாதிரி கஷ்டமாக இருக்குங்க. ஷர்ட்டு போடாமல் நகை போட்டுக்கின்னு மீசையெல்லாம் எடுத்துகிட்டு கட். அது பரதநாட்டியம் பெண்கள் தான். அதே மாதிரி தவில் வாசிக்கிறது வச்சுக்கலாம், ஆண் வாசித்தா ஒரு கம்பீரம் இருக்கும் இல்லையா? இப்போ பெண்களும் தவில் வாசிக்கிறாங்க. அந்த பெண்கள் தவில் வாசிக்க பார்க்கும்போதுங்க பயமாக இருக்குது. இந்த அம்மா தவில இப்படி அடிக்குது, அவங்க வீட்டுக்கார் பாடு என்ன பாடுன்னு அந்த அந்த ஞாபகம் வந்த உடனே அது போயிடும். நிறைய பேருக்கு என்ன பேசுதுன்னு தெரியல. ஃப்ரெண்டுலேயே க்ளோஸ் ஃப்ரெண்டு சார்ன்றான். டே ஃப்ரெண்டுனாலே க்ளோஸுடா, அதில் என்ன க்ளோஸ் ஃப்ரெண்டு? அதோட ரொம்ப அக்கிரமமான வார்த்தைகள்லாம் இருக்குது சார். அந்த ஜட்ஜு ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ரைட் ஃபார்வேர்டுன்னுவான். அப்போ மீதி ஜட்ஜெல்லாம் அதனால் எதை பற்றியும் கவலைப்படக்கூடாது. அதே மாதிரி கேள்வியை குடும்பத்தில் கேட்குறத விட்டுடணும். நான்லாம் அப்படி தான். சில பேர் எக்ஸ்ட்ராவாக கேள்வி கேட்டு மாட்டிப்பான், கவலை வரும். ஒருத்தன் கல்யாணம் ஆயிடுச்சு சார், கல்யாணம் ஆகி என்ன பண்ணால் ஒய்ஃபை பார்த்து நீ ரொம்ப அழகாக இருக்கேன்னா, எல்லோரும் சொல்கிற போய் தான் ரொம்ப அழகாக இருக்கேன்னா. அது என்ன பண்ணிடுச்சு, சும்மா இல்லாமல் அந்தம்மா கரெக்டுங்க நான் அதுக்கு சர்டிஃபிகேட்டே வச்சுருக்கிறேன்னுச்சு. இவன் பயந்துட்டான். அழகாக இருக்கணும்னு சொன்னதுக்கு சர்டிஃபிகேட் ஒருவேளை மிஸ் சென்னை மிஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டின்னு ஏதோ வாங்கியிருக்கு போல இருக்குதுன்னு காட்டு அப்படின்னா. நேராக எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து ஒரு 20 லவ் லெட்டர் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து கொடுத்தது. என்னென்னா, நான் அழகாக இருக்கிறதுக்கு இதான் சர்டிஃபிகேட்டு, எனக்கு பசங்க அமைச்சதுன்னு. அன்னில தான் அவனுக்கு தூக்கம் போச்சு சார். மகிழ்ச்சி என்பது வெளியில் இல்லை, உள்ளே இருக்குது. நிறைய பேர் வெளியிலேருந்து உள்ளே வர மகிழ்ச்சின்னு தான், அது இல்லவே இல்லை. குழந்தைய வளர்க்கறதுல கூட பிரச்சனை சார். எல்லா அம்மா அப்பாவும் என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்க, குழந்தைய வந்து நம்ம குழந்தை வந்து புகழ் வரணும், டிவியில் வரணும். இப்போவே அதுவே படிச்சுட்டு வரப்போகுது, என்ன பிரச்சனை? உடனே எல்லாத்துலேயுமே ஃபஸ்ட்டு வரணும். எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தேகம், தப்பாக நினைக்காதீங்க, ரொம்ப சந்தேகம். இந்த கொரோனா நிவாரணத்துக்கு 4ஆவது வகுப்பு படிக்கிற குழந்தை உண்டியல் காசு கொடுத்தது அப்படின்னு பேப்பரில் வருது. எனக்கு இன்னமும் நம்பிக்கை இல்லைங்க. ஏன்னா 4ஆம் கிளாஸ் படிக்கிற குழந்தைக்கு அந்த அவ்வளோ உண்டியை உடச்சி கொடுக்கணும்னு நினைக்குமான்னு தெரியல. அம்மா அப்பா அது குழந்தைகிட்ட சொல்கிறது, இது கொடுத்தாக்கா உன் பேர் பேப்பரில் வரும், புகழ் வரும். ஏன்னா அதை பார்த்து என் பையன்கிட்ட சொன்னேன், தம்பி நீ கூட உண்டி உடச்சி நிவாரணம் கொடுன்னு. உண்டிக்கிட்ட போனால் பிரச்சனை பெருசாக ஆகும்னா. அதான் உண்மை. எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி சார், எது நமக்கு சரியாக வருமோ அதை மட்டும் தான் செய்யணும். நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து இல்லை மகிழ்ச்சியை தேடிட்டு போகிறாங்க. இல்லை, மகிழ்ச்சி என்பது நமக்குள்ளே இருக்குது. ஒன்றே ஒன்று சொல்கிறேன், வாயை வச்சுட்டு சும்மா இருந்தாலே மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருப்போம். ஏன்னா நிறைய பேர் தம்பட்டம் அடிக்கிறோம். நான் அப்படி தாங்க, ஏதோ ஒரு காரணத்தில் சொன்னேங்க, நான் என்னோடய பே ஸ்லிப்பை காமிச்சா எல்லா பேங்க்கும், எந்த பேங்காக இருந்தாலும் 10 லட்ச ரூபா ஜஸ்ட் லைக் தட் பர்சனல் லோன் கொடுப்பான். எப்போ சொன்னது மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கும்போது சும்மா இருந்திருக்கலாம். ஒரு 6 மாதம் முன்னால் எங்கள் மாமனார் இருந்தார். வந்து மாப்பிள்ளை சின்னவளுக்கு கல்யாணம் வச்சுருக்கோம், யார் எங்கள் மச்சினிச்சிக்கு கல்யாணம் பண்ணலான்னு இருக்கேன்னு. சார், மச்சினிச்சிக்கு கல்யாணம்னாலே நமக்கு எவ்வளோ வருத்தம் இருக்கும்னு தெரியும். சொல்லுங்க மாமாண்ணே. இல்லை, கொஞ்சம் பணம் கொஞ்சம் குறையுது அப்படின்னு. எவ்வளோ குறையுதுன்னு. ஒரு 10 லட்ச ரூபான்னு. டக்குன்னு என் ஒய்ஃபை பார்த்தேன். அவகிட்ட தான் சொல்லியிருந்தேன்ல பர்சனல் லோன் கிடைக்கும்னு. ஒய்ஃபை பார்த்தேன். ஒய்ஃபு கம்முனுங்கிறா. அப்புறம் கேட்டேன், மாமா கல்யாணத்துக்கு எவ்வளோ செலவாகுன்னு. 10 லட்சம்ன்றது. அதாவது மொத்தமாக என்கிட்டேருந்து வாங்கின்னு போயிட்டு கல்யாணம் பண்ணிடணுன்னு. வேறு வழியில் மாட்டிக்கணும். எப்போது வாய் தம்பட்டம் அடித்ததுனால கொடுத்துட்டு கல்யாணம் அன்னைக்கு பார்த்தா கண்ணிலேருந்து தண்ணியாக வருது. என் கவலை எனக்கு. பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிறவன் சொல்கிறான், உங்களை மாதிரி ஒருத்தர் கிடைக்கிறது கஷ்டங்க. ஒரு சாதாரண மச்சினி கல்யாணம் பண்ணுறாம நீங்களே பண்ணி ஆனந்த கண்ணீர் விடுறீங்களே. இது ஆனந்த கண்ணீரில் அந்த 10 லட்ச ரூபாய் எப்போ வருமோன்ற கண்ணீர் எல்லாம் கரெக்டு சார். வாழ்க்கையில் சில லாபங்கள் இருக்குது, வாழ்க்கையில் சில நஷ்டங்கள் இருக்குது. நஷ்டமே லாபமாகிறது இருக்குது. எப்படின்னா, நீங்கள் இந்த தீபாவளி பண்டிகை முடிஞ்ச அடுத்த நாள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா மொத்தமாக 2 நியூஸ் பார்க்கலாம். என்னென்னா, சென்ற வருடத்தை விட இந்த விட மது விற்பனை இத்தனை கோடிக்கு அதிகம், அது ஒரு நியூஸ் வரும். 2வது நியூஸு தீபாவளி சீட்டு கட்டி ஓட்டம் 1.5 கோடி ஏமாற்றம், இந்த மாதிரி வரும். சார், எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எனக்கு அந்த ஒரு இதுவாச்சு. என் ஒய்ஃபு எனக்கு தெரியாமல் சீட்டு கட்டுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஏமாந்துட்டாங்க. தீபாவளி முடிஞ்சுது. முடிஞ்ச உடனே வந்து சொல்கிறா, நான் தெரியாமல் சீட்டு கட்டிட்டேன், இருந்தாலும் ஓடிட்டான்னா. நான் சொன்னேன், கவலைப்படாது, நான் வாங்கி தரேன். ஆனால் பயந்துட்டான், ஏன்னா எனக்கு தெரியாமல் கட்டினதுனால. போய் பார்க்குறேன், கமிஷனர் ஆஃபீஸில் பெரிய கியூ நிற்கிது. அங்கே போய் நிற்கிறேன். அசிஸ்டன்ட் கமிஷனர் ஒருத்தர் வந்து, என்ன சார் நீங்கள் கூடவா அப்படின்னாரு. இல்லை சார், நான் இல்லை, ஒய்ஃபு. ஒன்று அவர் ஒய்ஃபை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணி வைக்கவானாவா அப்படின்னாரு. ஏதோ அவங்க ஒய்ஃபை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணி வைக்காம, யார் ஒய்ஃபு கண்ட்ரோலில் இருக்குது. ஆனால் ஒன்றுங்க, அந்த கட்டின ஒரு 60,000 ரூபா போயிடுச்சு, அது நஷ்டம்தான். ஆனால் அதுக்கப்புறம் ஆட்டிடியூட், என்னோடய ஒய்ஃபோட ஆட்டிடியூட் ஃபுல்லாக மாறிடுச்சு. முன்னெல்லாம் எவ்வளோ அதிகாரமாக பேசுவோம், இப்போ அப்படி கிடையாது, அமைதியாக பேசுகிறான். ஏன்னா 60,000 ரூபாய் ஏமாந்துட்டோன்னு. எங்கிட்ட அன்றைக்கி ஏதாவது சத்தமாக பேசுனா கூட நானே சொல்கிறேன், வேறு ஏதாவது சீட்டு போட்டிருக்கியா? இல்லை 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 இல்லை, அவ்வளோ அமைதி. எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் எனக்குன்னு ஒரு நம்பிக்கை. சார், ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம், மகிழ்ச்சியை வெளியே தேட போகாதீர்கள். மகிழ்ச்சி என்பது உள்ளே இருக்கிறது. சார், நீங்கள் நினைச்சது நடக்கும். மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருந்தால் நீங்கள் நினைத்தது நடக்கும். மற்றவர்களை மகிழ்ச்சிப்படுத்தி பாருங்கள், ஈத்துவக்கும் இன்பம். ரோட்டரி சங்கம் அதை தான் செய்து கொண்டு இருக்கிறது. சார், நம்ம புத்திசாலின்னு நம்ம நினச்சின்னு இருக்கோம் சார். ஆனால் வீட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க ஒரே நிமிஷம் நம்மளை முட்டாளாக்கிடுவாங்க. ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, வீட்டில் பூஜை ரூமில் ஒரு ஆணி அடிக்கணும், அதான் இவங்க அப்படி தான், நமக்கு எல்லா வேலையும் தெரியும்னு அவங்களே நினச்சின்னு இருக்கிறது. பூஜை ரூமில் ஒரு ஆணை அடிக்கணும்னா எலக்ட்ரிஷியனை பிடிச்சி கொடுத்தா வந்து அடிச்சுட்டு போகிறான். அவனுக்கு ஒரு 50 ரூபா கொடுக்கறதுக்காக நம்மளை ஆணி அடிக்க சொல்கிறது. நமக்கு நான் ஆணி அடிக்கவா தெரியும்? நம்ம ஹைட்டுக்கு ஒரு ஸ்டூல் போட்டு எடுக்கிறேன். என் ஒய்ஃப் சொல்கிறா, 2 ஸ்டூல் போடுங்க, நான் பிடிச்சிக்கிறேன்னா. அப்போ தான் உண்மையிலே பயன்பேன். ஏன்னா விட்டுட்டா பொத்துன்னு விழுவோம் கீழே. அடிக்கிறேன், என்னங்க செவத்துக்கு ஒத்தடம் கொடுக்குறீங்க, நல்லா போட்டு அடிங்க அப்படின்னா. நம்ம என்ன எலக்ட்ரிஷியனா? ஒரு வார்த்தை சொன்னா, சார் இவ்வளோ படிச்சிருக்கீங்க, ஒரு ஆணி அடிக்க தெரியலையாண்ணா. நம்ம என்ன ஆணி அடிக்கிறதுக்கு படித்தோம்ல, அது சிலபஸில் இருக்கா? ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது. இறங்கிட்டேன். சார், நம்ம புத்திசாலின்னு நம்ம நினச்சின்னு இருக்கோம். ஆனால் வீட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க நினச்சா ஒரே நிமிஷத்தில் நம்மளை முட்டாளாக்கிடுவாங்க. இப்போ கவர்மெண்ட்டில் வந்துங்க பால் விலை லிட்டருக்கு 3 ரூபா குறைச்சிருக்காங்க, சரியா? என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு, நாங்கள் 1.5 லிட்டர் பால் வாங்குவோம், 3 பேக்கெட்டு. இதில் அன்றைக்கி பால்காரமாக வந்திருக்கு. என் ஒய்ஃப் என்னை திரும்பி டக்குன்னு கேட்குறா, இந்த புது ரேட்டில் 31 நாளைக்கு எவ்வளோ வருது கணக்கு போடுங்கண்ணா. என்ன வேலை, எப்படி 31 நாள் மனசுக்குள்ளே அவ்வளோ கணக்கு போட முடியாதுல்ல. அதோட பரவாயில்லைங்க. அதே மாதிரிங்க புது விலையில் 31 நாளைக்கு எவ்வளோ ஆகுதுன்னு பாருங்கள். போன மாதம் பழைய விலையில் 1.5 லிட்டருக்கு 2 நாள் இந்த அம்மா தரல, அதை கழிச்சிருங்க, கழிச்சு அவங்களுக்கு இப்போ எவ்வளோ கொடுக்கணும் சொல்லுங்கள் அப்படின்றான். என்ன இது ஏங்க? இது கூட இவ்வளோ சீக்கிரத்தில் சொல்ல தெரியல, உங்களெல்லாம் எப்படிங்க ஜிஎம்ஆ ஆஃபீஸில் வச்சுக்கிறாங்கன்னா? எங்க நமக்கு என்ன ஆனாலும் கால்குலேட்டர் வேணும்ல, மனசுலேயே வராது. ராமானுஜமாக நம்ம இது பேசினே இருக்கிறோம், நான் முழிக்கிறேன். பால்காரமாக சொன்னாங்க, பாவம் ஐயாவுக்கு தெரியல முழிக்கிறாங்க, இந்தாங்க நான் வீட்லேயே கணக்கு போட்டு எடுத்துன்னு வந்துட்டேன்னு. கடைசியில் பால்காரமாக வந்து நம்மளை காப்பாற்றுச்சு. அதாவது நிறைய பேர் எங்கிட்டயே சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, சார் ரொம்ப டென்ஷன் சார். டென்ஷனே படக்கூடாது, எல்லாத்தையுமே ஈஸியாக எடுத்துக்கணுங்க வாழ்க்கையில். ஆஃபீஸ் போகிற ஆஃபீஸ்னால் டென்ஷன் தான் இருக்கும் தான். ஆனால் அதில் பாருங்கள், இந்த லேடிஸும் ஜென்ஸும் சேர்ந்து வேலை செய்யும் போதில் உண்மையிலே கஷ்டங்க. ஏன்னா அக்கிரமம் பண்ணுவானுங்க மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில். பார்த்துக்கிறீங்களா? சில மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லாம் லிஃப்ட் இருக்குங்க. நம்ம ஆஃபீஸு வந்து 4வது மாடி, லிஃப்ட் இருக்கும், லேடிஸ் அண்ட் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு போட்டிருப்பான். நம்மளாம் நடந்து போகணும். ஆனால் லேடிஸ் வந்து லிஃப்ட்டில் போகலாம். சம்பளம் 2 பேருக்கும் சரியாக தானே கொடுக்குறோம். நமக்கு என்ன சம்பளம் கொடுக்குறாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கும் அதான் சம்பளம் கொடுக்குறாங்க. மழை கொஞ்சம் பெஞ்சதுன்னா போதும், உடனே லேடிஸில் கொஞ்சம் சீக்கிரம் போகணும் சார் அப்படின்னுங்க. ஏன் மழைன்னா உங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் மழையா? எங்களுக்கு மழை இல்லையா? நமக்கு தான் இன்னும் கஷ்டம். ஸோ 2 வீலரில் கஷ்டப்பட்டு போகணும். எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ப்ரிஃபரன்ஸு அவங்களுக்கு தான். ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். ஆஃபீஸில் ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் நடக்குதுங்க. எங்கள் ஆஃபீஸில் நடந்தது சில்வர் ஜூப்ளின்னு ஃபங்க்ஷன். இந்த லேடிஸுக்கெல்லாம் என்ன வேலை தெரியும்ல? ஒன்றும் இல்லை, நல்ல பட்டு புடவை கட்டிக்கிட்டு வீட்டில் இருக்கிற நகையெல்லாம் போட்டுக்கிட்டு கம்பெனி செலவுலேயே மல்லிப்பூலாம் வச்சுக்கின்னு அவங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற ஒரே வேலை என்னென்னா, ஸ்டேஜில் அந்த சீஃப் கெஸ்ட் வர்றாருல, அவர் கையில் குத்து விளக்கு ஏற்றத்துக்கு மெழுகுவத்தி கொடுப்பாங்க பாருங்கள். அதான் அது ஒரே வேலை. எல்லா ஃபோட்டோலேயும் அவங்க பேர் இருக்கும். நமக்கு என்ன வேலை கொடுப்பானுங்க தெரியுமா? கார் பார்க்கிங் இன்சார்ஜின்னுவான். என்னென்னா பில்டிங் விட்டு வெளியில் வர காரெல்லாம் கரெக்டாக நிறுத்தணும். அந்த வேலை செஞ்சு வேர்க்க விறுவிறுக்க எங்கே ஃபங்க்ஷன் முடிஞ்சோடனே எங்கள் எம்டி சொல்கிறாரு, மிஸ்டர் மோகன் சுந்தரம் அன்றைக்கி ஃபங்க்ஷன் அன்றைக்கி நீங்கள் வரலையான்னு. ஏதோ ஒரு ஃபோட்டோலேயும் காணுமே, எப்படி இருப்பேன்? நல்லா கார் பார்க்கிங்கில் நிற்கிறேன். லேடிஸ் எல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாம் ஜேன்னு எல்லாத்துலேயுமே அப்படி தான் சார். சிசிடிவி கேமராவையே நம்ம மூஞ்சி எதிர்க்கு தான் சார் வச்சுக்கிறோம் ஆஃபீஸில். இந்த லேடிஸ் பாருங்கள், டீ சாப்பிட்டு வரேன்னு போவோங்க, நானும் ஒன்றா போவோம். ஒன்றா போயிட்டு டீ சாப்பிட்டுட்டு ரெஸ்ட் ரூம் போயிட்டு லைட்டாக ஒரு டச்சப் பண்ணின்னு வந்து உட்காருவாங்க. 6 ஹவர் ஆகும். அன்றைக்கி நாளும் போயிடுச்சு. எங்கள் ஜிஎம் வந்தார், வேறு இஸ் ஆல் லேடிஸ் அப்படின்னாரு. நான் சரி நல்லது போட்டு கொடுத்துருவோம் அப்படின்னு, சார் ஆல் கான் டேக் டீ சார், 1/2 hour சார் அப்படின்னு. அந்த ஆள் திட்டுவானுச்சு. அவர் லேடிஸ் ஆல்வேஸ் லேடிஸ் அப்படின்ட்டு போயிட்டார். ஏன்டா இதை சொல்கிறதுக்கா இவ்வளோ தூரம் வந்த அப்படின்னு போயிட்டாருங்க. என்னைக்காவது ஒரு நாள் நம்ம ரெஸ்ட் ரூமுக்கு 2 நிமிஷம் தப்புன்னு போயிட்டு வரோம். அந்த பார்க்குறானா, என்ன சீட்லேயே இருக்க மாட்டீங்கன்னா அப்படியே ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருக்கும். நமக்குன்னு வந்து ஏதாவது விஐபியை கூப்பிட்டுன்னு வரணும் சொல்கிறோம், நம்மளை தான் அனுப்புவாங்க. நமக்குன்னு வர விஐபி இருக்கான் தெரியுமா, சீஃப் கெஸ்ட்டு. நைட்டு 2 மணி ஃப்ளைட்டில் வருவான். அங்கே போய் 2 மணி ஃப்ளைட்டில் நின்று அவரை கூப்பிட்டுன்னு வந்து ஹோட்டலில் போட்டால் அப்போ தான் இங்கே தேங்காய் எண்ணெய் கிடைக்குமானுவான். ஏன்டா ஊரை விட்டு வரியா, அதெல்லாம் எடுத்துன்னு வர மாட்டியா, போய் வாங்கின்னு வரணும். விடிய காலையில் 5 மணிக்கு டிகாஷன் காஃபி கிடைக்குமான்னு. வேறு வழி கிடையாதுங்க. கம்பெனி வந்து நம்மளை டெபியூட் பண்ணியிருக்கான், அதனால் அதெல்லாம் ஏற்பாடு பண்ணணும். ஆனால் பேரே வராது. இதெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் இல்லை, இதெல்லாம் சகஜமாக எடுத்துக்கணும். ஆஃபீஸ்னால் அப்படி தாங்க இருக்கும். ஆஃபீஸ்னால் அப்படி தான் இருக்கும். எவன் நல்லவன் எவன் கெட்டவன் தெரியாது. என் பக்கத்து சீட்டில் இருக்கான், 10 வருஷம் நானும் அவனும் பக்கத்து பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்து இருக்கோம். ரொம்ப க்ளோஸ் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸுங்க. என் ஃபேமிலியை பற்றி அவனுக்கு தெரியும், அவன் ஃபேமிலியை பற்றி எனக்கு தெரியும். இன்னைய வரையும் அவன் நல்லவனா கெட்டவனான்னு தெரியல. திடீர்னு ஒரு நாள் வந்து என்கிட்ட சொன்னான், வா யோகா கிளாஸ் சேருண்ணா. ஏன்டாண்ணே? சேரு அப்படின்னா. என்ன எனக்கு எதுக்குடா யோகாண்ணே? இல்லை சேரு அப்படின்னா. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, அவன் எங்கேயோ ஒரு 3000 ரூபாய் கட்டிட்டான் யோகா கிளாஸ்க்கு. நான் கட்டலை. அந்த 3000 ரூபாய் எனக்கு லாபம் தானே, அதனால் எப்படியாவது வம்படித்து கூட்டியும் போய் அந்த 3000 ரூபாய் கட்டுறதுக்காக சொல்கிறான். நான் சொன்னேன், எனக்கு யோகாவே வேணாம் விட்டுருன்னு. இதுவரையும் சார் அவன் நல்லவனா கட்டவனே தெரியல சார். அன்றைக்கி திடீர்னு நான் ஆஃபீஸுக்கு போயிட்டு டீ குடிச்சிட்டு வரேன், எம்டி உன்னை தேடின்னு வந்தாரண்ணா. பக்குன்னு ஆயிடுச்சு. ஏன்னு தெரியல. எம்டி தேடின்னு வந்தார், உன்னை எங்கன்னு கேட்டார், ரொம்ப கோபமாக இருக்கார் அப்படின்னா. பதப்பதப்பாகிடுச்சு, டென்ஷன் ஆகிடுச்சு. கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழிச்சுது, இன்றைக்கி ஃபுல்லாக எம்டி பயங்கர கோபம். ரவுண்ட்ஸில் டிஸ்பேச்சில் ஒரு பையன் சீட்டில் இல்லைன்னு டிஸ்மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டாரான்னா. இன்னும் பயம் வந்துடுச்சு, ஏதாவது நம்மளை மெமோ கொடுத்துட போகிறாங்கன்னு. என்னடான்னு தெரில. ஒருவேளை நீ வந்து லீவு சொல்லிட்டு பட்டிமன்றம் போறியா அது தெரிஞ்சிச்சோ அப்படின்றான். இந்த நாயகனில் கமலஹாசன் ஒரு வார்த்தை சொல்லுவார் தெரியுமா, நீ நல்லவனா கெட்டவனா தெரியலையேன்னு. அந்த மாதிரி சார் இவனே சொல்லி கொடுக்குறான். அப்புறம் சாப்பிடவே இல்லை நான். மத்தியானம்லாம் எப்படி கூப்பிடுவாரான்னு 5 மணி ஆச்சு. இவன் போயிடுவான் சாதாரணமாக 5 மணிக்கு. ஆனால் உட்காந்துக்கிறான். நான் சொன்னேன் நீ போடான்னு. இல்லை பார்த்துட்டு போகிறேன்னா. ஏதாவது என்ன எனக்கு என்ன ஆகுது என்ன கதிக்கு நான் போகிறேன்னு பார்க்கறதுக்காக வெயிட் பண்ணுறான். கட்சியில் எம்டி கூப்பிட்டு சொன்னார், ஒன்றும் இல்லை காலைல வந்தேன் உங்களை விஷ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு வந்தேன், உங்களுக்கு பர்த்டேவாம்மா இன்றைக்கி. நான் அது சர்டிஃபிகேட் படி போட்ட பர்த்டே, அதனால் விட்டேன். அதாவது எவன் நல்லவன் எவன் கெட்டவன் தெரியல. நிறைய பேர் என்கிட்ட சொல்லுவான், சார் என் ஒய்ஃப் எனக்கு மரியாதையே கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க சார். டே ஒய்ஃபுக்கிட்டலாம் ஐஎஸ்ஓ ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் 9000லாம் எதிர்பார்க்க முடியாது. மரியாதை கொடுக்கலன்னா தான் ஒய்ஃப். அதில் தெளிவாகிடணும். அப்போ தான் மனசு மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கும். சார் வீட்டில் ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை மாதத்துக்கு ஒரு வாட்டி வாட்டர் டேங்க் க்ளீன் பண்ணுறதுக்கு மேலே போகிறேன் சார். வாட்டர் டேங்க் க்ளீன் பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்ன ட்ரெஸ்ஸு சார் போட்டு போவாங்க? ஒரு டிஷர்ட்டு பாவமாக ஒரு ட்ரௌசரு போய் ப்ளீச்சிங் பவுடர் வாசனையோட கீழே இறங்குறேன். என் ஒய்ஃபோட ஆஃபீஸ் மேட்ஸ் எல்லாம் உட்காந்துக்கிறாங்க, வந்திருக்காங்க வீட்டுக்கு. எல்லாம் ஐடியில் வேலை செய்கிற பசங்க. என் ஒய்ஃப் என்னை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுறா, ஈஸ் மை ஹஸ்பண்ட் அப்படின்னு. அதுங்க மூஞ்சி மாறுது அப்படின்னு. உடனே அவன் சமாளிக்கிறாளாம். சம்டைம்ஸ் ஹி லுக்ஸ் பஃபூன். அதாவது நம்மளை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுற ஒரு பஃபனுக்கு கொடுக்குற மரியாதை கூட நம்மளுக்கு கிடையாது. ஆனால் அதுக்காக கவலைப்படணுமா? கவலைப்படக்கூடாது. நிறைய பேருக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் டென்ஷன் ஆகும். ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. எங்கே வேணாலும் பிரச்சனை வரும் சார். எந்த பிரச்சனையாக இருந்தாலும் பாசிட்டிவாக பாருங்களேன், ஜாலியாக இருக்கும். சார் நான் திருப்பதிக்கு போனேன் 2 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி, கொரோனாவுக்கு முன்னாடி. 50 ரூபா டிக்கெட்டு க்யூவில் நிற்கிறேன். போயினே இருக்கிறேன். பெருமாள் ஸ்லோகம் சொல்லின்னு தான் போனேன். அங்கே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம ஆளுங்க பெருமாள்கிட்ட ரெக்கமெண்டேஷனுக்காக இந்த ஆஃபீஸ் விசிட்டிங் கார்டெலாம் சொருவி வச்சுருவான். அந்த கல்வெட்டு ஒவ்வொரு கல்வெட்டு இருக்கும் சார், அந்த கேப்பில் விசிட்டிங் கார்டு சொருவி வச்சுருவான். நான் அது வரையும் பெருமாள் பற்றி பேசி பெருமாள் பாட்டு பாடிக்கினே போயிருந்தேன் மனசுக்குள்ளே. திடீர்னு மேலே பார்க்குறேன் எவனும் எழுதி வச்சுட்டு போயிருக்கான் சார், ஜெயந்தி ஐ லவ் யூன்னு. ஏண்டா அது எழுதி வைக்கிற இடமாடா அது? ஒன்று நீ லவ் பண்ணுறத ஜெயந்திக்கிட்ட சொல்லு, இல்லை உள்ளே போய் பெருமாள்கிட்டையாவது சொல்லு, ஏற்பாடு பண்ணுவார். அதை விட்டுட்டு அவன் எழுதிட்டு போயிட்டான் சார். அது வரையும் நான் சாமி ஸ்லோகம் பண்ணி பேசின்னு போனேன். திடீர்னு இதை பார்த்த உடனே டக்குன்னு எம்ஏ செகண்ட் இயர் படிக்கும்போது நம்ம கூட ஜெயந்தின்னு கிளாஸ்மேட்டு லவ் பண்ணலான்னு கேட்டவன் அந்த பொண்ணு சொல்லிச்சு, உனக்குலாம் லவ்வா ஒரு கேடு, அப்படியே விட்டேன். எது பெருமாளை விட்டுட்டேன். ஜெயந்தி ஞாபகத்து இருந்து பின்னால் என் ஒய்ஃபு எங்கே வந்தாலும் வேடிக்கை தான், முன்னால் போ அப்படின்னா. அதாவது எங்கே பிரச்சனை வரும்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. எல்லாத்தையுமே பாசிட்டிவாக எடுத்துக்கணும். பாசிட்டிவாக எடுத்துக்கினா தான் லைஃப் மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கும். சார் ஒன்று சார், ஒரு 40+ ஆகிடுச்சுன்னா நம்ம டாக்டர்கிட்ட போய் செக்கப் பண்ணணும். நிறைய பேருக்கு அந்த பழக்கமே கிடையாது. வீட்டில் இருக்கிற ரெஃப்ரிஜிரேட்டருக்கெல்லாம் ஏஎம்சி போடுறான், ஆனுவல் மெயின்டெனன்ஸு. நமக்கு பார்த்துக்கணும். நிறைய பேர் நான் பார்த்துருக்கேன், ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் இருக்கேன். மாஸ்டர் செக்கப் வந்து வாங்கினா 50 வயசுக்கு வராங்க, ஒரு 3000 ரூபாய் கட்டிட்டு மாஸ்டர் செக் பண்ணுறாங்க. எல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்குது நார்மல்னாக்கா டாக்டர்கிட்ட சொல்கிறாங்க, சார் சரியாக பார்த்து சொல்லுங்கள் சார்னு. ஏன்னா அந்த 3000 ரூபாய் கட்டிட்டான்ல, அவனுக்கு ஏதாவது வியாதி சொன்னால் தான் போகிறேன்றான். அந்த ஒரு மென்டாலிட்டி அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது. பாசிட்டிவாக வச்சுக்கோங்க சார். என்ன எங்கள் டாக்டர் சொன்னார் வாக்கிங் போன்னு. 40 வயசு 45 50 வயசுக்கு வந்துட்டீங்க, வாக்கிங் போங்க, டெய்லி நீங்கள் ஒழுங்காக எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ண மாட்டீங்கன்னாரு. ரைட்டு என்ன. அப்புறம் என் ஒய்ஃப் கிட்ட சொன்னேன், உனக்கு கூட 40+ ஆகிடுச்சா வாயன் வாக்கிங்குன்னு. அவள் உடனே சொன்னான், என் நல்ல மனசுக்கு ஒன்றும் வராது, நீங்கள் போங்கன்னா. அப்போ வாக்கிங் போகிறவங்களாம் கெட்டவனா சார்? நீங்கள் போங்கன்னா போனால் மெரினாவில் போய் நடக்க பார்க்குறேன், எல்லாம் ஆம்பளைங்க மட்டும்தான், லேடிஸே காணும். ஒரு ஆள் நாயை பூச்சின்னு வர்றாரு. நான் சொன்னேன், என்ன சார் நாயை பூச்சின்னு வந்தேன்? ஒய்ஃபை கூப்பிட்டேன், வரல சார், அதனால் இதை கூட்டின்னு வந்தேன். ப்ராப்ளமே இல்லை, பிரச்சனையே கிடையாது, சமத்தாக இருக்குது. நம்ம எவ்வளோ தூரம் வாக்கிங் போனோன்னாலும் ஒத்துக்கும், கூட பேசாது. எது நாயை சொல்கிறாந்தாலே. நான் அதெல்லாம் வேடிக்கை பார்த்துட்டு வீட்டுக்கு வரேன். என் ஒய்ஃபு சோஃபாவில் உட்காந்து கண்ணு மூடினுக்கிறான். இப்போ தானே தூங்கி இருந்து சோஃபாவில் உட்காந்து தூங்குறல, என்னம்மான்னு தியானத்தில் இருந்தேன். நான் பக்குன்னு ஆயிடுச்சு எனக்கு. ஏன்னா சாதாரணமாக தியானம் தான் அமைதி வரும் சார். தமிழ்நாட்டில் தியானம்னா தான் பிரச்சனை வருது. அதனால் நான் இவ தியானம் பண்ணுறாளா இல்லை சாயங்காலம் போகிற சண்டைக்கு பாயிண்ட்டு ரெடி பண்ணுறாளா ஒன்றும் புரியல. டாக்டர் என்னை பார்த்துட்டு சொன்னாருங்க, உங்களுக்கு சுகர் ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குது, ஒரு 2 நாள் அட்மிட் ஆகுங்கன்னு. நான் சரிங்க என்ன ஒய்ஃபை பார்த்து சொன்னேன், சுகர் 2 நாள் அட்மிட் ஆக சொல்கிறாரு என்ன அப்படின்னா. அவங்க என்ன நீ நான் என் கூட ஃபீஸ் கட்டுறோம், பேமெண்ட்டு, அது நர்ஸு வந்து பார்த்துக்க போகிறாங்க, டாக்டர் வந்து பார்த்துக்க போகிறாங்க. எதுக்கு நான் இருந்தால் வீணாக சண்டை வரேன். அங்கேயே சொல்கிறேன், நான் இருந்தால் வீணாக சண்டை வரேன். ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியல. பெரிய டாக்டர் வந்தார், அவர்கிட்ட இவ கம்ப்ளைண்ட் பண்ணுறான். என்ன சார் சொல்லணும் நியாயமாக? இவர் வந்து எல்லாத்தையும் சாப்பிட்றாரு, ஸ்வீட் சாப்பிட்றாரு, அந்த மாதிரி தானே சொல்லணும். அதை விட்டுட்டா டாக்டர் இவர் நான் எது சொன்னாலும் கேட்க மாட்டாரு. என்னது இது, எது சொன்னாலும் கேட்க மாட்டார். உடனே டாக்டரு, அவர் வெறும் மெடிக்கல் டாக்டர் தானே, இடுப்பில் கை வச்சுன்னு எஸ்வி ரங்காராவ் மாதிரி, என்ன மிஸ்டர் மோகன சுந்தரம் ஒய்ஃப் சொல்கிறது எதுவும் கேட்குறது இல்லையாமேனாரு. அவர் இன்னமும் அவங்க ஒய்ஃப் சொல்கிறது கேட்குற மாதிரி எவன் கேட்டிருக்கோம். அதனால தான் இந்த அளவாது நல்லாயிருக்கும். சரியா? அதெல்லாம் கண்டுக்கவே கூடாது சார். எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி சார், ஒரு தப்பு பண்ணிட்டோன்னா கூட அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போயிடணும். அன்றைக்கி ஒரு மேகசின் பார்த்துக்கினே இருக்கேன், பார்த்தா ஐஸ்வர்யா ராய் படம். ஆனால் உண்மையிலே சொல்லுங்கள், அழகு அந்தம்மா குழந்தைங்க ஆன பிறகும் அழகாக இருக்குது. என்ன ஒன்று சட்டுன்னு திரும்பாமல் கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ராவாக பார்த்துட்டேன். சாதாரண உடையில் தான் இருந்தாங்க. என்னாச்சு, பின்னால் என் ஒய்ஃபு நான் ஐஸ்வர்யா படம் பார்க்குறது அவள் பார்த்துட்டான். பார்த்துட்டு என்ன பண்ணா, இது எவ்வளோ நாளா அப்படின்னா, என்னம்மான்னு, பொம்பளைங்க படத்தை ஊற்று பார்க்குறதுன்னா. இல்லைடா நான் ஐஸ்வர்யா ராய் பாரு இந்த வயசில் கூட அழகாக இருக்காங்கல்ல அப்படின்னா. அதுக்கு என் ஒய்ஃப் ஒன்று சொன்னா, சார் இதெல்லாம் ஒரு அழகான்னு. மனசே வெடிச்சிடுச்சு. சொல்கிறா, அந்த அம்மாவுக்கு மேக்கப் போட்ட மேக்கப் பேன் மட்டும் எனக்கு போட்டால் நானும் அப்படி தான் இருப்பேன். என்னால் தாங்க முடியல. ஐஸ்வர்யா ராய் சரி அப்படின்னா. கொஞ்சம் தூரம் அவளுக்கே அவள் பேசுறது ஜாஸ்தின்னு தெரிஞ்சிடுச்சு. கொஞ்சம் தூரம் போனவ திரும்பி வந்து, ஐஸ்வர்யா ராயா உங்களுக்கு டிகாஷன் காப்பி கொடுப்பா, ஐஸ்வர்யா ராயா உங்கள் துணி துவச்சி போடுவான்னு. நான் என்னமோ அடுத்த வாரத்துலேருந்து ஐஸ்வர்யா ராய் கூட போகிற மாதிரி. என்னங்க இது, எதுக்கும் ஒரு அளவு இல்லையா? எல்லாம் நடக்கும். எல்லாத்தையும் நீங்கள் பாசிட்டிவாக பார்க்கணும், வேறு வழியே கிடையாது. சார் டிவி பார்த்துன்னு இருக்கிறோம் சார், வெளியே போக முடியல, எலெக்ஷன் டைமு. திடீர்னு பார்த்தா டிவியில் ரஜினி சார் சொல்கிறாரு வரமாட்டேன்னு. கட்சியாக நான் காலேஜ் படிச்சதுலேருந்து எதிர்பார்த்துருந்தாரு, முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. வருத்தமாக உட்காந்துக்கிறேன். என் ஒய்ஃப் கிட்ட வந்து, எங்க மாவு உயரம் ஆகலைன்னா. என்னது அப்படின்னு, மாவு உயரம் ஆகலைன்னா. அது ஒன்றும் இல்லை, இந்த மாவு அரைச்சி வச்சாங்கன்னா புளிச்சு கொஞ்சம் உயரம் ஆகுமா, அன்றைக்கி ஆகலையாம். மாவு உயரம் ஆகலைன்னு எனக்கா ஏற்கனவே டென்ஷனு. 50 வயசு ஆகுது, நானே உயரமாகலை, அதை பற்றி கவலைப்படல, மாவு உயரமாகலைன்னு கவலையா ஓடு அப்படின்னு. எப்பவுமே பிரச்சனை வரும் சார். எந்த பிரச்சனை வந்தாலும் சமாளிக்கிற தைரியம் வேணும். நிறைய பேர் வீணாக டென்ஷன் ஆகும். நம்ம வயசு தெரியக்கூடாதுன்னு சின்னதாக முடி வெட்டிக்கிட்டு சத்து இன் பண்ணிக்கின்னு நரை தெரியக்கூடாதுன்னு கவலைப்பட்டு ஆக்டிவாக இருக்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு ஆக்ஷன் கொடுக்குறோம். ஒரு நாள் என் ஒய்ஃபு திடீர்னு, எப்போங்க நம்மளுக்கு 60வது கல்யாணம்னா, அப்படியே அடங்கிட்டேன். இப்படி ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்குறான்னு. அப்புறம் நான் சொன்னேன், நான் மீதி ஆளுங்க மாதிரி கிடையாதுமா. அது என்ன பூஷ்வாத்தனம், ஆம்பளைங்க கிட்ட ஒரு கெட்ட பழக்கம். அவனுக்கு 60 வயசானா 60வது கல்யாணம், அவனுக்கு 80 வயசானா 80வது கல்யாணம். அப்படிலாம் இருக்கக்கூடாதுங்க. நான் வந்து மீதி ஆம்பளை மாதிரி கிடையாது. சரியா? நீயும் நானும் சரி நிகர் சமானம். அதனால் உனக்கு எப்போ 60ன்னு சொல்லு, அப்போ நம்ம 60வது கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கலான்னு. ஏன்னா எப்படி இருந்தாலும் உண்மை சொல்ல போகிறதில்ல, செலவும் மிச்சம். அந்த மாதிரி அச்சு போச்சுன்னு போகணும் சார். எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் நீங்கள் மனசில் நேர்மறையாக இருந்துட்டினாலே மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருப்போம். ஒன்றும் இல்லை, இந்த வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் நான் கூட சொல்லுவேன், அடிக்கடி வர்றதை படித்தாலே பயந்து முடிச்சிடும். இந்த போன பொங்கலுக்குங்க வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு, எவனும் இந்த வருஷம் ஆண்களுக்கு உயிர் வந்து பலி அதிகமாக இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு போட்டான். கொரோனாவில் எல்லாருக்கும் அதிகமாக தான் ஆகுது. அவன் சொல்லிட்டு போயிட்டான். அது வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் வந்து எடுக்குது. அதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, பெண்கள் வந்து மனைவிமார்கள் கணவர்களுடைய உயிரை காப்பாற்றுவதற்காக அகல் விளக்கு ஏற்றி வாசப்படில் வைக்கணும்னு எவனோ ஒருத்தன் வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டுக்கிறான். எனக்கு வரல, என் தங்கச்சிக்கு போயிருக்கு. என் தங்கச்சி சும்மா இல்லாமல் லேண்ட்லைனில் எங்கள் ஒய்ஃபுக்கு அடிச்சது. என் ஒய்ஃப் எடுத்தது, எனக்கு தெரில, எடுத்தது ஒய்ஃபு. டெலிஃபோன் வந்தது, எடுத்தாங்க, அப்படின்னு வச்சுட்டாங்க. இந்த வெறும் சொல்லி வச்சா அது எங்கள் சைடு ஆளுன்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். யாருமான்னு, உங்கள் தங்கச்சி. நான் என்னவாண்ணே? இல்லை வேறு வேலை இல்லை என்ன தான் சொல்லிச்சுன்னு. இல்லைங்க, இந்த வருஷம் ஆம்பளைங்க உயிருக்கெல்லாம் பிரச்சனையா, அதனால் நீங்கள் வந்து அகல் விளக்கு மனைவிகள்லாம் வாசப்படியில் ஏற்றி வைக்கணும்னு சொன்னாங்கன்னு. சரி, நீ ஆட உங்கள் தங்கச்சி சொல்லி எதுங்க நடந்துருக்குன்னு சொல்லி சமையல் ரூம் போயிட்டா. அப்புறம் நான் பின்னாலேயே போனேன், இன்னும் ஏற்றுலையானு. உங்கள் தங்கச்சி சொல்லி உங்கள் அம்மா சொல்லி எதாவது நடந்துருக்கா? வேறு வேலை இல்லை, விடுங்க பார்த்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்னா. அதாவது எங்கள் தங்கச்சி சொன்னது நடக்குமோ நடக்காதோ அதை எதை வச்சுட்டு பரிசோதிக்கிறான். உயிர் நம்புதுங்க, வேறு வழி கிடையாது. அப்புறம் நானே என் தங்கச்சிக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணி இந்த மாதிரி அன்னிக்கிட்ட சொன்னியாமே அகல் விளக்கு ஏற்றணுன்னு, அது ஒய்ஃபுங்க தான் ஏற்றணுமா இல்லை அவங்கவுங்களே ஏற்றிக்கலாமா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிவிட்டு நானே ஏற்றி வாசப்படில் வச்சு உட்காந்துருந்தேன். எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் சரி சகஜமாக எடுத்தேன். சார், நம்மக்கிட்ட இருக்கிற ஒரே தப்பு என்ன தெரியுமா? ஜென்ரலாகவே மகிழ்ச்சியை மறந்து விடுகிறோம், சோகத்தையும் நினைத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். ஒன்றே ஒன்று, சார்லி சாப்ளின், இந்த உலகத்தின் மகா பெரிய நகைச்சுவை மன்னன் சார்லி சாப்ளின். அவன் சார்லி சாப்ளின் ஒரு மீட்டிங் போகிறார் சார் யூரோப்பில் எல்லாம் மீட்டிங்லாம் ஒரு ஆடிட்டோரியம் உள்ள தான் நடக்கும். சாப்ளின் ஒரு நகைச்சுவை துணுக்கு சொன்னார், ஒரு ஜோக் சொல்கிறாரு, எல்லாரும் கைத்தட்டினாங்க. அங்கே எப்படின்னா யூரோப்பில் நல்லா இருந்துச்சுன்னா கைத்தட்ட மட்டும் இல்லை, எழுந்து நின்று உட்காருவாங்க, அதான் மரியாதை. எல்லாரும் எழுந்து நின்று உட்கார்ந்தாங்க. நீங்கள் நம்ப மாட்டீங்க, சார்லி சாப்ளின் என்ன பண்ணார், சொன்ன ஜோக்கியே திருப்பி சொன்னார், அதே ஜோக்கியே திருப்பி சொன்னார். அப்போ எதிர்க்க ஆடிட்டோரியத்தில் 50% எழுந்து உட்கார்ந்தான். மூணாவது திருப்பி அதே ஜோக்கியை திருப்பி சொன்னார். முதல் வரிசையில் இருந்தவங்க மட்டும் எழுந்து சொன்னான், எழுந்து கை தட்டிட்டு உட்கார்ந்தான். 4வது முறையும் சொன்னார், யாருமே எழுந்துக்கல. ஏன்னா 4வது வாட்டி அதே ஜோக்கு சொல்கிறாரு. அப்போது சார்லி சாப்ளின் சொன்னாராம், நகைச்சுவை தருகிற, சிரிப்பு வரவழைக்கிற ஒரு நகைச்சுவை துணுக்கையே நீங்கள் 2வது முறை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளவில்லை இல்லையா? ஆனால் எப்போ உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் நடந்த ஒரு துக்கத்தை மட்டும் ஏன் நினச்சி கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க? துன்பத்தை மறந்து விடுங்கள், இன்பத்தை மட்டும் எப்பொழுதும் நினைத்திருங்கள் என்று சொன்னார். அதை தான் நம்ம வேத வாக்காக எடுத்துக்கிட்டால் இந்த காலகட்டத்தில் மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்க ஒரே வழி நேர்மறையாக இருங்கள். மகிழ்ச்சி கணங்களை மட்டும் நினைத்து பாருங்கள், நீங்கள் மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருப்பீர்கள். வாய்ப்பளித்த ரொட்டேரியன் தலைவர் நடராஜன் சார் அவர்களுக்கும் இந்த வாய்ப்புக்காக என்னை அணுகி பேசி என்னுடன் ஒத்துழைத்த ரொட்டேரியன் கணபதி ஐயா சார் அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். வாழ்க வளமுடன். வணக்கம்.
தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் மோகன சுந்தரம் அவர்களே. நீங்க சிரிக்க வச்சு எங்களை இந்த மாதிரி மகிழ்விச்சிட்டீங்க. ஆனா நான் என்ன சொல்றேன்னா, நிச்சயமா யூ மஸ்ட் ரீகன்சிடர் யுவர் டெசிஷன் டு ஜாயின் த ரோட்டரி. அப்படியான அந்த முதியோர் இல்லத்துல சொன்ன மாதிரி நீங்க வாரம் எங்களுக்கு கூட வந்து பேசலாம். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். Let us have a little information about the Rotary International Convention. The Rotary International Convention, just like our district conference, is a program where we get to meet a lot of different Rotarians from around the globe. As our incoming RI President Shekhar Mehta has planned something really big for us this year at Houston. The last 2 conventions in Honolulu and Taipei were virtual as a response to the pandemic, but let's see what is there in store for us. Our own PDG Raja Srinivasan is part of the Convention Promotion Committee representing our zone. Let us see an audiovisual presentation on the convention.
We are excited to invite you to 2022 Rotary International Convention, Houston, Texas.
There are no limits to what can be discovered.
Our horizons are changing, but we remain resilient.
Because it's in our nature to break down barriers.
To explore the vast world of ideas, culture, and experiences.
The very things that give us new meaning to life.
So what better time than now to take action?
And push the boundaries of what's possible.
To join forces and do something that revitalizes the spirit.
Form connections that broaden our worldview. Share our passion for service with other leaders.
And become inspired to do great things along the way.
Let's take on new horizons and see what's possible.
Because our potential has no limits.
Discover new horizons at the 2022
Rotary International Convention in Houston, Texas.
Come, let's discover new horizons at the 2022 Rotary International Convention, Houston, Texas.
That sounds like a really exciting convention. Please do register to meet Rotarians from around the globe and to enjoy the hospitality at Houston. I now invite PDG R. Srinivasan to propose the resolutions.
Thank you. Resolutions will be of three parts: formal resolutions, procedural resolutions, and condolence resolutions. First, we move to the formal resolutions. Resolutions adopted at the virtual district conference of Rotary International District 3232 held on June 26 and 27, 2021. The formal courtesy resolutions. A. We, the Rotarians of Rotary clubs in Rotary International District 3232, assembled virtually on June 26 and 27 on 2021 for our district conference, do hereby record our appreciation and profusely thank the President of Rotary International, Rotarian Holger Knack, and his gracious spouse Hussein for their message of greetings and good wishes to the Rotarians of this district conference. We sincerely thank Rotary International Director-elect, our own pride, Rotarian A.S. Venkatesh, for his distinguished presence as a chief guest for the inaugural session at this conference and for his inspiring address. We sincerely thank the following for the presence and participation in the programs of the conference on June 26, 2021. Dance performance by Kala Master Group and Rotarian Nandini Raghunathan for the opening musical performance. Padma Bhushan awardee Rotarian Srimati Sudha Raghunathan for her invocation and opening musical performance. To the team that produced the President's and First Lady's flag display. To the team that produced audiovisual in pursuit of excellence the year thus far. Mr. Sanjay Reddy, Chairman, GVK Group, for his speech, The Next Thing in Life. Mr. Nazar, actor and director, for his lively chat session. Mr. Kamal Bali, President and MD, Volvo Group. Mr. Satya Chakravarti, Professor in IIT Chennai. PDG Rotarian Ganapati Ramachandran, Executive Chairman, Trigent Technologies, and Moderator Sandhya Ravishankaran, Senior Journalist, for the panel discussion about Reimagine Tamil Nadu 4.0. To the team that produced the President's and First Lady's entertainment. Super singer fame Nivas, Kaushik, and Sanjana for the electrifying musical performance by Ad the Band, powered by AVM Productions. We sincerely thank the following for their presence and participation in the programs of the conference on June 27, 2021. Rotarian Lalita and Nandini, Violin Sisters, for their opening musical performance. Padma Bhushan awardee Sri M for his motivational talk, Hope. DRFC, Rotarian Ambalavanan, for TRF recognitions, and Team Orange for the presentation of a ray of light. Padma Bhushan, Dr. CEO and MD, BrahMos Aerospace, for his address about space and future of humanity. Mr. Sushma Mohanty, space entrepreneur. Mrs. Namruta Joshipura, designer. Mrs. Vasanti Vasavi Bharati, educationalist, and moderator Rotarian Prabha Srinivasan for the panel discussion about future of business. Ms. Andrea Jeremiah, actress, for a session about life is my choice. Mr. Shiva Kumar, Group Executive President, Aditya Birla Group, for his speech about demands of a business leader in the future. Nagaichuvai Navalar, Thiru Mohana Sundaram, debater and speaker, for his hilarious talk on Vanga Sirikalam. We thankfully acknowledge and appreciate First Lady Kamala for her efforts in coordination and participation of the various programs. We acknowledge with appreciation and gratitude the district governors and other Rotarians from other Rotary districts for their presence and participation in the conference. We record with appreciation the presence of past Rotary International Director P.T. Prabhakar at this conference. We record with appreciation the presence of District Governor-elect Rotarian Sridhar, District Governor nominee Dr. Nandakumar, and DGND Ravi Raman with their spouses at this conference. We acknowledge with great appreciation the presence of several past district governors and their spouses from our district at this conference. We record our appreciation and gratefully thank the donors and sponsors to this conference, the caterers, advertisers, exhibitors, and all other agencies involved in organizing this conference, and especially thank the press and the media for their cooperation and support in conducting this conference successfully. We acknowledge, appreciate, and profusely thank our District Governor Rotarian Muthu Palniyappan and his gracious spouse Kamala Palniyappan for their leadership and motivation, and Rotarian Nadarajan, Conference Chairman, Rotarian M. Jagannathan, Conference Secretary, the members of the Conference Committee, and all subcommittees, and a host of other Rotarians, ladies and children, Rotractors and Interactors who have worked tirelessly to make this virtual conference a memorable, enjoyable, and a successful one. Now, moving to the mandatory procedural resolutions. We, the Rotarians of Rotary Clubs in Rotary International District 3232, assembled virtually on June 26 and 27, 2021, for our district conference, do hereby resolve that the annual statement and report of the district finances of Rotary International District 3232 for the Rotary year 2019-2020, circulated well in time and presented in this district conference, independently reviewed by a qualified accountant, and provided to all Rotary clubs in the district in accordance with section 15.060.4 of the bylaws of Rotary International by Rotarian Chandramohan, District Governor, 2019-20 is hereby adopted. Now moving to the condolence resolutions. We, the Rotarians of Rotary Clubs in Rotary International District 3232, virtually assembled on June 26 and 27 for our district conference, do hereby convey our heartfelt condolences to the families of past District Governor R. Raja Ramakrishnan, past District Governor M. Nadarajan, and those Rotarians of our district who passed away since the last district conference, and pray for the departed souls to rest in peace. Certified to be a true and correct record of the resolutions adopted at the district conference of Rotary International District 3232 on this 27th day of June 2021, signed by District Governor Muthu Palniyappan, Conference Chairman Nadarajan, Conference Secretary Jagannathan. Thank you. As we complete the resolutions part, now it is time for our District Governor to recognize all those who have been tirelessly working to put this virtual conference a grand success. Over to District Governor Muthu Palniyappan.
Thank you, District Trainer P.D. Srinivasan. It has been amazing 2 days of non-stop activities, I would say, starting from yesterday evening till now. We have seen such wonderful display of various programs, events, and activities, one after the other, flawlessly being brought in by the Big Bash conference team. So it's time to recognize the good work done by them by calling out their names. Whoever is present there can be highlighted here. Let us start with our own conference chairman, Big Bash, the man who played a wonderful innings, T20 match, championing the conference, Rotarian Nadarajan. I would also like to recognize the advisor for this conference, Rotarian AVM Balu sir. Conference Secretary, Jagannathan. any conference, the strength of the conference depends on the programs. The programs committee is headed by Neelakandan, ably advised and guided by Paul Jacob. Neelakandan, Paul Jacob. You all know the quality of program, the content of the program that we all displayed. Every Rotarian of our district who had visited this conference has been talking about the panel discussion and the speaker and the profile of the speakers and the way in which they have been brought in and anchored and moderated. It's a wonderful experience for all of us. Thank you, Paul, for bringing those real motivating speakers for all of us. Any conference will be effective only if the administration team behind that is really effective. We always have our own district secretary, Ramesh, taking care of many of the activities of the district conference behind the scene. So any conference of this magnitude involves a lot of transactions, both receiving from the sponsors and then accounting it properly and then giving it to the vendors at an appropriate time. So our district treasurer Narayanan has played behind this scene activity for the last 15 days, and he has more to do now. Thank you, Narayanan. So I've talked about the conference chairman, advisor, programs committee, the team behind, administration team behind it. The main component of any virtual program is the communication and the technical team. Conducting an in-person conference, I think it is anybody's job. But conducting a virtual conference of this magnitude, I think this team has done a tremendous job. I'm going to recognize them, starting from our own communication chairman for our district, Balamurugan, the technology man who has made real magic behind the scene, Harish. The Rotarian who has given his 12,500 square feet IT company for 2 days rent-free studio, and then not only that, he has had his bandwidth, he has been sitting along with all the Rotarians and then taking care of all the technical requirements of getting this program done from his own place, our own Rotarian Shivaraman. Thank you, Shivaraman. Next comes our Naresh Advani. He has been handling the agenda part of it, a minute-by-minute program, coordinating with the MCA, coordinating with the technical team. And even if we are sleeping, he cannot sleep. So such a man is Naresh Advani. Thank you, Naresh. As usual, we have our good friend Shiva, who is always present, helping wherever there is a need in the communication team all along. Thank you, Shiva. And Anuradha Giri, another silent Rotarian from our district. She does a lot of behind the scene work, and she has been promoting this conference and supporting the conference during the execution stage. Thank you, Anuradha. Kriba Sagar, another find from Nolambur. He has been very active along with our team, and he is seen in the studio for the last many days, I would say. Thank you, Kriba. I would also recognize Ilango, Gopinath. I should talk about Srinivasan from Sri Visuals. He is a good friend of us, but he has been handling various shooting schedules, demanding schedules, day in and day out, even during odd hours. And he has done a phenomenal job in terms of covering the events in a professional manner. Thank you, Srini. And the team is supported by Barbara Bedi, A.G. Satyan, Sainathan. Thank you all. Any conference team or any team that Nataraj has will always have Dr. Sriram, Lalita Sriram. So both of them have been extending a lot of support for the conference. Talk about Lalita Sriram, she has been supporting the First Lady in terms of getting various programs organized, involving the presidents, First Ladies and others. Thank you, Lalita Sriram, and thank you, Dr. Sriram. You all would have wondered how Governor was able to dance. I won't say so very well, dance to this extent. It's all the effort put in by Suraj and Archana of the Poison Studio. Again, they happen to be Rotarians of our own district. They have done a phenomenal job in terms of engaging all the presidents, first ladies, and myself and Kamala. Thank you, Suraj and Archana. I have talked about Paul Jacob. Paul Jacob had a phenomenal team behind him. I would like to talk about them now. Vikram Shi Chetty has been involved in every discussion of the speaker, discussions every night we used to have. Thank you, Vikram. And all along we have been talking about anchor persons known to Paul. Sandhya from his own club, Prabha Srinivasan, Magesh, and Neelagandan. All of them did an amazing job. And everyone is wondering whether they are professionally engaged for this program or are they Rotarians from our own district? Because many of them may not know them, but the way in which they were anchoring the program, moderating the sessions, that has created a wow factor. And any of those who have not been a professional anchor or moderator have got a job in hand now, so they can feel that they have reinvented themselves. Thank you, Paul, for bringing them for the Rotary Conference. We are talking very high about the TRF contribution and Project Orange. The people behind that project, Orange and the foundation, I would like to recognize them, the role they have played in the conference. Rotarian Ambala Vanan, DRFC for our district. Ganeshan Subbaya, Project Chairman, Orange. And Nachiappan, our own Project Addition Chair and the Public Image Chairman for the district. Having said this, I have talked about the anchor and moderator, but Master of Ceremonies. I think I have never seen such presentations from the Master of Ceremony on a virtual platform. Hats off to Ram Prasad for taking the leadership role in coordinating with the Master of Ceremony, starting with Kritika Madhu, Nandita Pandi, Swapna Sundar, Radha, Nagalakshmi. All of you did a wonderful job. And as I told, again, there is a doubt whether you have been hired for this job or you are all Rotarians of our district. This will continue to linger in our mind. And we will have to think whether next time when we call you, maybe we will be charging 1 or 2 lakhs for this event. Swapna and everybody has done a good job. Nandita Pandey, Kritika Madhu, you have been seen everywhere in every program every day. And most importantly, you have been present for the entire session. Even I could not do that. As a district governor, I have been on and off out of the screen, but you have been present continuously. Thank you all. Pre-conference evening was brought to you by Mahavir Bothra and a team. And of course, we had little issues in the dinner, but in spite of it, it was a good program. I would like to thank Mahavir Bothra, Ganapati Suresh, Parani, Shanmuganathan, and others who coordinated for the pre-conference evening dinner, as well as for the program. Any program of this nature needs the support of sponsors. We have a lot of sponsors, starting from ABM Balu sir. The entire entertainment evening was brought to you by ABM Studios. He has sponsored 3 lakh of rupees for the program, which really covered the entire cost for the program, I would say. Then comes our own EFIF Diamond of Mahavir Bothra and Gautam Bothra, Peace President's alumni, past district governor Raja Srinivasan, Rotarian Murugesh, Ram Ramamurthy, DG&D Ravi Raman, Rotary Club of Madras East, Rotary Club of Gindi, Go Colors, Kesar Gifts, Rotary Club of Next Gen, President Thirumalai of Rotary Club of Chola, President Karunagaran of Rotary Club of Adayar, Sendil Nathan of Rotary Club of Adayar, Anis Begum of Rotary Club of Sunrise. These are the people who have really made this conference the way in which it has been presented for the last 2 days. It was a very wholesome experience, I would say. Thank you once again. Thank you all for this wonderful conference. Kamala says I have not mentioned the conference secretary, but I remember telling him in the beginning. Anyway, I would like to repeat Conference Secretary Jagannathan for all the support he has been giving for this conference, and he has been at it. He has been everywhere, I would say. So he knows in and around, like Neelagandan has been taking care of all the entire activities. Jagan has been traveling across. Thank you, Jagan. Thank you. Over to Neelakandan. If I have left anybody, please continue recognizing them, Neil.
Over to you, Nataraj, Chairman Nataraj.
If I have left anybody, please.
So, in advertises, Leo Coffee and our Madras Downtown, sir. These are two sponsors we left.
Yeah. The sponsors Leo Coffee and Madras Downtown. Thank you.
And I will thank my wife and my son for supporting me for this 10 days. Because their support, I might not have done this. That's it.
Then now only you are thinking you have to go back home. Right. Thank you. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, all the viewers. You have made this conference a really grand one. Thank you.
No times.
Thank you.
Again, live off Anilale.
No, there is a vote of thanks formal. After that, we can stop.
Yeah. So, thank you, Preeti Srinivasan, for sharing the resolutions with us. Thank you, DG Muthupaniappan, for those words of encouragement. They really mean a lot to all of us. Now, I would request District Conference Secretary Rotarian Jagan to actually give a vote of thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. பயன் தூக்கார் செய்த உதவி நயன் தூக்கின் நன்மை கடலின் பெரிது. இன்ன பயன் கிடைக்கும் என்று ஆராயாமல் செய்யும் உதவியின் அன்பு ஆராய்ந்தால் அதன் நன்மை கடலை விட மிகப்பெரியதாகும். எங்களுக்கு இந்த வர்ச்சுவல் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்ல செய்த உதவிகள் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் தம் யாருக்கு என்ன பயன் கிடைக்கும் அப்படின்னு செய்யாம செஞ்ச உதவிதான். ஏற்கனவே இங்க ஐஎஃப்சிஆர்ல மேட்சஸ் நடக்கும். இந்த மேட்சஸ்ல என்ன ஆகும்னா 20 overs கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணியே ஆகணும். தோ vote of thanks நான் சொல்லணுங்கிறதுனால ரெசல்யூஷன் அப்ப பிடிஜி ஸ்ரீனிவாசன் சாரும் நம்ம டிஜியும் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த டைம் தே கம்ப்ளீட்டட் தி ஃபார்மாலிட்டிஸ் வெல் இன் அட்வான்ஸ். பட் ஐஎஃப்சிஆர் மேட்ச் மாதிரி we will have to complete that 20 overs. So remaining 2-3 balls I am just going to play off just for the formality. Thank you PDG Srini and DG Muthu for doing a great job and having confidence in me to deliver a secretary of this conference. I'll try to make it little different, though the vote of thanks. I'll try to make this as a post-match ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match ceremony of this Big Bash, the Rotary International District 3232 District Conference 2021. First of all, thanks to all the sponsors of this event, AVM Studio, Rotarian AVM Balu sir, EFIF Diamonds, Rotarian Mahavir Botra, Peace President's Alumni, 105 Villas, PDG Raja Srinivasan, ABC Techno Labs, Rotarian Murugesh, EIPP Solutions Private Limited, Rotarian Raman Ramamurthy, RR Industries, DGND Raviraman, Go Colors, Rotarian Vinod Sarogi, KSR Gifts, Leo Coffee, Rotarian Srinivasan B, and presidents of Rotary Club of Madras East, Rotary Club of Guindy, Rotary Club of Next Gen, Rotary Club of Downtown, Rotary Club of Chola, Rotary Club of Vadayar, and Rotarian Sandilnathan from Rotary Club of Vadayar. Thanks, District Governor Rotarian Muthu Palniappan again. This conference started with a curtain raiser event on Wednesday, 23rd June, with all the T20 presidents, secretaries, AGs, and other district officers, incoming changemaker presidents, followed by pre-conference event sponsored by Chairman Hospitality Rotarian Mahavir Botra on 25th June, Friday. While the first innings of the grand finale of Big Bash 2021 started last evening, thanks to Srimati Sudha Raghunathan, the first over was a brilliant over, bowled well over outside the off stumps, well respected by the audience as well. On the other end of the wicket, our chairman Natarajan opened and inaugurated the conference. It was indeed a maiden over again with his well bowled quickers to our ears. The pride of our district RI Director-elect, Rotarian A.S. Venkatesh, came around the wicket, treated with his trademark Chinaman balls. The next in life, the GVK Vice Chairman bowled his great in-swingers. All of us have learned how to play the defense at the same time, score at steady pace. Actor and director Nazir He cleaned up the top order with his googlies, along with our MC Kritika. Reimagine Tamil Nadu, it is indeed the match that was well balanced, and it helped Tamil Nadu to take to the next stage. The entertainment program from presidents and first ladies are great flippers that changed the course of the innings. In fact, then followed the gala entertainment, live electrifying musical performance by AD the band, the super singer fame Nivas Kaushik Sanjana, powered by AVM Productions. The next inning started today with a musical performance from Rotarian Lalita and Nandini. Well bowled on the fourth stumps, consistently invited the attendees to drive the ball to the third man. Hope that was a marvelous session by Padma Bhushan awardee Sri M, and he cleared everyone's doubts with a batsman who came down to the pitch and trying to hit over the boundary lines. Space and future of humanity, Padma Bhushan Dr. Sivadanu Pillai bowled the carom balls well, lovely and well controlled overs like the Milky Way. Future of business discussion went well, and we have seen how busy are these women these days, and particularly Ms. Vasavi, she was handling the session from the car while she was going on some business travel. Fantastic. Life is my choice. Miss Andrea Jamia, actor, that was a nibble ball, pleasant surprise from the charismatic heroine. Demands of future leader in the future, Mr. Shivkumar Sessions, that was great. In fact, clean bowled the middle order with the Dusra balls. Nagaichuvai Navalar, as usual, Thiru Mohana Sundaram, debater and speaker, delivered the over. Most of them were at swingers, kept all of us entertained until the end. Now, the post-match ceremony, the man of the series, DG Rotarian Muthu Palaniappan, and the man of the match for today, District Conference Chairman, our own Natarajan. Thank you. I also thank you, District Secretary Ramesh, for his constant encouragement to us and helping us in shaping up this conference. Thank you so much. I also thank all the PDGs, galaxy of PDGs who attended session. The conference would not have been possible without this great team guided by Rotarian Neil, Harish, Valamurugan, Rotarian Sivaraman, Naresh, Kiruba, and the able registration team with the support of Anuradha and Lalita ma'am, Barbara Bedi, AG Satyan, Sainathan, Shiva, Gopi, Kriba, and the district treasurer Narayanan and conference treasurer Ilango. MC team headed by Ram Prasad, Kritika, Nandita, Swapna, Radha, Nagalakshmi, and Girija ma'am. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, the great support by the FMLR team headed by Rotarian Giri. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rotarian Jagan. Can we now stand for the national anthem, please?
Yeah, would like to recognize DK Jain from Rotary Club of Capital for the sponsorship, and FMLR Chair Giri also for having played all the FMLR program in our conference. Thank you.
Janagana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Congratulations. I'm sorry, close to no.
Yeah, can you please stop the recording, Bala?
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah, PDG, it's open to you. Yeah.
Illa.